I'm going to call to order the January 14th, 2016 meeting of the California Department of Toxic Substances Control Independent Review Panel. We're here at DTSC Sacramento Regional Office, 8800 Cal Center Drive in Sacramento. We have an agenda before us with 11 items. We're also, I believe, on webcast, and we'll go through all that stuff in a second. But first, we are going to stand and salute the flag with the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. My name is Gideon Krakow. I'm an environmental lawyer from Los Angeles. I'm selected by my colleagues as the chair of this panel. I am the Senate Pro Tem's appointee to the community position. I'm going to go to panelist Dr. Campbell.
Hi, I'm Arzu Campbell. I'm an associate professor at Western University of Health Sciences, and I am the panel member with scientific expertise, and I was appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly.
Mike Vizier is appointed by the governor as a local government expert for the panel.
And we have with us our counsel, Ms. Terry Ashby from the Attorney General's office, Deputy Attorney General. And we have our staffer, Mr. Eric, if you want to raise your hand, Eric. Eric gave a very moving introduction of himself yesterday. Yesterday was his first meeting, and did a great job, and we're just so pleased to have you. And want to also thank all of DTSC staff for helping us get this meeting going, our great technical staff, as well as the public participation staff. So we have an agenda in front of us, again, colleagues. We've now covered agenda items 1 and 2, and we'll go now to item 3, which is the standard meeting announcements. If anyone in the audience needs this meeting translated into Spanish, we have DTSC staff Jesus Cruz here. Mr. Cruz, you want to raise your hand? If anyone needs translation during this meeting, and we're going to go till about 4:30 or perhaps even 5 o'clock today, please find Mr. Cruz, and he will assist with Spanish translation. If you don't mind translating that into Spanish, Mr. Cruz.
Sí. Muy buenos días, yo me llamo Jesús Cruz. También estoy aquí para traducir a una persona que habla solamente español, para traducir y ayudarlos en esa manera. Estoy sentado aquí, me llamo otra vez Jesús Cruz y estoy para servirles.
Gracias. Restrooms can be found by going through the doors at the back of this room into the lobby, turning left into the lobby, and then taking a right into the hallway. Restrooms are in that hallway on the left. Exits can be found by going through the doors at the back of this room and exiting out the glass doors on either side of the lobby. You can also exit this room through any of the doors on the side of the room and taking a left down the hallway through the glass door. There's going to be public comment periods during each agenda item. You'll have the opportunity to comment on a specific issue you just heard about. If you wish to make a comment on one of the items, please fill out a comment card. These can be found at the back of the room. Once you've filled them out, please give them to one of our staff members, Ms. Bowen, who is now standing, and she will make sure that the comment card gets up to us here. The meeting is being broadcast over the Cal EPA website, and webcast questions can be sent to DTSC public meeting at dtsc.ca.gov. DTSC public meeting at dtsc.ca.gov. That worked well yesterday, and we're going to be able to read those public comments during our agenda items. Any further announcements, colleagues?
No.
Hearing none, is there any public comment on item 3?
There is not, Mr. Chairman.
We'll go to item 4, agenda review. This is discussion and possible action on the agenda and the context for the meeting. Colleagues, we have this agenda in front of us. This meeting is why we've been appointed to this panel, in my view. It's time for us to get down to work, and that's what this meeting is. I've been looking forward to this meeting. I know many other stakeholders have as well, and we have a very busy agenda for the panel to start making decisions on what it's doing and how it's going to proceed. So we have a general public comment, item 5. Then approximately around 10:30, probably even sooner, we're going to get to organizational, operational, and administrative matters. Included in that is discussion of the work plan that panelist Dr. Campbell has prepared for us. That is going to be a very helpful guide for the future, and hopefully a robust discussion along with all stakeholders on the work plan for this panel for the remainder of 2016 and perhaps beyond. Then we're going to have lunch at noon. And we may start this before lunch, we'll have to see. We have the IRP reporting requirements, discussion and possible action concerning our reports. There is also a draft recommendation document that's been prepared that we're going to be considering at length, and I expect that's going to be a very lengthy discussion that's going to take hours and hours. At about 4:30, we have a closed session. We expect the closed session to be very quick today, and perhaps we may dispense with the closed session. We have certain time estimates on our agenda for these different things, but we have noted on the agenda that the panel may take an agenda item out of order, and that these are purely approximate time limits. So those time limits are not going to constrain us if we need more time or need less time for any particular item. I'd also note that the documents that were just referenced, the work plan in draft form, as well as the draft recommendations for the report, have been up on the website since Tuesday, and we're hoping that folks in the public have had the opportunity to have a look at them, and we very much hope we're going to get some robust public comment on our work today. So that's the agenda, colleagues. Do we have any particular comments or concerns or discussion?
No.
Okay, hearing none. Any public comment on item 4?
There is not, Mr. Chairman.
We'll go on to item 5, general public comment. The panel will hear general public comment on items within the panel's jurisdiction. Is there anyone who's submitted speaker cards on this topic? We have Penny Newman from the Center for Community Action for Environmental Justice. Welcome, Ms. Newman. I've read this before. I'm going to eventually stop reading this, but CCAEJ has been a legal client of mine. All matters that I'm handling for CCAEJ as of about 2 months ago have been settled or dismissed, and I've informed CCAEJ that I will no longer be taking on any new matters for it while I'm serving on the panel. So welcome, Ms. Newman. We don't have yet strict rules for the public comment. We have given that discretion to the chair, but we're hoping to keep the remarks somewhere today for all the public comment in that 5 to 10 minute range maximum. But again, we want to hear from folks, and we'll decide as a panel how our timing works. So with that, those general provisos, welcome, Ms. Newman.
Thank you. Thank you. And Gideon, you're missing all the fun now. So.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm pleased to be back before you. I've been watching all the hard work that you've been doing and really appreciate the time and effort you're putting into this. This is a very important undertaking that you're involved in, and a lot of people's lives are at stake here, so I know you take that very seriously. I have some slides. I don't know if you can see them. Do they show up? Yes. Is that the full screen? Or yeah. So in December, we came to you with concerns about emails that were discovered during a public request act to that showed some very disturbing racial comments from some of the staff at DTSC. Remember some of the phrases of crackle hooker, chop chop hop sing, and Injun badge, and went on and on various times. A lot of them focused on some of the staff. And for us, what we have seen in the community is an outplaying of that attitude from some of the staff. And I want to say that the emails that are under investigation right now involve about one or two people we're actually seeing. They were shared pretty widely. But that communities up and down the state have said that they have received the same kind of disrespect, dismissal of their concerns, and this attitude that seems to be, you're just not worth our time. And that's what is really at the crux of this. This isn't being PC. It's not being silly and telling jokes and that we just don't have a sense of humor. This is about an attitude and belief system within some of the staff within DTSC against people that they believe just aren't worth the time and energy and their expertise of dealing with, and so their concerns are dismissed. So following that meeting and the report from the director that she had launched a very comprehensive investigation, we filed another PRA to ask for all of the emails that are contained in that investigation. That our purpose is to make this public, to have a transparent process going on, much like they did with the San Francisco PD, so that we get to the bottom of it. How many people are doing this within the department, and how has that influenced their behavior out in the community, and their judgments, their conclusions, their recommendations at some of these sites. So as a result of that, the department is releasing, I understand, about 50,000 emails. They're doing them in batches. So we've gotten the first batch of that, and I wanted to share a few of them with you. Again, these emails deal primarily with the Wildemar site because that's what our PRA was focused on. The Wildemar site, and I think you heard Xania Villanueva speak at the December meeting as well, is a housing tract in the city of Wildemar in Southern California where homes are making people sick. We have had 2 young women in their 30s die from fluid in their lungs, and many more that have been treated for that. The belief is that the homes were built on contaminated fill, and that fill is, and the chemicals in them are slowly working their way into the home and creating the real problems. What you see on the screen is all of the testing that has been done both independently by the families and by AQMD and others. Those with a pound sign, or I guess hashtag is the term to use now, are the ones that are over health standards. So there's hundreds of chemicals that we're finding here. And the families, many of them, at least 4 or 5 now, have actually fled for their lives. They have abandoned their homes, they've walked away from them, and just to be able to live. Their families are extremely, extremely ill. They, unlike what was presented as they were probably upside down in their mortgage and this was a scam to get out of paying for it. That is not the case. These families, one is a CHP officer, another is a Marine, another is a Border Patrol officer, another one works at the school. These are very upstanding, hardworking families. They were not upside down in their mortgage, but that seems to have influenced the attitude of working with the families. So what the emails are beginning to show is the attitude that was brought to any of the analysis and the investigation at this site. One of them is about Tommy Ciccarelli, who is a Marine who served in Iraq and Afghanistan. He came home to start his life with his wife, Fatima, and bought their dream home. On July 20th, 2012, Fatima and Thomas welcomed the birth of their first child, Kaylee. Less than 3 weeks later, Fatima was dead. On the morning of August 9th, Fatima became extremely ill, and Thomas took her to the hospital, where she passed away. Now we have a young man who is mourning his wife and trying to raise a little baby girl. He served more than 23 years protecting our country. And like many of his neighbors, he has had to abandon his home. What he thought would be the American dream turned out to be a toxic nightmare. Kaylee and I have been living with family and friends for the past 6 months until we can figure out what's going on with this house. And despite their pleas for help from various agencies, nobody is responding. As Tom has said, is this America? Is this what I fought for? Am I being told that my family and I are safer on foreign soil than we are on soil at home here in the United States? Tommy is the kind of person that has never met a stranger. He's very personable. He has spoken in many of the hearings, bringing everybody to tears in what he's had to face. Tommy has poured out his heart to the Wildemar team, to the 2 staff people who these emails are evolving around. He was trying to rebuild his life and has gotten married again, and on December 21st, 2014, he had a new baby boy. In his excitement, he shared the good news with the Wildemar team by saying, "Thanks for all your thoughts and prayers." He sent that to Bill Boson, who then emailed to Theo, "Don't want you to miss out on this." And Theo says, you're lucky to be on the BFF mailing list. What kind of gift are you going to send? I didn't receive the announcement, so technically I see no evil, speak no evil, and hear no evil. Are you suggesting the work of the devil here, Spawn and Satan? To use that kind of insult to this family who is going through tremendous, tremendous stress and who has put his trust in these people, and to have a joyous situation treated like that, the spawn of Satan, really? The reason I show that is because this is the attitude that is being brought into the community. This is the representation of the state to these very traumatized families. And it doesn't stop there. As we were building up to one of the interim reports that were going to be released, this is in September of 2014, there was a lot of media interest, and one of them was an NBC reporter who was approaching DTSC to get an interview and do a story on this. And so we have an email in which it said, "Boy, it just gets better. Should I look in the nightly news tonight too?" And the response was, "Not until tomorrow, but come Friday, I will shove it up their collective asses like a community enema. Come Monday, don't respond to emails, phone calls, or claim any knowledge of me." That is your representative out into this community. That's their attitude toward this community. Shove it up their asses like a community enema. Another email that we came across, I think, summarizes what the strategy is on the part of many at DTSC staff. And this isn't from Theo or from Bill, but from one of the deputies, senior deputies in the department. And the quote is, "No data is no evidence, and therefore it's safe." This is precisely what we keep seeing. By refusing to testing the wrong compounds, leaving test results out of reports, ignoring data, they can truthfully say There is no evidence to show contamination, and therefore it must be safe. For communities around Exide, for the Ag Park, for Wildemar, and for many other sites around the state, this is what they see. I think that hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil is pretty much it. They just don't want to see it. Don't create any more problems for them. I think that for many of the staff, and I don't want to use a broad brush because I know many very good, hardworking, professional staff members among DTSC. I believe it's a matter of a few, not the many. For example, the Stringfellow team, which I'm personally involved with, has done a remarkable job. We had some pretty hairy moments at the beginning, but they are doing a very professional job. They treat the community with great respect. They're doing a terrific, the type of job that all of us expect out of DTSC staff. But in other sites, that's not the case. It seems like the public is treated more like they're busybodies, interfering with our job, poking their noses into something they shouldn't be poking into. How dare they challenge us or question us? Why should they have any information? And we seem to forget that the residents are those that should be at the top of the list, that they are the ones most affected, that their entire lives depend on what's going on here. If anybody deserves to be consulted with, to be seek ideas, to be shared the information, it is those affected residents. And yet, at the Ag Park site, which I think you heard from last meeting, a presentation on that, we get this update from the staff, in which it said, we received the soil samples on December 28th. EPA provided comments. DTSC and EPA participated in a conference call. We met with the developer on such and such. We talked with somebody else, and on it, it doesn't tell what they found. It doesn't tell what they're going to do. It doesn't share any meaningful information with them. This is out, and it doesn't talk about we met with the residents. The developer, who is the one who polluted the land, who's responsible for spreading it around and contaminating those families, the city, who has some liability in this whole issue, everybody except the people who are living right next to it, who day after day are still being exposed to that site. They get nothing. They got a questionnaire. How do you want us to communicate with you? Well, for crying out loud, we've been doing this for 35 years. We know how to communicate with residents. You hold a meeting and you share the information with them, hopefully first before they have to read it in the newspaper. You talk to them about what their concerns are, what they are seeing at the site, because their lived experiences has great wisdom for what you need to be doing. But that isn't the way that the staffs are acting. And yes, there are emails about me. So here's a picture, not one of my favorite ones. And Bill Boson writes to Theo, no matter how bad things get, this will make you feel better. And Theo's response, I just threw up and shit myself simultaneously. And you expect me and others to continue working with these people who are still on staff here. If the first group of emails didn't raise your anger and outrage, the second one should. And it goes on and on. There's about 14 some packets right now, and that's just the first cache. So 50,000 emails we've got to look at. I know it's not about what they say about an individual. I know, having 37 years working in this, that when you push against a person in power and they're wrong, they lash out at you and you get this kind of stuff. I understand that. We got a pretty good example of it back in December with the director when we unveiled publicly those emails. So what was her response? We didn't see her stand up at the podium outraged at what had happened with her staff, embarrassed on behalf of the department. She attacked me by reading my last email to Jay Cross, who was filling that PRA request, that
It's a time check, Penny. We're at 15 minutes.
Thank you. I think what I'm looking for will be covered in the privilege and confidential anyway. I appreciate all the hard work you've put in to meet my request. Thanks so much. Throughout this whole thing between Jay Cross and I, who was the staff person assigned to fill this, it was a very nice conversation, very cordial. So I wanted to kind of bring you through the timeline of what took place. We filed our PRA in September of 2014. Didn't get a response. Our first response came in 3 of 15. And then you see a number of back and forth here. In May of 2014, I became aware that during that discovery time, they came across the racist emails. And we started at that point to try and get those released because they were not in the ones that we had requested on the CD that we got. And so that continued going into June, July on in 2015. I tried very different ways to make sure that they understood I was trying to get those emails. And on 610, I put in about all emails since January 2013 to present that include derogatory, sexist, racist, negative comments. Now that would seem pretty clear what I was asking for. And what I got back was that for derogatory and negative emails, it may be very subjective. Well, what that told me was that if I kept pushing on this, they would know that I know they have those emails and that somebody in DTSC told me about them. And I didn't want to get somebody in trouble. So at that point, I told them, let's just stop this. I'm going to have to try a different angle here. Because they had the emails in their hand and were saying, oh, it's very subjective. I'm not sure we'd have anything. Clearly, they knew what I was talking about. And so I had stopped that. We found out that those were being put into a personnel investigation, which meant that they weren't open for discovery. And at that point, in 7 of 2015, I went to the Attorney General and I asked if they could access those emails. So again, it wasn't the department who asked the Attorney General to come in and do an investigation. We started that. We asked them to do that. I also, in August, went to the governor's office, met with the staff there. I asked them if they knew about the emails. They said, yes, Barbara's taking care of it. Those guys, I think they've been fired. And I said, but it's not just about a couple of staff people. This goes to the culture that is in DTSC. It goes to the core of what is wrong at DTSC. And she says, oh, all the agencies are like that. Now, if the governor's office is going to poo-poo this and dismiss it, we have a real problem here. Somebody has to step up. And for an example, this at the end, I have a couple of handouts here for you as well. To think that this doesn't matter, I think we have an example right now that's taking place between Porter Ranch and Exide. Porter Ranch, and don't get me wrong, this is a horrific situation, and for greenhouse gases, it's especially bad. But we've gotten an evacuation. Governor's declared a state of emergency. They built a new school so that the kids can be moved out and not be stressed by the situation. We have some health issues, dizziness, whatnot, from methylmercaptan and natural gas. The Exide facility, where we know from test results, people are being exposed, 10,000 homes being exposed to very high levels of lead. We know what is going on there. The health impacts are permanent and multi-generational from lead exposure. And yet, around that facility, there's no evacuation. They're in place. They're having to live with that every day. There's no state of emergency. There's no building a new school and moving the kids into a safe place. So what is the difference? Well, Porter Ranch is 60% white. The median household income is $121,000. For the Exide facility, we have a number of communities around there, all 90% Latino, and the median household income is $48,000. If you don't think race and class makes a difference in how they're treated, look again. I come to you again making the same request that we made in December. We're getting the release of the emails, and they're being made public. But we still need to review all of the emails within the department to identify other culprits. We need to review all the cases that these people who have these types of attitudes that are indicated through the emails, their cases reviewed again to see how it influenced their judgment. We need to establish a truly zero tolerance. To continue, how you have zero tolerance and they continue to work. I understand that the two people were given a week off with pay after the hearing so that they weren't bothered by the public and the press, and that the deputies were told to be nice to them because they're going through a stressful time. We need to analyze and disclose the staff demographics within the DTSC. We need to hold a Senate Rules Committee hearing on this matter with subpoena power to provide the recommendations to the governor so that there is a full investigation. And we've asked that this also go through our independent review panel. I know that you have limited authority here. You're volunteers. You have limited staff. There's no way that you can launch the type of investigation that is needed here. But I sincerely hope that it is one of your primary recommendations to the legislature. I know we had Senator De Leon at the meeting last month or earlier, who had some very strong things to say. But at this point, we've heard the strong language, we've heard the foot stomping from a number of people, but we're not seeing action. It's time to move beyond the recommendations and the words and whatnot and start doing something to change this attitude and this culture within DTSC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you
Newman.
for that extra time. I really
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Yeah, our agenda item yesterday included a detailed discussion of HR issues at the department. I don't know if you were listening, but we got about 30 or 45 minutes from the director on this email issue. There are certain recommendations that we're going to discuss today about the emails. So are you sticking around for this discussion today?
Yeah, as long as I can. There's limited lifetime material, so.
Thank you very much. Any other general public comment?
There's opposition.
Ms. Newman, have you spoken directly to the director about the email issue?
She did not want to talk to me after the meeting. She was extremely angry and would not. I did receive a phone call, I think it was like New Year's Eve, letting me know that there's emails that involve me and apologizing for them.
Did you talk to her, or was it voicemail?
I talked to her.
How long was that
It
discussion?
was a very short discussion. It was just, I wanted you to be aware that there are emails with your picture and comments about you, that they were redacted for the public, that I got the unredacted version, and that she wished me a happy new year.
Okay. Well, I would encourage you to listen to yesterday, because we got a lot from her on this yesterday, perhaps stuff that she did not tell you during that call, so that might be helpful in terms of more information from her on what the department is doing about this. So I'm not sure, it may or may not satisfy you, but I would encourage you to listen to that.
Since we're the ones who wrote the letter both to the governor, to De Leon, to this committee, to her, that we would have a response from somebody at some point, and there has not been.
Thank you. Nothing further on 5?
There's not, Mr.
Very good. Okay, colleagues, time check, it's about 10:10, so we're a little bit early here. I'd like to now move on to organizational, operational, and administrative matters. This is discussion and possible action on the organizational, operational, and administrative guidelines of the IRP, including written work plan. These matters may include guidelines to govern our roles, staff, meeting and agenda, contacts with the department, maintenance of the website, access to IRP public records, facilitating public comment, IRP budget, and again, development of that work plan. We have on this item a document for consideration. And this, again, colleagues, is a discussion and a possible action item. So we have a document that's been on the website for a couple days, drafted by panel member Dr. Campbell. Thank you very much for, you said you'd do this, and you did it. This is the IRP procedures, responsibilities, and work plan for 2016. It's a draft document. So, colleagues, I think we need to spend some time talking about this work plan and determining whether we want to take action on it. There may also be a couple other little things that we need to discuss, our website, some of the Spanish translation issues, some other things that I have in mind that I think we need to discuss as well. But how about we jump right into the work plan? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So with no objection, we'll do that. Do you want to present on this document, panel member Dr. Campbell?
Sure.
Thank you.
I would just like to mention that it was my pleasure working on this. It was something that I felt needed to be done, but it was difficult as a single individual to really try to encompass everything that our panel needs to do. Because of the Bagley-Keene Act, we are restricted on discussing anything amongst ourselves. So this is the first time that we as a panel can discuss this. This is just something that I had been thinking about, and based on the meetings we've had, felt that it's something that we can start to initially build up our responsibilities. I would like to mention that it is very primitive, and I think that it requires the panel's input in order to become finalized. So as such, I would like to go ahead and just recognize that because now we have our independent review panel heading, like the members, is probably unnecessary to put that in at this time, so we can just take that out perhaps. The authorities and responsibilities are based on our statute regarding DTSC independent review panel, but I would like to go ahead. It's just a very brief summary, but I would like to get my co-panel's suggestions on that area. And then we can go ahead and discuss everything else. But if we could take a few minutes to make sure that I was able to capture everything with that small summary.
How about for that, rather than a detailed, more of like we start with a high level, and then for, like a lot of this could be minor edits or stuff that we could just send to Eric to make,
Okay.
And rather than take our time on that when we could do it later on our, other time.
Sure. But do you feel that
way.
that should even be there? Like we should have a section on authority or responsibilities and information about our meeting? Do you think it should be in this document to begin with?
I do.
Okay. Okay, then yeah, we can go ahead and make small suggestions on that. The meeting and agenda, if it's, I tried to look at our previous meetings and describe what we do based on that. I would like to mention that our closed sessions, we don't have it always, so I put that in parentheses as when necessary. But if you feel these are all factors that are pretty minor and can be determined by just some editing, then I'm fine with moving on to the actual goals, action items.
Do you have any observations you want to make now, Vice Chair, on these two headings, meeting and meeting agenda minutes?
Well, the only Yeah, and then now, see, I'm already getting into the weeds, and I don't want to do that. I said, we're also constrained by budget, for the amount of meetings we have. But no, I think all of my comments could wait and be done more in a, editorial fashion with Eric.
Yeah, so there's a few things, for example, it says any member or public representative, may place an item on agenda. That's not the public's role. It's our role to decide what's on the agenda. So they can request placement, but ultimately it's up to the chair to decide, the panelists, potentially through actions, what goes on the agenda. There probably can be some reference to Bagley Keene. I think that we hopefully will have both of our staffers soon.
Okay.
Just a reminder to the public, we do not have our analyst position filled yet, so a lot of the substantive work that we would normally require our staff or assistants on, we won't have staff to do that. Ultimately, we will have that, I do think that we're going to need to provide some sort of guidelines for how, not so much a work plan of what we're going to do, but rather sort of, how we're going to do it. So these questions about the website and how things are posted, where they're posted, the question of the documents submission by the public and how they'll be considered, the question of the preparation of the agendas, the discussion of the public meetings and how long is public comment, the other sort of nuts and bolts. We're probably going to need some sort of document summarizing all of that. It's not a regulation, it's not binding, but some sort of guideline so the stakeholders know how to interact with us in a transparent way, and that we have rules for our staff generally to understand what they're supposed to be doing. I think that some of these topics here in meeting agenda minutes may be more appropriate, for that document as opposed to the work plan. Or it can be all combined into one document, called the work plan. But I think this information, in addition to other stuff, needs to be set forth to the public. So I really appreciate you putting that forward. But I think once we get our AGPA, we'll probably re-agendize this exact item and go through all these things and have our AGPA prepare for us based on analogies and examples from other panels, the different things that would go into sort of a guidelines/procedures type of document. And some of this meeting agenda minutes stuff, reference to Bagley Keene, all the things we've discussed already, probably can go in there. But that being said, some of this stuff here may be appropriate for this work plan document, but before we move on to sort of the substance and the meat of this, and again, thank you very much for preparing it, do we think that that the work plan needs all that other stuff in it, or do we agree that maybe that's a separate document?
I had envisioned the work plan slightly differently, more of just a chronological, okay, we're going to tackle this, and so that we're starting to get an outline of our meetings and make sure that we get the presentations, information we need, and prioritize it because of our limited time, and more on that, and this type of information in a separate document. So I agree with you, Mr. Chair.
What would you want to put this information under? If you want to have a separate document, so would you want to have the procedures, for example, separate from the responsibilities and work? Because if you look at the title of this work plan, I basically just went ahead and put it as just our procedures as well as our responsibilities and work plan. So basically, I wanted it to be as thorough as it possibly can, and that we could have everything in one file, so it would be easy to have one thing kind of lead to the next.
Let's just clarify where we're going here. So I threw the question out, do we want one combined document or do we want two? Panelist Vizier seemed to indicate maybe two. Do you have an opinion one way or the other?
I'd rather have it all as one document, so it would be easier to access.
Either two or three separate sections.
Exactly.
I would be open to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So if we're really going to do that, and we're really going to throw the kitchen sink in here, we're going to have to obviously, keep working on it and try to identify all those things. And I think it's perfectly appropriate and probably, best practice as soon as possible to get all that stuff in there, but it means that a document that's, 2.5 pages is going to look more like 10 probably.
Well,
And that's fine.
I suspect that once we get an analyst on board, that person's going to have a series of questions. How do you want to do this? And when that's how the procedures and response, that person will put it, okay, you decided this. So I'm like, it's like a decision log almost but to say, okay, we're going to conduct business in this manner. This is the procedure we'll follow. And so I think it would flow naturally and probably be a evolutionary document that could be, evolve over time as we learn more and grow.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it seems like we have a little bit of a consensus on that. The only thing I'll say is that that's going to take some work. It's going to take some time. You could spend hours putting that together. Probably it certainly is more appropriate to have our staffer do that, and that's what staff is for. We don't have that staff person yet. In closed session yesterday, reporting out did indicate that we made an offer, but the person hasn't accepted and hasn't started yet. So I do want to just identify, there's a little bit of a tension between sort of finalizing a work plan and kind of getting it done, and at least a common understanding for all stakeholders and ourselves as to sort of what at least the near to medium term is going to look like, versus, waiting till we have a staffer, waiting till all the stuff is in there, and waiting till it's perfect, and we have a great, beautiful work plan, but that may be, April or May.
That's right.
So, but I do think if that's what we want to do is put it all in there, it may take that amount of time, but probably what we can just do is in the meantime, go through the timelines, go through these general goals, so we at least have a consensus, and our minutes can reflect, what our consensus is, recognizing that it may not be in a adopted work plan for a little while because we don't have staff to write a full, beautiful plan yet.
Yeah, I don't think we can finalize it until later, but at least we can maybe just discuss our goals and make sure that they're in line.
Well, my thinking, I think is similar, but we've got less than 2 years. We've got a lot to do. And we need to have a plan, and we can start with a very general outline and detail it as we go. But if we're not going to do that, I fear that we're going to end up not accomplishing our goal.
This is what I was envisioning, a similar thing, but what happens is when you start working on a work plan, what I noticed is that a lot of the things that we need to do in parallel in order to be able to accomplish what we need to in the limited amount of time that we're given. So if we start with an overarching goal and then kind of say, okay, now we have to do this year, this year, this year, a lot of it is things that we need to do kind of together in some way. So what I try to do is have a timeline, but some of these action items may not be appropriate in a flow chart because they may to some degree be separate part of the plan in order to get to the same.
I understand parallel. I'm not sure I have all the rest of what you envisioned a clear picture of. I don't, all I want to do is for sure capture what we want to do at a high level, and then detail it as, I don't think we're going to do that today. I don't, the level of detail. In other words, what are we going to do in our March 2017 meeting? I don't think we need to know that today, but we do know that that we'll fall into a rhythm and start detailing things out, but we really need to capture the big items.
So just to sort of summarize what we're hearing, we probably agree, especially if we're trying to make this document include procedures, that it's not going to be finalized for a while. That being said, we can talk through, and we're about to dive in here, to these different tasks with a timeline, with some understanding of what it's going to take to do that. And maybe we can agree on a consensus on that today, recognizing that there's going to be some blanks to fill in. And probably this is going to be this document, a work in progress. Let's say we get staff hire in 2 weeks. So that person starts February 1st. Maybe in our February meeting, that person could start to work on this, work with Eric on what Eric hears today, maybe work with you again, taking the lead on this, and give us a better draft in February, and then we can go through it again, and maybe it is feasible, in March to sort of finalize this. But at least in the meantime, we'll have a common understanding of what this document ultimately should look like after today, and a common understanding of, at least in the short to medium term, what we're going to be doing. That make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So with that being said, why don't you go forward and explain, and I think that this, this timeline, this grid is helpful. I don't think it's totally impossible to put together, like one of those, scheduling with, I'm struggling for the word, but when you do like a construction schedule, there's different tasks that go on, lines horizontally across the page, and maybe, again, just visually.
Project management.
The project management schedule, or maybe visually that can help. But again, Eric's going to have to download the project management software and put that together for us. But these are the kind of things that our staff can do. But I think perhaps if we are trying to put together a nice work plan, that's what our staff should be doing. It's one of their core responsibilities, and they can make it look nice with those kind of visuals. But that being said, obviously here you've set forth a timeline that is generally understandable. So why don't you go ahead, please?
Can I make a complete aside? Just because I thought about this, and
Only if Dr. Campbell agrees that he can make a complete aside. Okay, yes.
is the constraints of Bagley King. I think everybody in this room understands it because they see I can't ask you, what do you think about this after we leave this meeting?
Exactly.
But at the same time, the law was passed to ensure transparency, and and for good reason. And so we want to be a little bit careful. We don't want to give the impression that we're not abiding by it. We think it's important and very much and adhere to it to the letter of the law. But it does make a lot of, it limits our ability to work unless we had had continuous 40-hour-a-week meetings or so on.
Understood. Okay. Dr. Campbell?
Okay, so the easy ones are, I think, the ones that I put as the first goal is to establish our organizational and procedural methods, which allows our performance. And we have been in the process of doing this. For the work plan, I basically dated it for 2016, 2017. So some of these action plans that I have here are things that we have been doing since our initial meeting. So they're kind of in process. But this is really easy to monitor our parameters. We need to hire the second support staff. We have to, in some ways, try to finalize this work plan to some degree. But I agree with you that it is a complex thing to put together, and we will need the assistance of our staff individuals to make it cohesive, comprehensive, and really detail everything that we need to do. And also develop strategies to maximize efficiency. And what I meant by that was, for example, we have the Bagley-Keene, and we know that we are very restricted because of Bagley-Keene. So what we have been doing, and this is something we may want to further develop, is to divvy up responsibilities. You have worked on the initial budgetary report. Gideon has worked on the report that is due, at least the draft form, in the report that is due at the end of this month, and I have been working on this work plan. So in some ways we have done some division of labor in order to be able to do things in a timely manner. Do we want to expand on that? Do we want to have certain responsibilities that can be basically given to a single individual to work with the staff members so that we can get things going? So that's what I meant by develop strategies to maximize efficiency.
What I'd like you to do, Rose, is I'd like you to go through this whole thing and then we'll discuss it.
Okay.
You have the word here, monitoring parameters at the top. What do you mean by that?
Kind of like sort of, what we can, sort of our metrics to see if we are establishing the action plan, if that goal is being met.
They look more like tasks.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Okay, anyway, go ahead. I just wanted to get that.
So we can put that as
Yeah,
tasks.
something like tasks. Or expected tasks, something like that. Yeah, okay. Okay, so just go through the whole thing and then we'll discuss, please. And please explain, whatever you think is necessary for us to understand your thinking.
Thank you. Perfect. For the second action item, it is to really gather input from all the stakeholders. And from this, I used the section that was given to us from the Health and Safety Code 57007. And paragraph 1 talks about a process for obtaining the views of employees, regulated community, the public, environmental organizations, government officials, with regard to the performance, vision, and needs of the agency implementing the quality government program.
I think that's actually paragraph D1, but yeah, right? Isn't it D1? A, B, C, D1, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
D1.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's basically where I gather that information, that we really need to get input from all of these stakeholders based on this section D1, paragraph D1. So we have been in the process of doing that. We have received information from DTSC, for example. We have received feedback from the communities that are impacted. We really haven't received a lot of information from the regulated community. We got a letter from Kettleman County based on one of our meetings.
And we also received the California Chamber of Commerce. There was a letter that was submitted on behalf of 20 to 30 parts, and many of those were part of the regulated community.
And I believe that some of the folks are here today, Mr. Raghi from the Manufacturers and Technology Association. Is that Mr. Sampson from the Cal Chambers here today?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so
We decided to talk about you when you left the room.
Yeah, that's the best time to talk about it.
so I feel that we need to receive input from all the stakeholders.
Well, I think maybe make them aware and ask for input. I mean, we can't force them to provide input. Does that make sense?
So solicit information, receive feedback, continue hearing from the public. We can reward these.
Yeah, that's.
We can tailor it to what we feel is necessary. I just basically put some of the tasks at hand.
Yeah. Better just keep going. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Then on the third action item, I put that based on the information gathered from all the stakeholders, we can go ahead and maybe look at some of the least successful and the most successful, because I think that the stakeholders will let us know what works and what doesn't work. In some ways, that input that we get from the stakeholders can kind of give us an idea of what are some of the success stories and what are some of the basically problems that have been encountered. And based on that, so basically we have to review all the input, kind of see what practices are ones that have been successful and one that have been least successful. So in some ways we have to now get all the data from the stakeholders and synthesize it and kind of evaluate it. So that's what number 3 is about. It's just taking all the information, seeing what worked and what didn't work. And then based on that information, we can provide our recommendations.
So just a matter of clarification on the timeline, that's January to December 2016.
Those are so difficult to, and that's
I
what I
understand.
really needed you guys to
Okay.
help me with
Okay.
that. I just put something in hoping that it's reasonable, but it might be completely unreasonable. So this is something, it just, at this point, we're really trying to get all the input from all, and we've been giving a lot of information. But at some point, we have to take that information and synthesize it. And that is kind of our task number 3, is taking all this information and to some degree synthesizing what was helpful, what really worked, what was not helpful, and what are some of the deficiencies. And those are really what we need to focus on to make our recommendations on. These have been the deficiencies that we have deducted from all of the input we have received. And now, in order to move forward and make sure that those deficiencies are dealt with, these are our recommendations in some ways. Now, those recommendations, quite honestly, step 4 is going to be the recommendations, and 90 days, every 90 days, we kind of have to have some a report that we send to the governor's
If
office.
I remember correctly, the 90-day report, subsection F, I think, is a progress report, and the recommendations were more intended on the annual report. But because we've only got one annual report left, we might revisit that, even though it's with the statute, you know, but we'd have to check with council on that.
At least the initial recommendations, I'm hoping that if we put certain recommendations and they go into play, we don't know if those recommendations are going to be successful or not. So I was thinking that in number 5, what I was thinking of is we could start, and this can be done in parallel with everything else, and that's why I put it as January and June. So this is being done, task number 5 is being done in parallel with the other tasks.
Okay.
And that is establishing measurable metrics, which is what we had discussed beforehand, to make sure that what we are recommending and what is being implemented is actually working. And I think that is something that we all decided was important. Those measurable metrics that we can get like a baseline reading now, see if those the programs that get implemented actually improve that metrics, or they don't make any change, or they actually make it worse. And those are things that we need to do, is actually develop these measurable metrics, which I think what we have received thus far have told us, okay, it has kind of provided us with some understanding of what these matrices should look like to some degree.
And now I'm the one who said we need a high-level report, not to get in the weeds, but my experience with government is you make a thing, you put it in effect, you know, that's it, probably at least a year. And initially, they're going to concentrate on that, and they're going to succeed and look good. But the next year might fall off. I mean, the one thing I think that I'm going in is that we should also focus on, and it's probably in here, is what should they do and not do? Well, what, you know, there's a choice. They can do this, this, this if they've got the resources. But if you don't give them the resources, they get that. I think they've got too many tasks for the resources, and I don't see that. But I think we should.
So I think that's kind of like the third action plan that I was kind of thinking of, is like really determining what is least successful and what is most successful, and then kind of at the fourth action plan is like taking all of that and providing some.
Yeah, I guess where I'm going, and maybe not as most.
So can we just let's get
Okay.
please, so we get her whole perspective, because some of the stuff might be in there, and then we can certainly have a very robust discussion about it. Okay.
I think what I'm thinking is, as a scientist, we usually face the problem, form a hypothesis, we go ahead and gather the data, you know, look at the results, and then come up with certain conclusions, basically. So we need to, in some ways, develop some measurable matrices. Then action item number 6 is gather the data. So basically, we need to have some measurements, some measurables that we can get the data from. And after that, we can evaluate the results. And I have provided some information. Some of these matrices will be objective, like numbers. Some of them would be subjective, like how the community feels DTSC is performing. That would be a subjective measure. So some of our matrices will actually be objective, and some of them would be subjective. And that is something that I try to put in there. Quantitative matrices, those are objective, of course. And then level of satisfaction, those would be subjective measurements. But I think both of them are important in our development of matrices. Then in action plan number 7, I put evaluate results from the data that we gather from both quantitative and qualitative metrics, both the objective and subjective matrices that we develop as a panel together. and then draft figures and tables to illustrate what actually worked, what actually was successfully improved. Because if we make suggestions and if these suggestions are taken into effect, does it actually really improve the matrices that we want to measure? So that is something, and of course the timeline may be completely off, I agree with you, but at least I think it's something that needs to be done. And we have to determine then what really failed and what actually worked and what factors just didn't change so that we can go back and see why some of those recommendations failed or not. But it's just some ideas. And of course, our most important task, which is to generate the reports.
Okay. Is there anything more you want us to present on this?
Just really quickly, I just want to make sure that the recommendations that we make are based on informative factors, that we have done our homework, we really have developed some matrices that are easy to objectively look at, because we are going to have to listen to so many stakeholders, and there may be a lot of opposing factors. So we really need to make our recommendations objectively. And I agree that budget constraints are going to be an issue, but at the same time, we want to make sure that all of the factors that we've listened thus far, community satisfaction, all of those are being met. And it's going to be a difficult task, but I think it's important for us to do it objectively as we possibly can.
Thank you. So thank you very much for thinking this through. Again, we've been operating essentially without staff to help us on the substantive stuff, and Eric's been extremely helpful, but he's only been with us for a short period of time as well. Probably none of the things that we have prepared could have been done without Eric's assistance, but it certainly could not have been done without the panelists stepping up. And panel member Vizier worked on something that was submitted and finalized last week, and then you've done this, so thank you very much. So we now have to discuss this and try to agree on some consensus on the different action items, timelines, and tasks. What do we think is the best way to try to get to that consensus? Should we now turn it over to the vice chair, who can now go through the whole thing with his observations, and then and just get it all out there, and then perhaps I can then chime in with my observations on the whole thing, and then once we all know each other's different perspectives, working off of this excellent template, which has pretty much everything in there, then we can decide what direction to give to our staff and to ourselves in terms of trying to get towards a more final version. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. Vice Chair?
Yeah, we'll get comments on this undoubtedly. And so the one thing I would think that this looks like, all the recommendations are going to, well, maybe no, that's not true. But I want to get across to make sure that, we've got recommendations from the California Chamber of Commerce. We've got recommendations from the People's Senate. We've got the entire, the group, the program review staff has done an enormous amount of work at DTSC with literally maybe 100 recommendations, maybe more, I'm not sure. And so that we maybe the focus should be on more is consider all of those, look for common ground and consensus, and then that might be our first step. In the work plan for the recommendations. If we can see a consensus on the recommendations among all those different stakeholders, and we agree with them, then that would be the first set we would take on. Then it would be, the next step would be the ones that perhaps there's limited consensus, and then maybe no consensus. Might be a chronological support that process that would work. But it's slightly different take on the same thing. I don't think anything you've got here it would fit within that, but more of a prioritization added to it. And so that we can say, okay, within the next 3 months or next 6 months or next month, I don't know what the right time frame is, we're going to go through and review everything, and when we've got complete consensus, we're just going to make sure we'll maybe write it and put it back out for them to review and comment, make sure we captured their concerns and recommendations, and then publish them. And then the next one would be starting to better understand the different stakeholders' concerns about, well, let's say 2 of the 3. And of course, we're not limiting, our stakeholders are not just those 3, DTSC and California Chamber of Commerce and the People's Senate, but those have been, we've got the largest input from those 3 at this point.
And DTSC.
But when they disagree, to understand the disagreement would be the next priority, and so on. I don't, that would be the only, it's not really changing this, but it might be a slight modification to the approach to give it some priority. Does that make sense?
I like that. I like that approach actually very much, because it gives us a little bit more of, I can see how that works in some ways. We would need our staff, because what we would need to do is basically be able to gather all of the input, see what aligns, and those are going to be the initial things, what do not align, and then how we want to address those recommendations that may be misaligned, and then kind of go from there. Is that that's what I understand from what you kind of...
And establish get in that order, because the ones that align should be fairly simple. But the sooner we can produce something, the better. We don't want to start with the hard ones first, because some of those, I suspect, 2 years from now, we're going to still be discussing and not,
I think that's it. I understand. So basically what we need is a chart, basically like an Excel file perhaps, of the recommendations from each of the stakeholders, and then kind of be able to have each of those recommendations charted, and then kind of see, like, we can color code how, like, if there is like the same alignment. Is that kind of what you're suggesting?
That's beyond what I had in mind, more detailed, but that initially to me is as I envision it, seems like that might be a very workable way of doing it.
Other comments?
Not at this time.
So, okay, so what I'll do is I'll chime in on my thoughts, and then we can go to public comment, and then we can deliberate a little bit. I do have some comments.
Okay, good.
The first is the timelines. I think that this work plan should be the work plan for 2016 and 2017. I think we need. I don't think it's inappropriate at all to plan for 2 years. I think we certainly can do that. That's done all the time in most organizations, and I see no reason. Obviously, we can revisit this if things need to be changed, but I think we have to plan for 2 years. So that's one comment. The second comment, as a result, is I think the timelines, unfortunately, are a little aggressive. So, for example, I think we've talked about this before, colleagues, is that this year is really going to be an information gathering year and sort of making those recommendations. The 2017 is going to be the reporting year to see how things are going, and then doing sort of follow-up recommendations. So I really see most of, for example, topic 7 to be an activity, and to some extent 6 and 7 to be topics for 2017.
Okay.
In other words, we make our we make our recommendations this year in an orderly fashion, and then in 2017 we really monitor and report on all this. And I think that's consistent with the statute 57014F, which basically says that those 90-day reports are to talk about the progress. So I think that really 2017 is going to be reporting on the progress on the different things that we identified. 2017 is going to be to report on the progress of the things that we identified in 2016. I think that just taking notes. The action plan should very clearly identify when our reports are due, and that should certainly be, one of the goals. So you've done that, but we're going to need a report by May 28th. We're going to need another report by September, whatever it is, 28th, another, the 90. So that definitely should be in here, is the date of all those reports all the way through 2017. Another thing, and I've discussed this with the director, I think that she identified this for us during her discussions with us, is to think about whether we really want to do this sort of in a real orderly way. So, for example, in March, think a lot about permitting, and that will be our permitting discussion, and that the recommendations will come from that. Then in May, enforcement, and we get all the presentations, all the data requests, and I want to talk about data requests. Then in September, we do, what's the next thing? Public outreach. And then cost recovery. Well, I'm not saying we have to decide on the order, that's the order of the statute, but whether we should at least consider whether we want to organize ourselves that way. So that way the department and all stakeholders sort of know each quarter what we're focusing on, and then perhaps really be able to dig in. Otherwise, what we're going to be doing is sort of scattershot, and that's fine, making these recommendations in all these areas, but maybe it's going to be a mile wide and just an inch deep, whereas if we really focus for a quarter on one topic, you can get a lot deeper, a lot more into it. Now, again, that means that you may lose focus on that topic when you move on to the next topic, but again, I just want to throw this out.
I think that's
I know that the director likes that approach, but I wanted to at least throw that out.
That is how I originally envisioned it. Dr. Campbell's comment that some of these need to be done in parallel made sense to me, but I think we could do both. In other words, 80% of our time would 50% of our time is listening to the public. So, but of our time on the work, that's the other 50%. Then we could have 80% of that on a specific topic, 20 on updates or catching up or revisions or questions about the other topics. Does that make sense? Kind of a ratio type of approach.
And I agree, because if we get our support person, they can generate reports based on that one area, like permitting, work with other personnel to get all the data that we need, and then we can have maybe a report that was made by our analyst, and we can dedicate a meeting, for example, to just one area, like permitting or enforcement or community outreach, and that would make it a little bit more manageable.
With the one exception being, or maybe not the one exception, but we also have to keep, if it's going to involve legislation or budget stuff, we've got to keep an eye on the legislative calendar too. For something that's, I'm going to throw it out now just because but as an example, is I think sooner rather than later we need to recommend that the program funding for program review staff does not go away on June 30th, rather that it at least goes to January 1st, 2018, and not June 30th of 2018, so that they can work with us and help on this. But it's just a thought.
Right. So, agreed. And that's one of the recommendations we're going to discuss later today. And I think, we also should identify on this timeline, when all of our meetings are going to be, and some sort of, meeting calendar for all of our meetings. And then maybe we can, as we do that, fill in the blanks that maybe, we'll plan in April to go to the San Joaquin Valley, or, to Eureka, wherever it might be, to Coronado Island, wherever it might be, so just to give folks a heads up. So those are sort of, the general comments. The other comment that I think we do need to get out on the table is number 4, which is that you identify here the task as to provide the recommendations. And I think our recommendations, I think we all agree, some go to DTSC, but picking up on what Vice Chair just said, some go to the legislature as well, right? But is that provide the initial list of recommendations to the director in April or May. Now, we had this discussion at the end of our last meeting. We have been asked by the legislature to make recommendations at the time of submission of the 2016-27 annual budget. The reason for that, as the Vice Chair just indicated, is so that the recommendations can be considered during the legislative season at the time folks are introducing bills and stuff like that. We had this discussion last time, and my understanding, we don't have good minutes reflecting it because we're still working on those, was that is that you had tasked the chair to draft up some initial recommendations, and that those initial recommendations, which I spent a lot of time on, were going to be considered today. And we're going to have a robust talk about it. We've got a lot of stakeholders here to talk about that. But that at least, because the Senate Pro Tem urged us to do it, we're getting urged to do it by many stakeholders, and because we realize the legislative session is that we're going to try to get some initial recommendations out now. That's what I worked on for the last month. That's what we're going to consider this afternoon. I don't support providing an initial list of recommendations in April or May, 2 months after bills can be introduced. I support trying to get consensus with what we have based on what we got in a pragmatic and reasonable and appropriate way today. And that's what we're going to spend 3 hours on, shortly after we finish this. That being said, I think that pretty much every 90 days, especially this year, we should be digging in, with more recommendations, particularly the ones where maybe we don't have a lot of that common ground. But I think we have to think about getting stuff today, even if there's not 100% common ground from everybody. We've had 5 meetings. We've already considered thousands of pages of documents. I feel it's time, depending on what the panel can get consensus on. So I wanted to make that observation. So really, those are the observations I had on the document, which I think is an extremely good prototype for where we go from here. So we've all talked about now our different observations on it. How do we want to organize trying to get consensus? What's the best way? I'm just talking procedurally here. How should we now try to reach consensus? Do you have any thoughts?
Consensus
on this work plan.
On this work plan.
Do we want to try to talk about the different goals, and then we can talk about timelines for them, and then talk about the parameters? What's the best way to organize our thoughts?
Based on what we've discussed right now, I think that we need to really, I agree with you, that those initial recommendations, we're going to be submitting them in January, and that needs to be done sooner than later. I feel that it's important to go back and based on what we discussed right now to change and go ahead and encompass everything that we've discussed, whether or not that can be done by our...
Lunch, Kenny.
But I think that maybe we should go back because this is rudimentary. It's kind of a stepping stone. But I think it has served its purpose, and we have kind of come up with certain consensus as to what would be a better work plan. And I think that I agree with everything that you've recommended, and I completely agree with you. But now I think we need to go ahead and change this based on all of the recommendations that have been placed.
I realize we have public comment cards on this, so obviously before we take any action or decide on next steps, let's get the public input on this. Do we have, how many comment cards do we have?
We have 1 comment card that's present, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have any?
And 5 that are coming from the website.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sampson, Anthony Sampson from the California Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much for being here today. We really appreciate the feedback of the regulated community. We have received your letter dated December 8th, and we've all read it very, very closely. I've had the opportunity to communicate with you quite a bit since I've been impaneled, and I've learned a lot, and very much appreciate the industry perspective. And it's very important to us that we hear from you and take the time that you need. Please, welcome.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the panel. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. And again, for the record, my name is Anthony Sampson with the California Chamber of Commerce. Admittedly, I had come ready to speak on item number 7 to talk a little bit about the recommendations, but after hearing a little bit more about this discussion and reviewing the work plan as you were discussing it, I do have a couple of comments and perhaps it's more so a question. So I understand that statutorily this panel is a little bit tied in the sense that you are required to provide recommendations very soon to the legislature. That being said, as I review this work plan, it appears that much of these tasks and what you would be required to do can help provide a foundation for more informative recommendations that you would initially be providing in January. Again, I understand that the statute is the statute and you're required to do by law what you're required to do. But Mr. Chair, as you just said earlier, you look at this year as an information gathering type of year. And I appreciate that, and I think that that's important to provide a forum for a robust discussion is to help inform these recommendations. And so I guess what I would ask is, in reviewing the recommendations that, Mr. Chair, you prepared, it would suggest that when they are presented to the legislature, it would suggest that the legislature would be able to go ahead and spearhead efforts this year or right away on some of these without having the ability to even have these discussions about each of them in the first place. There are some recommendations, in fact, many recommendations in Mr. Chair, in your document that we would support, and I think we've indicated as much in our letter. And in fact, I think some people would be surprised to hear that the industry very much supports many of the People's Senate's recommendations. And so I think that those, understandably, would be appropriate to move forward with right away because there appears to be a consensus from both the regulated community as well as the environmental justice and environmental communities. But some of the other ones, for example, the Permit Appeals Board and some others that I'll talk about at the appropriate time during agenda item number 7, do require a robust discussion to make a determination as to whether the recommendations, while at this initial time appear to be appropriate, after further discussion may not. And I would hate to see us putting the cart before the horse on some of these issues. And so I just, again, understanding the statutory requirements here, just keep this in mind because, it just struck me as I'm reading through this, a lot of these things, data gathering, all of these things that you're talking about doing are really what should provide the foundation for a lot of these recommendations. And so I'm just asking the panel to sort of keep that in mind and perhaps see how we can maybe accommodate that approach moving forward. Thank you.
Are you going to be sticking around for the next discussion?
I am.
You promise?
I will be coming and talking about the recommendations.
Good,
absolutely.
thank you. Because this question about where there's consensus, I think is an important one that I know that some of the panelists in particular are very interested in. So having you here for that discussion is going to be important. Thank you very much. Anyone else in the room on item 6? Okay, we're going to go to the webcast, please.
Yes, we are, Mr. Chairman.
The first comment we received is from Ingrid Brostrom from CRPE. It's titled The Permitting Backlog. CRPE agrees with the concept of a permit appeals board. In addition to providing a means of appealing permits that are untimely, the board should review permit decisions upon appeal by any party. This would replace the current structure where DTSC itself reviews appeals of its own decisions. CRPE opposes the board's role in determining application completeness. Sorry. CRPE opposes the board's role in determining application completeness. DTSC must maintain its authority to require information beyond that initially provided by a permit applicant. That was Ingrid Brostrom.
That's on item 6 or item 7?
They sent it in for item number 6. They did purposely the item number, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The second comment we received is from Dolores Mejia and Eastside Coalition sheet. It's titled Sunshine Open Meeting Law. It states, this was forwarded to internal review panel via the chair. What is the deadline for revising agenda items, revising the agenda under open meeting law? My understanding is that the spirit of the law supersedes the letter of the law, as it was intended for a purpose of maximizing public participation, not controlling it. I submitted a written request at a previous DTSC IRP meeting on December 9th in Sacramento. Also, unless Attorney Ingrid Rostrom was unable to do so, for whatever reason, she had agreed to propose this agenda item during the last hour of session since I was returning to LA via San Francisco and my ride to the bus station was complete. So considering that the public, this Brown Act was designed to provide and protect access to public meetings, would benefit from revising the agenda, I urge you to do so. Also, I confirmed today that our Egside DTSC Community Advisory Group Community Chair, Mr. Mark Lopez from East Yards for Environmental Justice, agreed to approach you at my request on behalf of the community to secure a slot on the DTSC IRP December 18th LA meeting for Egside and DTSC impacted local EJ groups. It has been confirmed that you, sir, did agree to do so. Sunshine Open Meeting Law, the spirit of the law always supersedes the letter of the law. Reform or remove DTSC now or forever hold your peace. What I gather from the purpose of preventing any communication between forum of government bodies, serially or otherwise, is to assure that the public has a seat at the table. Like environmental justice sister Winona LaDuke likes to say, if we are not at the table, we are probably on the menu. But the fact of the matter is, we the public have prepared the meal that we are sharing with you, the topic that is being considered for the agenda. There is no question here that we have been denied access to this issue of proposing a local EJLA agenda item, but that, if anything, the IRP neglected to consider and decide upon this at the recent public meeting in Sacramento on December 9th. So please correct this Bagley Keene violation now, or community will just have to dismiss this DTSC IRP as just another excuse for prolonging the inevitable. Reform or remove DTSC IRP.
So I think to summarize, Ms. Mejia is asking this panel to agendize Egside. I think that's what
we put that in the work plan, is that?
Let's talk about it.
Yep.
I apologize. That first comment from Ingrid Rostrom was received at 10:30 a.m. The comment from Dolores Mejia was received at 10:31. The third comment received was from Ingrid Rostrom at 10:32, titled Improving Permits. CRPE agrees that DTSC should expedite rulemaking in compliance with Senate Bill 6.
Those have to do with item 7. So I think respecting Ms. Brostrom and keeping in mind what she's talking about, let's hold those for item 7 because that's when we're discussing the substance. If the comments have to do with the work plan, we'll hear them now. Can you make a determination on that? We're definitely going to hear them, but I want to hear them at the right time so that they're meaningful. Okay. And Ms. Brostrom, if you have a comment on number 6, please send it in right now. Any other comments from the public, either in the room or on the web, on item 6?
We do have one more, Mr. Chair. And it's being-
Just a time check, panelists. It's 10 after 11, so we're doing okay on time. After this item, we'll probably take a brief bathroom break.
Thank you.
And then I would think, well, actually, after this item, we'll discuss what the rest of the day looks like.
And again, Mr. Chairman, we would recommend that this be placed under item number 7.
Okay, so this is not a topic for the work plan, it's more for the recommendations and the substance?
It's really a combination of a host of things, probably more preferred under item number 5, which we've already passed. So,
Let's take it now.
okay.
This comment was received at 11:05 a.m. from Dolores Mejia, titled Overall Concerns Regarding DTSC Reform Recommendations. Thank you, DTSC Internal Review Panel.
Okay, let's take that, item 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will be placed under item number 7.
Anything further?
There is not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So colleagues, we heard the counsel from Mr. Sampson on behalf of the California Chamber. We've heard Ms. Mejia's request for a specific Exide item, probably in Los Angeles. So let's now turn back to the work plan. Before we heard public comment, panel member Dr. Campbell sort of suggested that she would try to assimilate what was heard today in, I guess, another draft of this document for February, which I think is wise. But I would like to, before we do that, because I do think it's important to give you as much direction as possible on the consensus of your fellow panelists, let's have a little bit of a discussion about the other issues raised and to see how they all potentially interact, because I do think we need to get to the bottom of a couple of these fundamental questions. So let me take them in order that I heard them. Or in a way that sort of makes sense. Just one second. Okay. What do we think about this idea that the work plan should include 2016 and 2017?
I agree. And of course, the level of detail will end. But it's a 2-year work plan. We can revise it quarterly, semi-annually, or annually. I mean,
is that okay with you?
Sounds good.
Okay, the next one is to make sure that the plan identifies the dates by which our reports are due.
Yes.
absolutely.
The next and Eric, you take good notes on this, please. The next topic is, I think, this general question about do we think that 2016 is about listening and making the recommendations, whereas 2017 is more about reporting on compliance with the metrics and sort of monitoring and then, of course, fine-tuning other recommendations as they come up. In other words, 2016 is listening and making the recommendations. 2017 is reporting on how things are going and what's happened with our recommendations. What do you think of that general concept?
As a general concept, but again, we'll be moving in parallel on some things. I think, clearly a lot of information needs to be gathered, a lot of listening needs to be done to give informed recommendations. And then, and as we go along, we might continue. But I see a little bit of a mix, but as a very general concept, I like it.
So looking at action items 6 and 7, gather data from metrics developed and evaluated, and evaluate results of the data gathered. Do we agree that some of that might be more 2017 type tasks?
Definitely. Yeah, I think so.
Well, with the exception of, again, DTSC, the department is obviously watching the budget very closely and, cost and revenue. They can track the number of inspections, number of enforcement actions, all of those stuff, which I think are pretty much consensus metrics. And so they're already existing, and I think the sooner we start to understand the data and how it's presented, that's probably a good thing.
But so the distinction I'm hearing is that it's one thing to sort of gather the data. That's part of our listening and understanding process. That's a little bit different, and that should be a 2016 task, whereas a 2017 task would be tracking our recommendations and gathering data specific for those. In other words, 2016 is gathering data to help us make our recommendations. 2017 would be more, and parallel a little bit, but gathering data to evaluate progress with our recommendations. Okay, fine. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, and I think what Mr. Vizier is indicating is that maybe number 3 should be reworded to encompass what he was discussing right now.
Well, that goes to your parallel concept.
Yeah.
Our big, we got, this is our big picture. We're going to do this quarter. But meanwhile, we'll do this every meeting, maybe, or every quarter, or whatever.
Okay, so the next topic, which I think is a very important one, is this question about how we organize our recommendations. And we heard a couple things. One from the vice chair is to sort of stack our recommendations. Initial recommendations are more common ground. Then you take things that are more challenging and potentially with less consensus. Another view, maybe not opposed view, but another different view, is that instead we really structure our recommendations, at least after these initial ones, more by topic, and organize our work by topic, throughout the different quarters of the year. Where do we stand on that? Mr.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to, I like both approaches. And that's what I'm trying to put together. And a thing I think that we sort of originally agree on is we don't want 100 recommendations. We want a few really good recommendations, although, again, some might be very simple that we all agree on.
Welcome, Director Lee.
Like, keep the program review staff on board for another year or two. That sort of thing. That would be sort of a third category. Does that make sense?
What do you mean the third category?
Okay, we've got the ones we've got consensus on. Everybody agrees. We've got
not as many as we think, but okay.
Yeah, right. Of course, and then we've got the ones we don't have, and they could be topics within those categories. In other words, the ones we've got consensus on may fall into one category or maybe 4 categories. The ones that we so on, and then we've got the third category would be ones that really haven't even been discussed by any of the parties, but came out in our listing that say this is executable and we're making giant stuff.
So maybe could I propose a framework for your consideration? Would we be able to say we are going to divide up the year by topics, but the tasks for the topics, in addition to listening and data gathering, are to identify those things where there's consensus, where there is maybe not so much consensus, and then the third is identify things that we're coming up on our own, and that for each of these different subject areas, the tasks will include a review of that, and that would go into our reporting on those. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Eric, do you understand it?
Now, let's talk about the topics, unless we want to save that for the next discussion. What I would propose, and just see from the recommendations that I put forward, at least from my perspective, there is certain data that we need from the department. It's what Vice Chair was just talking about. Item 6 is getting data from them that can help us identify what our recommendations should be and where there might be some problems. So, for example, I'd like to see the financial assurances for every site in this state that has a RCRA permit. And I want to see if those, in the light of day, are appropriate. And I have a sense that some of them are not. And that is an absolute concern for my appointing authority. And if we don't get to the bottom of that, my appointing authority is not going to be happy with me. So I intend to do that. But in order to do that, we need data from DTSC. So and so in a transparent way, we can make those data requests and time them for the different quarters where we're taking these things up.
And I think that would fall under number 5, which
Yeah.
is we have to
Well,
develop
yeah,
matrices.
and I was just thinking, for using your specific example, there's 120, let's say,
Right.
permitted facilities. The financial assurance agreement exists. Our analysts could go through the files and say, okay, for this facility, the financial assurance is $1 million. For this facility, it's $50.
Right. To give us a nice spreadsheet.
Yep.
Right.
And then
Okay, so for example, but we need to get that data to do it. So, and I think it's important for the department to know what we're looking for, and for the department to be able to plan their reporting to us within reason, working with our staff.
Yeah,
So let's talk about this. Looking at this year, and we can take more public comment on this. We're not going to decide it today, I don't think. But do we want to, for example, say March, April permitting, May, June, the next, do we want to start talking about which topics will get discussed when, now?
I think that needs to be done later. I think that this right now is very general. If you want it more specific like that, I think then we need to add more to this. It worries me a little bit when we want to become too detailed, because I'm afraid that it would make it a little bit more rigid as a work plan.
So you don't support the idea of saying in the work plan in March, and for example, March and April of this year, we're going to be looking at permitting. In June, July, we're looking at cost recovery, whatever it is. You think that's too much detail? And why is that? Doesn't that give transparency for everybody, including the department, about what we're doing and when, and also can be timed to data requests so that they know when we need it?
Yeah, let me think about that.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think this comes to my original vision of the work plan, is that we lay out what we're going to do when, so that the different stakeholders can say, okay, I know when they're going to want input on this, and they could refine their input or make the thing. So we could get, maybe even schedule presentations instead of have ad hoc public comments that go for more than 10 minutes.
I would prefer to do that as a panel rather than having to kind of like determine it myself. You know what I mean?
I understand that.
Well, you can make a
If we're
proposal,
going to-
and then we can discuss it.
Yeah.
Sure, but in terms of if we're going to really, really go ahead and get a little bit more into, okay, at this stage we should be discussing this, I feel like it would be a little bit better to do it as a panel rather than for me to just go ahead and make a proposal, and you know what I
Do you
mean?
want to talk about it now? I mean, so for example, let's think about it. I'm just talking out loud. March, April, permitting. May, June, enforcement. July, August, September, public outreach. October, November, fiscal management. That gives a sort of a quarterly approach. It takes us through the whole year, and then maybe we're going to need something on site mitigation. I think it's a third of the department. We have the authority to look at other obligations. I, for one, support looking at site mitigation.
Well, corrective action, really, I think we can make a strong argument that it falls into either the enforcement arena or the permitting arena. It's the end part of the permit.
Yeah.
Or if it's a corrective action order, the enforcement is. I think that's very appropriate.
Is there one that should come first? Do we think that 2 months is an appropriate time to do these things? And if so, how does that interact if we want to go to the San Joaquin Valley? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Let's say that enforcement happens to be May, June, but that's the time that we go to the San Joaquin Valley. We can still talk about those issues in the San Joaquin Valley while also getting public feedback on particular site-specific issues that folks want us to hear about.
Yeah, just to throw out, this is the big plan, but to bring it into smaller pieces, my vision is something like a standard agenda, but the morning or the afternoon or would be devoted to one specific topic that would be on the work plan. And that would go on for however many meetings you think appropriate. And that might be the value of getting it out earlier. It was allow us and stakeholders to say there's no way we can communicate all we need to communicate in 2 meetings. We need 3 or 4.
And that's what worries me about putting it in a set agenda. 2 months is going to be permitting, 2 months is going to be enforcement, 2 months is going to be community outreach. We don't know how things are going to work. I guess we can arrange it that way and then make sure that we understand that it can change.
And allow for, and definitely, it has to be flexible and evolving. There's no question.
And let me put it this way, though. If we are to restrict certain times for one agenda item, like permitting or enforcement or community outreach, are we not discussing anything else? Are we just focusing on that one subject, or our main focus is on that, but other things are also being discussed?
Standing agenda, which would leave room for the other ongoing topics, but the focus of the meeting would be on that subject.
And then another caveat is that when we're discussing permitting early on, are we just gathering information, or are we synthesizing that information and also trying to see if we can, basically go ahead and have reports on that?
Since I mentioned this, can I sort of see what my expectation would be, which is that we, let's say that permitting is, again, I'm just for the sake of argument, let's say permitting is March, April.
Mm-hmm.
That means in January, February, we're going to get out a bunch of data requests to the DTSC. The DTSC may present on some of this stuff, or we'll create our own presentation on it with our staff. But the data and the public feedback and other stuff, everybody knows. In March, April, we're talking about permitting, and we're going to be making recommendations in our 90-day report targeted on permitting at that time. As a result, we're crunching all that data, finding some issues, taking public feedback in March and April. Maybe by that second meeting, we're able to make some recommendations that then, go into the report that someone drafts. And then in May, that third meeting, we vote on that report and try to get it out to the legislature as demanded and required. Then that May meeting, we're also starting our discussion of cost recovery. And we're starting now to get the data requests that we made in March, April about cost recovery. Now, that doesn't prevent other things from coming up.
Yeah.
Doesn't prevent us from also hearing about X-side on that day to address this issue, or doesn't prevent us from taking a tour of a hazardous waste landfill at the request of the operator, whatever it might be. But does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay, I think I get a better picture now.
Yes, there was.
But again, just to reiterate, and then also part of that discussion from our staff is to say, okay, we've looked at all the recommendations people are making. This is where the consensus is. This is where the things that there's not consensus, and there's some other things you may wish to consider.
The one thing is, and we don't know this yet, I think of this, once we get an analyst on board and do that, now we got 160 hours a month to dig into all these items for us and do research at DTSC and to help do that. So we can, that probably should be a standing agenda item. A report out or what. But to coincide that way is that we don't need to. We need to, although we still don't have that person, we need to start thinking in terms of in our vision of how this is going to roll out.
Okay, so time check, it's almost 11:30. I think we're reaching consensus. So where do you stand, panel member Dr. Campbell, on this question of, in the work plan, identifying by quarter the topic that we're going to be focusing on and tying that to our reporting?
That should be fine. I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so it sounds to me, and then also in here identifying the dates for our meetings on some regular calendar. There's consensus on that as well. Okay, so we can talk about taking those meetings out of Sacramento. I think the vast majority of the meetings will be here, but we can go in other places. And we'll talk about the X-side question later when we talk about future meetings and the agendas for the meetings. So It sounds like Dr. Campbell's got her work cut out for her a little bit here, but hopefully she'll have staff to assist. But you've taken the feedback that we've given here, and I think there are some consensus items. To reiterate, it's going to be a 2016-2017 plan. The plan's going to indicate exactly what dates our reports are due. The plan is going to recognize that most of 2017 is going to be reporting on progress with our recommendations and gathering data tied to our recommendations, whereas 2016 is going to be more about gathering data and getting feedback for the recommendations. We've talked about trying to identify topics for 2 to 3 month chunks of this year, somewhere fitting in site mitigation as well as the 4 main topics, and then we'll tie that to our recommendations. That part of the tasks involved is to identify from all stakeholders where there's common ground, including the department, where there is semi-common ground, and then on items where there is not common ground, and then also items that people aren't even talking about and that we should be thinking about, that'll be part of our staff's role in determining what we should be reporting on. We've also talked about making sure that our meetings and the dates of the meetings are identified in the plan. We've also talked, and I think that that can be something that Dr. Campbell takes a good shot at. We've also talked about, adding a lot of the meat to the procedures in here. I would be willing to take a shot at that, at putting it all to the website, unless you would want to do that. But I think we should take that off Dr. Campbell's plate and some of the more procedural things. And again, there are examples. So for example, there's a DTSC green chemistry, green ribbon panel. The mining board I sit on has these sorts of things. Our Attorney General is probably familiar with other agencies that have internal guidelines for how they look at things. The ARB has this. So we could put all that together and figure out best practices from the others, as well as the things that may be specially tailored, like translation into Spanish and the other things for our panel. I'm happy to take a shot at that and work with our staff so that one of us takes one piece of it and the other takes another piece of it. That being said, I probably also have to work on the report for the end of this month, so I'm happy to give that to Palamon Revisier if you want it. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm fine with taking the report, although I really think for the procedures and policies, that's perfect for the analysts.
Right.
And for us just review and say,
Okay.
we add this or address that. And not, I mean, that person is going to have to implement them. He'll be...
Okay, but would you agree, and thank you for that, for willing to take it on, but you'll be willing to sort of help oversee that and to make sure it looks as good as it can for when it comes back to us?
Oh, yeah.
And if the person's not here, then we'll have to see how it goes. Yes, and I just did want to identify a couple things. We want to make sure, Mr. Markson, I know is in the audience and has been very helpful to our panel, and I want to thank you for the work that you've done. One thing we must be sure, and it's on this topic of procedures, and this is for Mr. Erica as well. We need our agendas translated into Spanish and to get them out on the website in compliance with Bagley-Keene along with the English language agenda. It should be e-blasted to our listserv, the agendas, at least 10 days before the meeting. And then those should be put up directly on the website under our meetings page. I just want to make sure that we're completely clear on that. Is that instruction clear, Mr. Erica? Okay, thank you. Is there anything further on this topic of organizational, operational, and administrative matters before we figure out what the rest of the day looks like?
The one thing I would add with the agendas is I'd like to see the minutes out earlier if possible and give the stakeholders an opportunity, because if somebody makes a public comment and we somehow error in their comment and don't capture it correctly, that's something we want to prevent. We want to give them the opportunity to make sure that we capture their concerns correctly. Of course, over the web, if they type it in, that's...
Well, Ms. Ashby, I'll have a question for you in a second on this. So Bagley-Keene requires that our agendas go out 10 days beforehand. And they'll be posted on our website, and they'll go out by the listserv so that people can communicate with us. And Eric has been fabulous about learning about the listserv. We're not going to overuse it, but we do plan to use it in a way that is helpful to our stakeholders. So, 10 days before the meeting, the Bradley Keene agenda notice goes out. Now, between that time and between the date of the meetings, especially once we have staff, we're going to be generating draft minutes. We're going to be generating staff reports. We're going to be generating the things like this that we just went through. Council, does Bradley Keene have a requirement as to how many days before the meeting that stuff must go out?
I have to check on that to make sure.
I don't think so.
I don't know, and I don't have the actual code sections with me tonight, so I have to check to make sure on that. But, so you're asking whether or not you'd have to have all your stuff, all your ducks in a row, so to speak.
By some date certain,
no,
but is there a requirement for some days certain?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Right.
But the implication might be that it would have to be at the time, you can't add anything after the 10 days.
Right, so for example, for the mining board, it's not quite that. The mining board has its own weird rules, but the bottom line is that the agenda goes out, and then by a date certain between the agenda and the meeting, we have an internal procedure that says we're going to be putting all of our stuff up 4 days before the meeting, and that we would expect, or 7 days before the meeting, and we would expect to get public comment, 3 days before the meeting, but we will take it, up to the date of the meeting. Now that board has like adjudicatory responsibilities. So from a due process perspective, we want to have some procedures in place so that folks don't drop like 15,000 pages of us day of that we can't read. So there you have to have real formal procedures so that people know what the rules are. But I think in connection with what you're suggesting, in order for the public to be able to meaningfully participate in what we're doing, particularly as we start drafting reports, considering minutes, other things, one of the things that we should talk about that should be in this procedures is how many days before the meetings is our stuff going to go up online. And I also think that once that goes up, there should be an e-blast on that. So there'll be one e-blast saying, hey, our agenda's up, and then there'll be a separate e-blast saying all of our documents are up. Now, maybe it is the same thing. Maybe it's 10 days before the meeting, but I think that that is probably too long a period. I think it's going to be hard for us to do all of our work and have everything up and running by draft 10 days before the meeting, especially when we're meeting every month. But that's going to be a question for our staff because it's going to be falling on our staff. So let's say we finish a meeting today. That means in 20 days, you're going to have all the staff reports and everything done for a meeting that's 30 days out. That may not be feasible, but maybe 25 days is. But the bottom line is at some point in time, the stuff does have to get out there. Otherwise, folks can't meaningfully participate. You have any thoughts on that? Is it 5 days? Is it 2 days? Is it 10 days? It can't be 0 days. That's not appropriate.
Not for any formal presentation or large documents, but for instance, we received an email this morning on something from a person, and I haven't. I think it has to do on your recommendations.
Right. But more focused on our work. When does our work have to go up in draft form?
If we want public comment on it, I would say a minimum of 3 days, ideally 10. I mean, but...
Okay. I think we agree on that. I think we have to leave it up to figure out how many days it is. We don't even have an analyst yet, but I think this is one of the things that as you work on these procedures, and I'll get you the mining board stuff, which is pretty detailed on this, you have to think about it. But again, think about it, make a proposal, work on it with staff. Hopefully we'll have an analyst in place, and then these are obviously this whole document, both the work plan part of it and the procedures part of it's going to come back to us. But this is a very important topic. Okay?
Yes, but at the same time, I think we don't want to restrict ourselves. I would like to be able, if there is something pertinent that occurs during our meeting, and for example, an audience member wants to give us something, or we feel something is necessary, if we have restrictions, oh no, we cannot discuss it at all unless we receive it at a certain time, we're restricting ourselves. Let's not do that. So we have to be a little bit careful in how much of a restriction we want to impose on ourselves. We want to make sure that people have a chance to review things, but sometimes if something happens quickly, and it may, we want to make sure that we do not impose any undue restriction on that. Just my opinion.
That's agreed. Okay, that'll be the last word on this topic. Item 6. Anything further on item 6, colleagues? Any further public comment on item 6 particularly?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there is one for item 6.
Okay.
This comment comes from Dolores Mejia at 11:32. It's titled ADA Compliance of All Administrative Protocol for IRP. Thank you, DTSC Internal Review Panel, for your efforts to develop this venue for the sake of reforming and of removing DTSC and their partners in environmental crime. Thank you, Liza Tucker at Consumer and Capital Watchdog, for your Golden Wasteland report that triggered the Senate investigation of DTSC and consequently helped bring about oversight of this agency, although this panel is more of an internal panel rather than a fully independent entity. This panel is still a worthy effort. Furthermore, every agency should have an internal affairs component that would offer protection for hazardous waste whistleblowers as an industry standard rather than the exception. Thank you for including ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act provisions, and protection for reasonable accommodations on your agendas. This equal access is mandatory for all notifications, including but not limited to notices of hazardous waste violations that impact most especially our most vulnerable community members, children, pregnant women, elderly, and obviously our special needs stakeholders that are most likely suffering conditions that have origins based upon decades of toxic exposure, like those of us in ELA communities that have been contaminated for nearly a century with arsenic and lead coming from what is now known as Exide Toxic Technologies battery recycling plant out of the city of Vermont. So we insist that DTSC and Cali PA/US EPA be in full compliance with ADA and not just include a token tribute to ADA on their agendas, but to announce all critical meetings, hearings, violations, opportunities for toxic remediation, etc., that these notices be shared appropriately through print, radio, internet, television, PSAs, public service announcement, to provide equal access to our most vulnerable stakeholders, sight, hearing, verbally, or mobilely impaired. Gracias and good day.
Thank you. Anything further?
There is not.
Okay, so we're going to close item 6. Okay, we had talked about having a lunch approximately at noon. We're 20 minutes early. I think we just had a pretty good discussion on the work plan. I think we made some progress and very much appreciate panel member Campbell in taking the lead on this. So this is what I would propose, panelists. I would propose that we now take a 5-minute break till about 11:45, and then we get into item 7. We call item 7, that if you will allow me, since I did spend a lot of time on this, to introduce the item, to generally give you a discussion of what's in there in general terms, and to propose a little bit of a framework setting forth our discussion for the afternoon, that we try to figure out whether we can agree on a framework, at least for discussion for the afternoon. I don't think that's going to take us that long. I think that can be a 15, 20-minute period. And then we take our lunch for about an hour, and then at 1 o'clock or a little bit thereafter, then we start digging into the meat of what has been prepared for you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to reconvene at 11:45, and we're going to just briefly set the stage for the recommendations. We really hope that folks do stay for that afternoon session. I think we are being consistent with what we agendized, so this shouldn't take anybody by surprise, but we do want you to stay. We need your assistance and your feedback for the afternoon. Hopefully Mr. Sampson's not billing by the hour, so he can stay and has that flexibility. And that's what we're going to do. So we're going to adjourn for 5 minutes and reconvene at 11:45. We'll talk for about 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll have an hour-long lunch and take up the rest of this. This meeting's adjourned for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I did have the code section. So
Yeah.
there's no specific thing. In fact, you can
Okay, we're live. I'd like to call back to order the January 14th, 2016 meeting of the Department of Toxic Substances Control Independent Review Panel. Colleagues, we have an agenda in front of us, and we are now on agenda item 7, discussion and possible action concerning the format and content of IRP written reports due under Health and Safety Code Section 57014F and 5014H. If you recall, colleagues, we had talked about this in our last meeting in Los Angeles. And Health and Safety Code 57014F talks about preparing reports to the governor and the legislature 90 days after the panel was initially appointed and every 90 days thereafter on the department's progress in reducing permitting and enforcement backlogs, improving public outreach, and improving fiscal management. So that's a sort of a report on the progress. And that 90 days is, the first one is somewhere on or about January 28th of this month. H says that at the time of the submission of the annual budget, which this year was January 8th, and at the time of each submission thereafter, the panel shall submit to the legislature and the governor recommendations pursuant to this section. We've talked a little bit about, what this section means. Is it the section talking about the budget, which is sort of a subsection, or is it the whole section, which is 57014? It's a little bit ambiguous, but I think our view is that probably the whole purpose of submitting this at the time of the annual budget early in the legislative session is that our recommendations can be meaningful and they don't come too late in the legislative process, and that the budget is certainly quite important, but also that generally the time to submit bills and to be informed by our work closes, at least to submit bills, closes in late February. So those are the two guiding principles. And if you recall, we talked about it at our last meeting, a bunch of different ways to do this, given that we don't have any staff and that we're just getting up to speed. In my recollection, and I can certainly be wrong about that, is that we had said, okay, we're going to do 2 reports. We're going to do one around January 10, and we're going to do one around January 28th. We didn't have time to really dig into anything substantive or recommendations for the January 10th report. And the vice chair had prepared his thoughts on sort of what that report could look like. And we talked about that at the meeting, and we agreed that we would delegate to the vice chair to finalize that report for January 8th or 9th, but that essentially it would be a report saying this is sort of what we've done, and this is sort of where we are as of right now. And really appreciated the vice chair's good work in getting that done. He also worked with Mr. Erica, also worked closely with our counsel, Deb Barnes, and got that out, and it was submitted to the governor on time. It's quite short, I think just a page or two, but given that we didn't have staff and given that we're just starting out, it was sort of the best we could do under the circumstances. So thank you very much for getting that out. That is on the website, and we can pass that out to anyone today who thinks that they need it or hasn't seen it. And then we'd also talked about the January 28th report, and we had some discussion about it, and recognizing our statutory mandate, the idea was to try to figure out some substance to put in that report. If you recall, Senator Pro Tem De Leon, whose Senate rules was in large part responsible for SB 83, which created us, very much wanted us to try to get some substance out in January. We've also heard about that from many of the stakeholders. So at that point in time, we had discussed letting the chair, me, take a shot at drafting something up, and we talked about considering that document as well as the work plan at this meeting today. And so just really proud of all the panelists that, we've assigned folks to do things and you're doing it. And that's really all that the people of the state could ask for. We're having a lot of meetings. We're doing a lot of work on our own without staff in between. And hopefully, that's just a symbol of all the work that is to come. And once we have our both staff working on full cylinders, hopefully we'll be able to accomplish a lot as long as we retain our focus and our wits about us through this process. So that being said, I did go to work on drafting up these recommendations, and let me just talk about them and set the stage, and then we can talk about a framework for how we're going to discuss that after lunch. So this is the document. It was put on the website 2 days ago for public comment. I thought a lot about these. I spoke about them at length with several stakeholders informally, including folks from the Cal Chamber, including folks from the People's Senate, including some of the folks at Senate Rules, including some of folks at the DTSC. So obviously not everybody in the world has read these yet, and because of Bagley Keene didn't have the ability to share them with you, but I have had the ability to vet these through with a lot of folks, and we'll hear more about that today. Also, I must say that, we have received a lot of information. All of that information is on the documents submitted to the panel part of our website. Can you bring the website up and put it on the screen, Eric? Is that possible? Independent review panel. Thank you so much. So while you're doing that, a lot of those documents are on the website. They include a lot of the correspondence that we've received. It includes a lot of the internal reports that we've received. It includes a lot of the external review of the panel by the permit review body. Okay. Yeah, if we go into supporting materials, no, you're right there. You're right there on this page. There you are. Oh, you were just there. Yeah, right there, this page. If we can scroll down, you see, right here, no, this page. Pardon me, yeah, right there. All these materials. So stop for a second. We have the strategic plan, the organizational chart, the fixing the foundation. All that information on the budget. You have some internal reports on cost recovery. Going down, you have the external permitting report that was done, as well as the permitting enhancement work plan. You have all the legislation on the panel. I reviewed all of that, colleagues. Going up then, please, to the left side, documents submitted to the panel. Can we click on that? Up. Something there. Okay. Okay, we're working on it. Okay. So technical difficulties, but a lot of documents have been submitted to the panel by all sorts of stakeholders, and all of that also was reviewed as we went into that. That documents included the Cal Chambers report. It included the People's Senate letter related to the confirmation of the director and her response. It included the People's Senate documents submitted during their presentation to us. UC Davis work plan on public participation. It included the department's presentation to us on the overview of all their programs and what potential metrics could be. It included things like the legislative analyst's report, strengthening public safety of waste facilities and surface mines, financial assurances. It included the extremely detailed US EPA RCRA grant work plan. All of this stuff is on our website, and all of this, colleagues, was reviewed by me in presenting these recommendations. And I understand there's a lot of stuff. I understand that not all of us have read all of that, and I understand, although it has been presented to us, that we're going to take some time and really dig into these reports as we go. So, with that background in mind, what did I do with the thing? Still at the, with that in mind, I have created these recommendations, and I'll frame it for us, and then we'll take a lunch break. So looking at the recommendations document, which is on the website and it's been available for public comment for a couple days, these draft recommendations are for discussion and consideration by the IRP during its meeting today, Agenda Item 7, for possible inclusion in the IRP's upcoming report to the legislature under 57104F. That report, which is the January 28 report, has not been drafted and likely will more fully discuss any recommendations. Then, throughout 2016, the IRP will issue additional reports every 90 days as required by the section, and those will include additional, more detailed recommendations. Indicates that these draft recommendations are directed to the department and in some instances to the legislature. And then it's organized in basically 6 topics. I took some narrative from the department's reports that they gave us. I must admit I did not really write this narrative. I didn't have time to do that for all these things. I sort of cut and pasted this. I focused more on the recommendations themselves, but I'm hopeful that for people that are reading this, it provides some context to what's going on and what these different things are. And then I also have indicated at the top which section of our jurisdiction these things come under. And again, our recommendations are at permitting. This is 57014A. Recommendations on permitting, enforcement, public outreach, and fiscal management. And then 57014D, we shall make recommendations for improving the department's programs. So in my view, that means indisputably we have the ability to make recommendations on corrective action and site mitigation, even if it's not spelled out. So at the top I indicated which of these sections the particular topic is referring to. So the first is permitting. There's a little bit of a narrative on page 2. Then there are some draft recommendations on permit backlog, just general improving permits topics, and then some data requests that again could be considered with a certain timeline so the department knows what we're looking for. The next topic is enforcement, a narrative there on page 4, and then certain recommendations and data requests on page 5. Page 6 is blank. Page 7 is public outreach. At the bottom are some, again, the narrative, pardon me, and then some, zoom tight, and then there's some recommendations on public outreach. Page 8 is some data requests on public outreach. Page 9 is the fiscal management question. There's some recommendations on page 9 on improving fiscal management. Then we talk about the current budget, page 9 and 10, generally support for the current budget, and then and also a question of these limited term cost recovery positions is in the middle of page 10, and there's some data requests on fiscal management, page 10, and continue to page 11. Site mitigation, a little narrative, and then a few recommendations on page 12 and 13 on site mitigation, as well as some data requests. And then finally, and then these data requests, again, I'm just thinking out loud, I put timing on them. So the permitting ones are in March, the cost recovery ones are in July, and the site mitigation, so it was sort of phased, again, thinking about what we just discussed in the work plan. And then finally, this question about what to do about these emails that we discussed for about 45 minutes yesterday is on page 14. So, so that's the document, colleagues. What I would propose to do after lunch is to have a little bit of a general discussion about how each of us envisions this January 28th document to look like. Obviously, there's a tension between getting good substantive recommendations out, but also the fact that we're still early in the process. So there's a tension there. I think we all need to express our feelings on that. And then, but I do think there's a consensus, and I heard this last time, that we do want to try to get some recommendations out. So what I would then propose to do is basically, one by one, go through these, take public comment on them, and then determine which of these we feel are ready to go in the report. And if that means we have to take votes on them, and you need 2 votes, so be it. Then at the end of the day, what I would imagine is that we have agreed on a general framework for what the report will look like, general understanding about, or pretty specific understanding about what recommendations are going to be in there. And then you probably are going to have, I would request that you would delegate back to me the responsibility, working with our staff, to finish the report by the 28th, recognizing that we're not going to have, at least we have not scheduled, and at this point, probably under Bagley-Keene almost couldn't schedule another meeting to discuss the report before it's finalized. So at the end of the day, we're going to have to be comfortable with where things stand, so that you feel okay delegating one of us, and it should be me, I believe, to finish this report with enough guidance and direction to for you to feel comfortable that report's going to come out and be the expression of the entire panel's views, or at least the majority of the panel's views. So that's the framework for this discussion. I would like to get some comment on that before we break for lunch. Then after lunch, I will go through this. We'll figure out the best way to take public comment as well, and then we'll go forward. But for now, having laid this out, and at least my proposal as to what we plan to do today, this afternoon, is there any comment on that?
My big concern is the short, as you alluded to, the short time frame, and if we can't get a consensus, and even a good, stakeholder sort of consensus, if possible, we'd be very cautious, because this is our first set of recommendations, and if we recommend things that perhaps don't make sense or are overreaching, or maybe even contrary to our purpose, that we basically right off the bat destroy the credibility of the panel.
I think that, quite frankly, though, the chances of that, we are going to be discussing it in detail for the rest of the afternoon. We are going to get public feedback on everything, and I think that based on the meetings we've had thus far, we have our finger on the pulse a little bit better than, let's say, before any meetings at all. I don't think we'll allow that to happen, basically. I think that the fact that our chairman has done so much already in terms of getting the feedback from so many different stakeholders makes me feel like the chances of us doing that is relatively low, I hope. I think that just going through everything today and getting public feedback and making sure that we put a report in, I mean, it is an initial report. I think everybody recognizes that we've only had 5 meetings thus far. So I think people would be a little bit, I think the legislature would be forgiving.
I've worked on legislation and regulation for over a decade. Typically, those legislation is a 2-year process that is done correctly, vetted and fully vetted. Regulation is a 3-year process, and these recommendations are, if they're just taking as ideas out there, that may or may not be a good idea. Okay, but I understand a lot of these topics and a fair amount of depth, and others I don't understand at all. And I'm going to say I don't understand that well enough to make a recommendation on it. So I don't know. I am concerned about that. I've been through it before, and I know the process. And you really have to have a good, credible, solidly documented recommendation if it's going to be acceptable and credible. Credible?
Yeah, no, that's right. Okay, I think we hear the caution. We're going to hear a lot more about the caution, I anticipate, as we go forward on this. At the end of the day, we'll have to see, where we are on I think, each particular one. But what I wanted to discuss right now is sort of the proposal for moving forward, which is that we, I think we're getting into the first topic a little bit, which is, what do we think the report should look like? We can have a little bit of a colloquy about that, and then dive into these particular recommendations and see which ones we think are appropriate. And I think it's true. I agree with the vice chair. However, my appointing authority and many stakeholders want us to get some stuff out, and I'm concerned that if we don't get moving, that also is going to hurt our credibility. So I think it's a balance. I think we can strike the right balance on it. But in order to strike that balance, I want to have a transparent process that we all feel comfortable with. So does this process at least sound good for how we will start after lunch?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection?
No.
Okay. So that's what we're going to do. It's 12:15. We'll start up at 1:15 after an hour lunch. Do we want to try to do a 45-minute lunch or 1 hour lunch?
An hour would be.
So we'll reconvene at 1:15 with a general discussion about how each of us see the report looking, and then we'll dive into the recommendations, and we'll be sure to take robust public comment. If we start up at 1:15 and go till 4:30, that's 3 hours and 15 minutes. And I think we're not going to really have a robust closed session today, so we may even be able to go till 5. So we're going to have close to 4 hours to discuss this, and we'll see where we get. But this is the core responsibility of this panel, is to provide recommendations. So I wouldn't rather be doing anything else today with the people that are in the room and on the webcast than this. This is what we've been asked to do, so I'm very pleased that we're at this point, and we have a process in place that we all agree to, and that we'll be able to talk about it in the most appropriate way possible. So thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned until 1:15.
You're live.
it's okay.
Get around the maze.
Going to reconvene the January 14th, 2016 meeting of the Independent Review Panel for the Department of Toxic Substances Control. So we're here at DTSC Sacramento Regional Office. We're going to go till approximately 4:30, which is at least 3 hours. We also are still on the webcast, which my understanding is live, correct? Yes, the webcast is live. Colleagues, we're on agenda item 7, IRP reporting requirements, discussion and possible action concerning the format and content of the IRP written reports due under Health and Safety Code Section 57014 F and H. We have the draft recommendation document in front of us. We talked about that a little bit. What we talked about doing after lunch was having a brief, emphasis on the word brief, colloquy about what you folks and we collectively see as a work product coming out for our January 28th meeting, or any general thoughts that folks have. And then we had promised to sort of dig into the document, in particular the recommendations, one by one. Question I have upon a little bit further reflection, what I would propose to do, unless there's an objection, is to go through these one at a time. Instead of, well, I guess we could do it two ways. I could present the whole thing, and then we can go back into it topic by topic, or we can just go do one topic, finish one topic, and go on to the next topic. That may also be a way we can more easily facilitate public comment, so that the public can sort of comment on each one as opposed to a more general comment. So I want to throw that up for discussion. So let's take a couple minutes now, if there are any, if necessary, any general discussions on what you see as the report looking like, and then maybe if you have any observations on this idea of taking it one topic at a time and having public comment on each topic, acting on that topic, and then moving on to the next topic. So I'll turn it open. Anyone have any thoughts?
The statute requires, that it start with a one-page summary. I mean, you could have, I was mimicking, I think, a report from the geology board or the mine board, but I put in the independent review panelists' names and the staff on it, and then a one-page summary, and then I think the one-page summary needs to, again, update a little bit about where we are and what we've done and where we're going, as far as, because we didn't do recommendations, subparagraph H recommendations, is that correct? With the January 10th, but we said we would do them with this report, and I'll just reiterate that, and then go into the recommendations.
The government code 97945 says each report shall include a summary of its contents. So is it a summary of the recommendations we're making? And that's not to exceed 1 page in length. It says each report shall include a summary of its contents.
Right, that's like the executive summary, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Well, that's what I was trying to. I was going to ask the panel members because I didn't quite understand that. It says on section 9795, it says any report required or requested by law to be submitted by state or local agency to the members of either house of the legislature generally shall instead be submitted as a printed copy to the Secretary of the Senate, as an electronic copy to the Chief Clerk. Okay, and then each report shall include a summary of its contents, not to exceed 1 page in length.
What's your question?
Is that summary going to be kind of similar of what Mr. Vizier was saying, kind of explanation of what we have been doing, kind of a progress report, or rather should it be what the report is, a summary of what the report is containing, which is our
The latter, yeah, I agree. I didn't mean that. I just meant the report should probably, because we're somewhat deviating from the legislation. That'd be maybe an,
I just need a clarification of that. I want to make sure that the summary is not a summary of our progress report, but is actually a summary of the content of
what's in the January 28th report, is that
right?
Exactly.
Any other further observations before we jump in, or any thoughts on this question about taking it topic by topic to facilitate public comment, or any other thoughts?
Yes, I think we should take it topic by topic.
Okay. Anything further, colleagues?
If we take it topic by topic, what happens if we at 5 o'clock, we've gotten through the first two topics?
We're going to have to, you're relying on the chair to keep us under control here.
Okay.
And I can't guarantee I'll do a good job at that, but we'll try. We'll try. Let's see where we go. Okay. So, colleagues, we're going to now jump into the first topic, which is permitting, Health and Safety Code Section 57104. It's covered in both A and F. Again, I just have a little narrative here, but the narrative talks about generally what the responsibilities are for the Office of Permitting. I'm more than happy to solicit feedback from any members on particular wordsmithing of the narrative section. And most of this stuff is coming from documents that the DTSC has given us. The second paragraph on page 2 talks about the 119 facilities, and there's 127 permits for those facilities. It mentions that we have this backlog problem. As many as 24 permits in last fiscal year, or the one I guess we're currently in, no, it's last year, are considered backlog at more than 5 years. So we have 24 permits, unless I'm wrong, that are more than 5 years past expiration. And I indicated this backlog is of great concern to IRP. I think it's of great concern to anybody that's involved in this department. Then I cut and pasted this chart from the presentation that the department gave us. Also referenced this very important new legislation, which was also highlighted in the Chamber's letter of, which is here somewhere, December 8th letter, which is SB 673. That law requires by January 1st of 2018, which is right around when we sunset, that the department establish criteria for use in determining whether to issue new or modified permits or renewals, and implement and develop by July 1st of that year programmatic reforms designed to improve the protectiveness, timeliness, legal defensibility, and enforceability of the department's permitting programs. It's a very important law, and I think that there's a sense that that law really needs a lot of attention by this department, needs a lot of input from all of the stakeholders, and that can be an important mechanism for addressing some of the concerns about the substance of the permits, not necessarily addressing right away the backlog, because of course it won't even be implemented for potentially 2.5 years, but that it can certainly assist on that effort too. So what I'd like to do now is to go through on page 3 all of the stuff that is mentioned here, and then we can open it up for discussion. And these are all things that we've heard about, and it's all stuff coming from the documents that I listed earlier. The first, so I've got 3 topics here. The first is recommendations focused on the backlog issue. The second is recommendations to improve the permitting process. And the third is the data requests, stuff that we as a panel, I believe, need and should immediately request so that we can get working on the work plan for 2016. The first topic is the Permit Appeals Board. And what this says is that the legislature should establish a Permit Appeals Board. So this goes to the legislature to hear and decide, this recommendation goes to the legislature, to hear and decide all permits that the DTSC does not timely process within 3 years of expiration. So after 3 years, with expired permits, they go to the Permit Appeals Board. The legislature, in this deliberation, should consider whether this is going to reduce backlogs. There's also an idea here that this could hear permittees appeal disputes over completeness of permit applications. So we've got a situation where there appears to be a very long process of determining whether permits are complete. As some would say, it sort of never ends, and that the department hasn't been as aggressive as it should be in getting to an ending point. So the question is, whether this allowing disputes over the completeness of the permit applications could force the department's hands one way or the other, and if there is a dispute, it could go to the Permit Appeals Board which would hear that by a date certain. Again, this would be subject to extremely lengthy legislative considerations. And the other question is that, maybe after 3 years and we don't have a permit processed already, that by then it would be a good time to go to the Permit Appeals Board. But again, the idea here is that this should be a way to, get better permitting and to reduce backlogs, not a way to create even more backlogs in that you're now going to have, dozens of permits stuck in this Permit Appeals Board process for years and years. There does appear to be some consensus about the desirability of discussing a Permit Appeals Board. Both the department, is my understanding, the chamber and the People's Senate have all mentioned that a Permit Appeals Board is something that they're discussing. It's also present, I believe, in a current piece of 2-year bill, SB 654. That's the first recommendation. But again, I think it should be thought of in the context of reducing backlogs and making sure that we're going to get better permits out of this department, not just another level of bureaucratic things that's going to be another level of backlogs, but open that for discussion. The next, something we heard about yesterday, we've heard a little bit about, is whether the legislature should inquire as to whether requiring DTSC to charge a fee for service for permitting decisions will assist in reducing backlog. Currently, and we can hear more about this, my understanding is that the permittees, if we can get the code section, are able to either choose whether to pay a flat fee, which I don't know what the number is, but we can get that information. Is Mr. Ghazi here? No. Or they can opt to be a reimbursement fee for service by the hour. And my understanding is that it's almost completely the former. Very few folks require a fee for service. As a result, since they're not paying by the hour, there perhaps, we heard from the director yesterday, may not be an incentive by the permittee to sort of get the thing done quickly. So I think there is something to be said about considering whether to require a fee-for-service approach for permitting. It will help pay for the true costs of permitting decisions and also might be a tool to reducing backlog. And so the recommendation here is the legislators should inquire as to whether this might be valuable. The next are recommendations to improve permitting, not necessarily focused on backlog, although they might certainly touch on that as well. The first is to make sure that the department recognizes that it has to get going on SB 673. This is an objective thing with a metric that by the 1st of next year, that is 11 and a half months, publish the draft regulations. And of course, they're obligated to adopt those by January 2018. Certainly seems appropriate to give them 11 months to generate regulations, then they'll have a whole year to put them into final form and get feedback on that. This is a very important legislative piece. The next is the violation scoring procedure. We've heard about this from the department, that it is working on creating a violation scoring procedure. That's a little bit related to a new bill, AB 1075, which talked about how in certain circumstances, folks that have a lot of violations may run into some permitting trouble. That is an Alejo bill passed in October and signed in October. And the bill, in essence, says, among other things, give me one moment. Pardon me 1 minute. The department may deny, suspend, or revoke any permit where there's been engaged in the following: a violation of certain laws, if the violation shows a repeating or recurring pattern, a violation of other laws under the same requirement if there's a repeating or recurring pattern of violations, and then certain other things like misrepresentation or violation of orders. And in that situation, the department can take certain actions regarding permit violations. And in particular, if there's a certain number of minor type of violations, that also could apply, but it does not apply to a third violation if there are extraordinary circumstances, including that a denial, suspension, or revocation would endanger the public health and the environment. So as part of this law, the department, and they've told us this, is creating a violation scoring procedure where they're going to talk about how enforcement issues interact with permitting. It's called the VSP. I believe that there was some initial discussions about this week. And the department might do that through guidance, or they, again, might publish draft regulations. But the idea is to get going and finish on it by the 1st of next year. It's a metric. Have you done it or haven't you done it? And then they can report on to us as why. The next is about technical assistance grants. My understanding is that there are some technical assistance grants that are available in the site mitigation to communities to understand how site mitigation and corrective action is working, but those don't exist in the context of draft RCRA permits. We've heard that folks feel that there is not adequate public participation in the RCRA full permit process, and that they want opportunities for the public to be able to participate more in an appropriate way. On the other hand, there is not currently money to allow for the funding of these technical assistance grants. So this goes to the question of how the public can participate in these extremely complex draft RCRA permits, and that maybe the legislature funding technical assistance grants with certain criteria might be something that the legislature should consider. The next topic, in my view, if this panel only did one thing, and if this next thing were it, I could sleep at night. Then I could look at a straight face at my appointing authority and say that we did something. The legislature should require that financial assurances be set aside for corrective action as part of a RCRA permit issuance. This is consistent with the legislative analyst's financial assurance report dated April 2006, which we've had now for about 6 weeks. Sites should not be given a RCRA permit without being adequately characterized with funds set aside for corrective action. This could address the Exide situation, for example, perhaps even the Fibertech situation, where the facility, or at least for Exide, where the facility may lack solvency for the corrective action, or where permitting may be occurring while there are still serious corrective action problems. That's more the Fibertech example, from my understanding. Now, the department does have requirements under, I think it's 25200 or 25100 of the Health and Safety Code, to require financial assurances for closure. In other words, to decommission the facility, to close out the operations of the facility. But my understanding is that does not adequately address what might be underneath the facility in the soil. This isn't requiring that the site be fully cleaned up. It doesn't require that the site be 100% characterized. But I believe that we should strongly recommend that the legislature inquire about making sure that if facilities are getting RCRA permits in this state, that they have some money set aside for known contamination underneath their facility. Because otherwise, at the end of the day, you have no guarantees that they're going to be able to clean it up. And that's exactly the situation at Exide. It's intolerable, and it should not occur without the legislature really thinking about it. It could be expensive, but there are mechanisms for this. For example, in this smaller context, the Surface Mining Reclamation Act context, or in the currently proposed SB 206, which is in the smaller context. When you have a surface mine in this state, you have to put aside adequate financial assurances to reclaim the site, and to make sure that at the end of the day you've reclaimed it basically back to where it was before, or something that can be reused. Under SMARA, particularly if there's known problems on the site, the financial assurances have to be adequate for what we know we're dealing with. And every year the financial assurances are supposed to be updated to assure that that's the case. And if you see problems on the site, you see disturbances, the agencies, the lead agencies there are supposed to make sure that there's adequate things in place. And those financial assurances, which this goes into, can be things like letters of credit, it can be insurance, it can be financial set-asides. There's all kinds of financial assurance mechanisms on Figure 6 here that are well established in many other regulatory contexts. This agency has a lot of those already for the post-closure financial assurances. But we just have to be sure that we are not giving RCRA permits in this state to facilities that have contamination problems without adequately making sure that there's money set aside to clean up that contamination. Even if it's not fully characterized, you estimate it. It's a reasonable estimate based on what you know. And if the facility truly isn't characterized, the permit folks should really be thinking about that before giving extra RCRA permits. Someone coming from Los Angeles, seeing what happened at Exide, where there's not money fully potentially to address the issue, and where the department and the public are left holding the bag, we have to find a way to make sure that doesn't happen for future generations in this state. I think this recommendation is consistent with that, completely vetted by the LAO in their report. The next is this question we're hearing about whether the RCRA permits are protecting folks who live nearby the sites. And this may not apply for every RCRA site for sure, but there are certain ones, like Exide. We're hearing some things about Cometco. And without making full determinations, I'm just repeating back what we're hearing from stakeholders about particular sites. But this question about whether in appropriate cases the department needs to better consider gaps when it comes to off-site impacts, including fence line or aerial deposition monitoring and reporting on this for appropriate media, whether it's air or stormwater. And it appears quite clear to people in Los Angeles that the current rules for multi-agency regulatory oversight may not be working well, but there are some potential gaps. So with this recommendation directed to DTSC is that it should convene the regulatory agencies and publish a strategy in a year on how in appropriate cases they may be able to address this issue. The next, and this has to do again with permitting, is the question of trying to make sure that the CEQA analysis as part of RCRA permits includes an analysis of least hazardous processes and equipment. I think some folks are of the view that this can happen as the department does its RCRA permits, that is part of its RCRA permitting and its checklists, but one of the things should be a review as to whether there are other cost-effective yet still commercially reasonable less hazardous processes that can be used. Others feel that maybe that's more appropriate in the CEQA context. I don't really, from my view, care where it is done as long as it is done. And as long as we can be sure when we're issuing RCRA permits in this state in a reasonable way, it includes a robust analysis of whether there are least hazardous processes that can be used. If they're too expensive, if they're infeasible, then under CEQA they can be discarded. But if there are appropriate less hazardous processes, it seems to me that by July of 2017, that's 18 months, the department could figure this out and put together some policy so that there's guidance for all stakeholders understanding what would be the appropriate way to look at this issue. Finally, on permitting, a couple data requests, and again, I was thinking that permitting would come first so that we could request this in the next 40 days and talk about it in March and April. The first is a list of existing financial assurances for every single RCRA permit site. So that's going to be, what is it, 100 and, so it would be, I think, basically a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet for the 119 facilities with 127 permits as to what the financial assurances are, what mechanism and how much. The next, I think it's a fair question, and we heard this from our stakeholders at the Chamber. You have this new bill, this AB 1075, which talks about tying permitting to these violation categories. And again, we want this to be done in a transparent way so that folks aren't caught by surprise. We're not interested, I think, in doing something before things are fully fleshed. But we have now a new bill with all these violation categories that are going to affect some of the key industrial infrastructure in our state from a permitting process, how many of these existing permittees are at risk under this new law of having permit issues? And then let's just get the facts on the table, and then we can discuss, what is a reasonable approach. It is not reasonable to shut down every permitted facility in this state. We could never do that. It would be completely irresponsible. What our job is and the department's job is to make sure that these folks are complying with the law, as I'm sure many are, and that they address potential violations. But we now have this law that has pretty draconian rules when you have violations, and so I'd be interested in seeing, what's the department thinking about that, and how many of the RCRA permittees, fall under some of the categories of that law, some of which, at least in part, can be identified now, because the law does identify certain rules, and if you've got violations, you fall at least under some of the obligations of that statute. So I'd be curious to just get a report, if appropriate, on where things stand, at least as we know, and as the department is indicating that it's moving forward on a violation scoring procedure. So that's a lot of stuff. It's sort of heavy duty in some instances, but I think it's important that we discuss each of these things. Now, what do we want to do? Do we want to open this up for public comment and then have a discussion among ourselves, or do you have any initial observations and then public comment and then discussion? What do you propose?
I'd rather initially discuss it, public comment, and then based on the public comment, then, broaden our considerations.
Very good. So let's do that. So thoughts on these, the permitting section?
You first or me first?
I kind of understand now what you were talking about initially, regards to how much can we really recommend with this initial reporting without having done our kind of data gathering and analysis to some degree.
Let me go first.
Okay.
Because this is an area that I'm fairly conversant in. Number one, I like the chart. That sort of satisfies our metric reporting requirement too, in the introductory section. Yeah. So I mean, it goes there. So
Yeah.
On the specific recommendations, I'm going to give you my biases or prejudice first, so you know what I'm coming from and thinking about is that if we give DTSC more to do without giving them more resources to do it, we're becoming the problem and not the solution, in my opinion. The other thing is as a having managed a mini DTSC of 65 instead of 1,000, we didn't have corrective action. That was in a different division in my department, but he said, if you just give me the resources and let me do it, I'm going to do it and do it well. And the final thing is I remember this is back when I'm in the military in the early 80s, that at any one, because of working with some program management stuff, at any one time on Capitol Hill, and I'm sure it's worse today, there are between 2,000 and 3,000 people in the Department of Defense and Capitol Hill asking and answering questions. And those people aren't doing anymore. They're answering and answering questions. And that's a lot what we're doing. And that takes time and people to give, because if we ask a question, the director is going to ensure that we get an accurate and correct answer. And sometimes that's, depending on how you ask, it's important too, or what words you use. But that's my background thinking. And so the approach, if you want to convince me, that's kind of what's pushing me. On Permit Appeals Board, I think I really need to know more about that. I like the way you expressed it, Gideon, but it still seems to me that, you establish a permit, you decide that that's a good idea, and that it can, in fact, reduce backlogs and not create another level of bureaucracy, if that's possible. You still have to establish and decide who's on it, what the rules and regulations are, whereas perhaps by just assigning more staff equal to the staff that the Permit Appeals Board would do might solve the same problem and do it much more expeditiously and streamline and easier to manage. So that's just a thought. The next one, fee for service. In the Cooper world, we were required by statute to get full cost recovery for our permits. And so the precedent exists. Yeah, and it was for the program, not, it didn't have to be for each individual permit, but I could just cut and paste from that statute for you if it would help you in your thing. But I think that that's a important recommendation, because what that means is somebody else is paying for that permit. And as we think it might disincentive, it's not incentive to get it done quickly and rapidly. The next one, if DTSC is going to publish records about regulations about 1/1/18, they pretty much have to have draft regulations written, because all the regulatory hoops, 60 days out, and then public community hearings and all that, that might be juggled within a month or two, but I think that's a good recommendation. To guidance or draft regulations and permit violation scoring procedure, I just want to know where they were on that. For a long time, 20, 25 years, they've had a concept where there's Class 1 violations, Class 2 violations, and minor violations in both statute and regulation. And I think this is building on that. I think when you get a bunch of regulators in a room and they're talking about scoring on them, they can, the devil's in the details, they can die under that. But I think I don't object to that concept.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out what the department told us exactly on that. Just one moment.
But just in the same line with that, I do like the idea of perhaps for the first recommendation to the legislation regarding the Permit Appeals Board, that perhaps if we increase the staffing, that might in itself be something that would cut the backlog a little bit more effectively than beginning a new entity that might take time, might not be as effective as we hope it would be based on the structure of it, membership.
And for those of you that are aware, the chair is currently looking up what DTSC.
Yeah, it was on their presentation, highlights improving enforceability and protectiveness, limiting the number of notices of deficiency through enhanced pre-application planning, closer collaboration in permitting and enforcement, enhanced evaluation of facility compliance history, and the violation scoring procedure. And that comes in their discussion of the performance metrics highlights.
So there was a guidance document. The DTSC, the Cooper Farm Board with Cal EPA put it out, but where we did similar things, and I think one of the keys there's a lot of nuances, but what is a repeat violation?
Right. And this new bill is going to require them to think about a lot of this for sure.
Okay. So, but I'm basically in agreement with that. I'm not sure if that's the right language. So.
Okay. We can maybe hear from the department a little bit on some of these too.
Yeah.
That's true.
The next one, legislature should fund trust assistance grants to allow public participation before draft permit is prepared. Public participation in permits is there at an important aspect. I'm not sure what before the draft permit is prepared, what that means in a time frame type of thing, and we don't want it to slow down the process.
Yeah, I think it comes from the notion that by the time you've got a draft permit, it's almost too late to really change it, so you wanted the public somehow to be involved in that initial drafting of the permit. That was the notion.
Maybe rewrite that such that it's a little bit clearer then.
Okay. We can talk more about it, too. Okay.
This is a tough one, and your point's good. But my understanding, and maybe I've got it wrong, is Exide was never issued a permit.
They were on interim status, right?
Yeah, and that was just kind of a grandfather thing, if I remember correctly. Although they had to have typically financial assurance, and in my experiences with a Coupa level permit, but it's regulated, it's for the cleanup and enclosure of the facility, exactly as you described, and you basically, and for sampling, and to do all that to make sure there's no contamination. But if you don't know the contamination is there, you kind of assume it's not there, and so I like the concept. At the same time, you get into this brownfields thing where you probably cite a polluting so on a previously polluted, a site that's less than, and how do you parse all of that out and everything? I'm a little bit hesitant on that one and just how it be crafted and how long it take to work out those nuances. I agree with the concept though.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's one that I think is essential, though. I agree with Gideon regarding that. I mean, that is...
Okay, I've got this piece of property that's contaminated. Nobody's using it, but I can use it for my business, because I've got a plating shop, let's say, or a massive line,
Well, we're talking about full permits, so we're not talking about a plating shop here.
So,
If you've got a full permitted facility, shouldn't you be characterizing what's underneath it? And if it's clean, great. You have a zero financial assurance for corrective action. But if you've got issues, the department should be on you.
So maybe right into the permit that they do a periodic site assessment and then determine and bear with in accordance with the just a phase one or whatever, and then vary to be part of the financial assurance.
But what about where there's known issues?
Well, that becomes, again, there's who's liable for them and get into all the legal issues. Did I buy the property? Is it pre-existing? Was it, that sort of thing. Who's the responsible party for those known issues is the party that should have financial responsibility.
And that's the thing, though. If, for example, what example that you were giving, if you know there is a contaminated site and you are going to build a plant on that contaminated site,
Or get re-permitted.
or get re-permitted or something like that, you're kind of taking responsibility for that site by,
Not necessarily. I've been in extended legal, with a bunch of different lawyers arguing about, who's responsible. And I've even seen companies put $1 million in escrow for any potential plant or cleanups that's found. I'm selling you my property. I'm going to put in an escrow account $1 million.
which is a good thing. That is a corrective action in some ways.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is that that's not necessarily that simple. It goes to whoever is responsible for that contamination is the responsible party, and not the existing permitted facility. And the legal structures, I understand it. We need an environmental lawyer up here with the expertise in that field. But I'm just...
Yeah.
I'm trying to say that my understanding...
You have one.
Is pretty nuanced, yeah.
You have one.
Yeah.
I understand. It's a good point. But you usually, in most cases, it's going to be the operator of that facility has some responsibility for corrective action, especially in the RCRA context. These RCRA permits where these are, when's the last time a facility got a new RCRA permit in this state? And these are folks that have been around for a long time. I agree with you. There's nuance to the issue, but it's an issue that has to be addressed one way or the other. And even if that means that they have to go chase after the person who created the problem, there should be a clear understanding of that should not be decoupled from issuing a new permit. But I think the point's well taken.
Yeah, okay, and you're better suited than I am for, if you understand my concern, then you're better,
I do.
your skill set far exceeds mine for fixing it, or just saying, no, it's as good as it's going to get. The next one about coordination, agency coordination, my experience is frequently in many jurisdictions is beautiful until somebody leaves or some key person leaves and say, why aren't you participating? Oh, I didn't even know. You got to bring them back in and do that. I'm not sure. The strategy might be on establishing and maintaining that, and what does AQMD or APCD own, and what does DTSC own, what does the Coupa own, what does the water board own? All of those can get kind of complicated, but multi-agency coordination is vital in both enforcement and protecting the community.
Okay.
I don't. The next one, adopt a policy for road permits must include robust analysis, at least best available treatment technology, so a lot of the regulations are written, and I thought that was already, I might be wrong on that, but in the permitting process, it's a mix of what's practical and the best available to do. I think it's more about the focus there, and a lot of this stems from RCRA, and DTSC or the state of California can't fix RCRA. Let's keep that in mind. Is that it's about getting it done, getting efficiently so it can meet land disposal requirements. In other words, what you want to do is treat the waste the best, not necessarily the safest. Well, there's an element of both, but it's looking at more than just safe. It's effective treatment too.
Right, it has to be.
Yeah, and I would propose in the next one, DTSC produce a list of financial assurance for every 4 weeks. We just have once we get an analysis on hand, assign that to him or her as a job.
But you're okay with him making that request?
Well, I'm okay with us directing our own staff to do that.
To make the request?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah,
But
sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
I want them to learn how to do it. I want them to do it. I want them to, so that we're not taking away from DTSC's permitting staff or
I
whatever.
think Chris can help assist with that process, right? I thought that's the whole process of for him to get all the necessary reports together from DTSC. If we require something from DTSC.
Well, they'll have an opportunity to comment. But that's my concern there, is I would rather have their permitting staff working on permits and going through that. DTSC producer, Rick, how many with the violation categories, 1057? I'm not exactly sure that they've done it in 1075 yet, so that's more of a question for DTSC, but I know that for years, significant non-compliers is a RCRA concept that's been tracked. The acronym, they call them SNCCs, and it's on RCRA info. You can look it up online during the meeting if you want. But so how that fits with that, I'm not sure, and I'm not sure where they are with that. But I'm hoping that we're not making duplicative reporting requirements for DTSC that are slightly different.
Okay, understood.
And
Yeah, maybe that can wait a little bit, but why don't we take, anything that you wanted to add, or you want to go to public comment on this?
Something really simple. Some of these are addressed to legislature should, and some of it is directly at DTSC should.
Right.
Are those, and it's kind of like peppered throughout. Do you want to have a list of things that are directly addressed to DTSC?
Yeah.
And
Well,
Sort of
what is
separated
out, one legislation, what is department, yeah.
Understood, okay. Yeah, I just did that because I thought some things require legislation, whereas others can be done, internally through a regulatory process. But that's a good point.
Just reordering
Okay.
them.
All right, well, I really appreciate those comments. I think those are good comments.
There's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why don't we
thank you.
take, the public comment. We are going to have public comment on each of these topics. I'm going to limit public comment to 3 minutes for each person on each category area, with some discretion allowed in the chair. But I think in general, we want to get through this. Please, members of the public, we need to be able to finish our work. And I apologize, but if we had 10, 20 minutes for everybody on each of these topics, we wouldn't be able to finish. So that's just the way that it is. Okay, we have on the permit question here, I have 3 cards in front of me. Also, do we have any online? Three online and 3 in public. So let's start with Anthony Sampson from the chamber, please. Welcome. Really appreciate your participation.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members. Permitting is obviously it's a hot topic. It's an important issue to address, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I did come prepared with some remarks, understanding there are a number of people waiting to speak, and there's still a lot more business to do. I'll keep it rather brief and just get straight into some of the recommendations that I'd like to comment on. First, why don't I focus on a couple of the recommendations that in concept I very much support. The first is the legislature should fund technical assistance grants to allow public participation. I would never get up here and oppose, a mechanism wherein you can ensure that people can participate in an informed way and early in the process In fact, as an organization representing many of the operators, I can tell you that we would prefer to see robust public participation early in the process as opposed to, say, late or even after in the form of litigation. And so I think that that's perfectly appropriate. I do agree that I think it's worth talking about this issue of whether it's prior to the draft or after the draft. Certainly in the CEQA process, you only have so many entities, including tribes and some responsible entities that even participate in a consultation process prior to the draft being released. Typically, the discussion is done after, and that's what sort of forms the ultimate final environmental document. So I think that's an issue worth exploring. The second, Mr. Chair, you'll be happy to know that certainly support in concept this idea of setting aside adequate financial assurances for corrective action. I think, it's a little complicated in this context because certainly in the SMARA context, Mr. Chair, as I know you're aware, being on the SMGB, the financial assurances cover disturbances that the operators are fully responsible for. You have a piece of land that has nothing on it, and then you begin to mine on it, and it's very clear what they're responsible for. I shouldn't say very clear. There's complications in setting aside adequate financial assurances, even in that context. But here the question is, to what extent are you responsible for the contamination at issue? And I just think that that's something where, while conceptually certainly support this concept, it's worked in the SMARA context, we will see some pretty significant reforms of the financial assurance process through AB 1142 by Assemblymember Gray, as well as SB 209. I know it says 206, SB 209 by Senator Pavley. And so perhaps we can look at that again as a model. Although I just want to reiterate that it's not necessarily comparing apples and apples. And so I think that that's important to discuss that concept moving forward. In terms of the Permit Appeals Board, I appreciate the discussion, the initial discussion, and again, in the second sentence in the recommendation, it says that the legislature should consider whether establishing such a board would reduce backlogs. I think that that's the threshold discussion to have, and perhaps maybe that should be in the first sentence in the recommendation. Because while in concept I've publicly stated next to Senator De Leon during a committee hearing that we would support this concept potentially of a permit appeals board process in the context of those permits that take a really long time to make a decision. The question becomes, if you make it such a complicated...
It's been 3 minutes. We're going to go to at least 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If you make it such a complicated and highly technical and very legal process, the question, again, is whether this would, in fact, reduce backlogs. So you might be able to make an argument, perhaps, for public participation, but in terms of reducing backlogs, my concern is that the way the language is structured right now, providing examination and cross-examination, what are the contents of the administrative record, I think it would be very complicated. And if we look at the model that this is based off of, which is at the local air districts, we see for those appeals boards very, very thick, voluminous regulations associated with it to guide all the parties through the process. So I just want to reiterate the importance of discussing whether this would in fact reduce backlog. And if the answer is yes, then I think it'd be very appropriate to start talking about what the details look like.
Do you think that, I'm going to hold your time, do you think, so this obviously is part of 654, the current De Leon legislation that's on 2 years, correct?
Well, the way the bill is currently drafted is different language, but there is language floating around in the form of legislative council amendments pertaining to a permanent appeals board. So it's not in the bill currently.
So this is, but it's likely to be vetted through the legislative process this year, at least in some form. It's going to be a discussion in the Capitol on this probably, right?
You'd have to ask Senator De Leon, but...
Okay. So the question I have is, do you think that because all the stakeholders are going to have an opportunity to talk about things, especially stuff that's maybe already on the table there in Sacramento, do you think that that's the better venue to have these really, really detailed discussions about a permit appeals board where perhaps they're going to have, hearings and discussions on legislation, more or less only on that topic? Or do you think it's something that, that this panel should spend a lot of time on, and that will be valuable to informing the legislative process? In other words, what do you think is the best venue, recognizing that we have a lot of other things to do here and less staff than the legislature?
So I don't want to say, well, who has more to do? You guys are the legislature.
Right.
I would argue with the amount you guys have, it's almost comparable at this point. But I would say because the three of you are focusing solely and exclusively on the hazardous waste multiple programs, including the permitting program, this would be the proper forum, I think, to have a more robust discussion about what this might be able to look like, because you are the ones requesting the data, you are the ones reviewing these documents, and with all due respect to the legislature, they have so many different issues they're attempting to tackle, whether through transportation, funding, healthcare, whatever it might be. And while certain members may focus on something like this, you certainly won't, I don't think, get a broad discussion within the legislature on this. And I think that the legislature would welcome guidance, quite frankly. I don't want to speak for them, but presumably they would welcome some guidance from a panel that was established for this very purpose.
Thank you. Please continue.
In terms of the violation scoring procedure, I've spoken with Mr. Tooker briefly, and he informed me that the DTSC was considering this, and haven't had the discussion about what this looks like and certainly how it relates to AB 1075. Because the Chamber is very much involved in those discussions. I didn't want to oppose a bill like that because I support the idea of penalizing bad actors in this context, and that's why we were happy to remove opposition to that bill after some initial concerns were addressed by the author. But the question is, how does this relate to that? Is this going to go beyond that? Is this going to flesh out what's in AB 1075? I just don't know the answer to those, so it's hard to develop a sort of a response until that happens, so I look forward to those discussions.
What role do you think our panel can have in helping that be fleshed out?
Well, I think you have under the data request. I think, I'll be perfectly honest, I asked multiple times through the committee staff of Environmental Safety and Toxic Materials for the data that you are seeking to request here down below so that I could provide an informed position on that bill. I never got that data. And so, I think that data is going to be very important for the panel to use to sort of help guide this process and see how it should look.
Thank you.
The next issue, and this will be the last one, I apologize, I've gone over my time already at this point.
No, you represent a lot of folks that are very important stakeholders. We really thank you for your participation.
And let me just, sorry, I just need to make clear, I'm speaking on behalf of the Cal Chamber right now. I did submit my letter on behalf of many other organizations, but for purposes of my comments today, I'm speaking on behalf of Cal Chamber because I haven't had an opportunity to discuss all of these items with everybody, and it could be that they disagree with my position on some of these. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. DTSC should adopt a policy that a CEQA analysis of full RCRA permits must include robust analysis of least hazardous process and equipment. As some of you, are aware, Appendix G thresholds within CEQA guide CEQA analyses for most lead agencies. And a couple of the first questions that all lead agencies are required to ask themselves in determining whether an impact is significant is, would the project create a significant hazard to the public or the environment through the routine transport, use, or disposal of hazardous materials? And second, would the project create a significant hazard to the public or the environment through reasonably foreseeable upset and accident conditions involving the release of hazardous materials into the environment? And if the answer to any of those questions is yes, significant impact, then lead agencies are required by law to adopt feasible mitigation measures to reduce that impact to a level of insignificance. By law, they have, if a feasible mitigation measure exists, meaning least hazardous process equipment, they have to adopt it. And to the extent they don't, I say to them, good luck in court, because you'll likely lose. And so I would just, I guess what and I'm not suggesting I oppose, what I'm wondering, are we trying to address an issue that perhaps isn't currently being sufficiently addressed in existing law? But I think the law is on the books. I think it exists. And so perhaps, to the extent the belief of this panel is that lead agencies aren't adequately fulfilling that responsibility, then there can be a discussion about it. But I don't see a need to do anything here. And I know it says DTSC should adopt the policy. I also would question, to the extent the IRP does move forward with this, I would question whether DTSC has that authority. I would presume that would require legislative authorization. And I apologize, I know I said that was my last one. I do want to talk about just one more quick issue, and that is through SB 673, which again, the Chamber had initial concerns with and removed opposition. I do want to say one minor concern within that bill, that as DTSC moves forward with the regulatory process, I just want the panel to be aware that I had expressed concern about the minimum setback requirement. For new facilities, I think it is entirely appropriate to set I think more strict minimum setbacks. But when we're talking about existing facilities who existed prior to the sensitive receptor being located, I think it would raise some serious vested property rights issue to the extent you were to impose on that existing facility new setback requirements after it had already been fully permitted. And I think the People's Senate document also specifies new facilities in their document, and I would agree with that. And so moving forward, I just hope that setback requirement would apply to new facilities, not existing.
So we're not drafting those regulations.
Right, exactly. But you are. It appears that you're going to be at least overseeing possibly that process.
A question: we permit a site, they've got a 1,000-foot setback or whatever is appropriate, and the local planning commission or whatever the appropriate says, well, no, we're going to go ahead and build a residential or a church or school. Or can that be done? I mean, who has the jurisdiction there? Can we prohibit local agencies from changing?
I don't know if you could do that from a statewide basis, but I think that perhaps a prudent local government would not want to cite homes knowing that a hazardous waste facility exists prior to that. Now, but I leave that to the local agencies. I don't know. And I presume that they might, at the local level, certain governments would have minimum setback requirements already established through their local zoning ordinance and general plans, but I couldn't speak to that. Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Sampson on permitting? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're next going to hear from Ms. Newman, Penny Newman, for the CCAEJ and the People's Senate. Welcome.
I wanted to make an overall statement first, because there was discussion about whether you should move forward with recommendations now or wait. And I would really like to encourage you to do it now. I think that the concerns about people taking this as completed and your credibility being questioned is addressed in the fact that you're asking for data. And I think people understand that this is your tentative recommendations, and you'll utilize that data to further inform your decision making. I think it's really helpful on my part to see the recommendations that are being put down here, so that it gives you a target to be able to comment on and a focus to that discussion that's taking place. So we're not all over the place trying to guess, okay, which direction are we going here? And so I think that that's really helpful. I'm not going to be able to stay for all of this, so I'll try and make some generalized comments as well. I think one of the issues with DTSC kind of can be summarized in the lack of transparency of criteria and an appeal. That most of us don't know what the heck is going on within the department, that the transparency of what is taking place in just about every aspect of it is very difficult to find out. And for affected residents especially, you're not kind of considered one of the stakeholders. And I think if you see the listing of stakeholders, it doesn't say affected residents. There is the facility or the polluter or the local agencies, the local government, all of those are in there, and maybe a general public, but there isn't a real cutout for people who are directly impacted in this whole situation. So when a decision is made within DTSC, even though you've been arguing with staff, once the decision, that's it. You have no way to appeal it or to have someone listen and say, look what they're doing, this is crazy. And in other agencies like the Air Resources Board, you have staff who makes recommendations and it goes to the board, and there's a public agency, a public forum then in which you can come and argue your side of it and get the different perspective in there. That doesn't happen here. And so over and over again, we have staff in their own little world making decisions, and if it comes out it's not what the residents see as what is needed, you have no place to go. That's why we work so hard to get this panel put together. So I would argue strongly about adding more staff because they get sucked into that culture that is there, that is exclusive of those who are directly affected. We need an independent appeals board on a number of areas. And
So not just permitting, you'd say site mitigation too, for example?
I think in a lot of the areas. And we'll try to, provide some written comments on it, all of it, so we can really give you some direction there on our part. The other piece I wanted to talk to you about was the fee-for-service. I think one of the big problems in hazardous materials nowadays is the fact that there's a lack of money to run any of the programs, the orphan sites, everything. And it all goes back to the removal of the fees on the industry. That's what the Superfund was all about. It would provide fees so that you had a pot of money to be able to do these programs. We don't have that anymore. And the state is going to not only be trying to handle its state funds and orphan sites that it sees, but it's going to be taking on the responsibility of the federal sites once they go into the operation and maintenance level, which is where we're ending up with a lot of the big ones. And there simply isn't the funding there to do that. So we have to come up with some money. The caution I have about fee-for-service, especially if it gets put into other programs, such as the site mitigation, is that the staff they have contracts with the developer or with the polluter, and they start seeing them as the client. And that's what's happening at the ag park. And so it defines in the scope of work of what they're getting their fee for, DTSC is getting a fee for, is only on that piece of land that developer has. So everything that happens off-site, they don't even look at. They don't look at off-site migration into the Santa Ana River. They don't look at the dust that's going into the neighborhood. They don't look at anything because it's not part of that contract. Then you have DTSC coming in. They have their public relations contracts as well, where you have DTSC staff standing there defending the developer. And so you end up losing the credibility of the agency itself. So somehow we need to, I'm a firm believer in polluter pays, but we have to get a mechanism that separates the staff's work from the actual payment. And so that it isn't a direct thing, because that is creating a real problem, I believe, with staff.
You mean the relationship between the one who's paying them?
Yeah. They see that as that's where I get my money. That's how I'm going to get paid.
You don't have a good concrete idea of how to do that right now. I don't. I mean, I get your point too. I understand.
Yeah, I think, well, for example, the project manager signs the contract with the polluter. Well, that's their contract directly, right, person to person. And so there has to be a disconnection there. And I'm not sure what that process is, but we've got to come up with some better way.
Do you think if there is like a conflict of interest form that both parties have to sign, something like that would be appropriate?
I don't think it's, I don't think the staff feels like they've got a conflict of interest, but they do understand that's who's paying them. And somehow it has to go into a big pot or something that, kind of a Chinese wall or something, that the money gets in there. I just know I get paid from the department. So it's separated somehow.
Okay. Can I interrupt? Sure. That was like what I was talking about the Cooper program. Everybody pays.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, they're really good performing businesses that comply with everything, pay for the bad ones. But what they pay is the same, because you spend more time in the bad ones. Right. It would get them corrected. So maybe something similar to that.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
brings home to me. I get that.
Yeah. It's just one
We've gone
thing
for
I
about
think.
7 minutes, so, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And the other piece is, we were talking about the technical assistant grants and when they should come into effect. You know, if you look at CEQA, you have scoping sessions. So you have public participation before the project is put forward and things are happening. So I think we can use it in that same way. And our community was the first one in the nation to have a technical advisor under Superfund, well, before Superfund. So we know how effective it can be in allowing residents to
Before
really be able to.
Superfund, whoa.
I know.
Whoa.
I'm aging myself here, but, so I think there's a way of being able to do that. And the other piece is on the public outreach, and I wish we would change that framework. It isn't the general public that are the ones who really are involved in these sites. It is the affected residents, and because of the demographics in just about every place, it is people of color and poor people. And they don't have the resources to take off work and be at hearings and whatnot. So I hope that we start looking at that plan as a way of reaching out to those who really have the biggest stake in all of this and develop plans specifically for them and not just a public, you know, this is how we do public outreach. And that it's a discussion I've had over and over with them. So at that, I'll submit some written comments on the rest of the ideas and ideas. I really think this is a good model. I don't agree with all of the recommendations, but I think it gives us a real good framework to have that discussion. Good work.
Thank you for being here today. Really appreciate you coming all the way up. Mr. Jacob from the Chemical Industry Council of California, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I'm Tom Jacob. I'm here on behalf of the Chemical Industry Council of California. This is less a direct comment on these proposals, which I haven't had a chance to review with my constituents yet, than a general caution regarding their consideration. Our members are not centrally involved with the specific facility and permitting questions that have occupied your attention. In that context, we fully support the input provided by Anthony Sampson on behalf of his larger coalition. It is our sense that this review is welcome, that the resolution of the questions raised in recent years about the state's hazardous waste system is needed. We certainly don't want to see that system burden any of our citizens with added risk. But neither do we want to see that system inhibited in its functioning. And we hope that this too will guide you as you deliberate these recommendations. We understand that it is more challenging in California than in other states, given the more protective standards that we already apply. But we don't want to see California waste diverted to other states or nations applying less protective standards because we failed to fully address the practical implications of recommendations that may come forward. Our industry and the industries we feed are far more aware of and responsive to the implications of chemical hazard for health and environment today than we were 50 years ago or even 20 years ago. But it's important to realize that chemical hazard is often associated with the very properties that can be harnessed in order to benefit society. Indeed, harnessing such properties has enabled much of the IT revolution from which our state has so benefited, the advances in medical care and devices that have extended lifetimes throughout the developed world, and much more. Very importantly, we are depending upon harnessing such properties to deliver for us advances that will truly enable a more sustainable lifestyle for those of us around this planet. This is the real promise of the Green Chemistry Program, in which DTSC and California are so invested. But our scientific understanding and our technical capacity has not yet evolved to the point where we can deliver such benefits for society without waste. We are progressing. Hazardous waste in particular is costly, and every incentive is to minimize it. But we are not there yet. We do hope that this panel, the DTSC and the legislature, can be responsive to the concerns of the host communities that have been so prominently aired in these meetings. We look forward to working with our industry partners, with DTSC, and with this panel to help ensure that we can find solutions that will also maintain and even enhance the functioning of our hazardous waste system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacob, and we hope we continue to see you and give us your counsel as we move forward in our work over these next 2 years. We're now going to move to the folks on the webcast. Do any of these look like they're more than 3 minutes?
Not individually.
Begin.
The first comment I'm going to read is one I began before lunch, and from Ingrid Bostrom, who is the 1033 state improving permits. CRPE agrees that DTSC should expedite rulemaking in compliance with Senate Bill 673. However, even more important than recommending an expedited timeframe, the IRP should develop recommendations around the content and substance of regulations. For example, the IRP should recommend that DTSC include an analysis of community vulnerability in its permitting criteria. The next one from Ingrid Bostrom, received at 1033. CRPE recommends that DTSC adopt regulations to codify its violation scoring protocol rather than adopt the VSP through a guidance document in order to allow for a robust public process and stakeholder input. In addition to funding technical assistance grants, the legislature may need to clarify or increase DTSC's authority to provide technical assistance to stakeholder groups working on the issues related to permitted facilities in addition to groups working on the issues related to site remediation. CRPE agrees with recommendations to require financial assurances for corrective action. The last one we received from Ingrid Bostrom is from 1035. CRPE agrees that DTSC should require RCRA sites to use the least hazardous processes. However, this goal will not be accomplished through CEQA review. The CEQA itself does not mandate any particular agency action. DTSC and the legislature should work with advocates and stakeholders to develop the proper mechanisms to ensure the use of least hazardous processes. Generators must be included in the strategy in addition to RCRA permits. CRPE agrees with the data request for a list of financial alternatives. However, the request should not be limited to a static one-time request for data to be provided to the IRP. Rather, the IRP should recommend that DTSC publish and regularly update information on financial assurances at RCRA permitted sites to ensure the public has ongoing access to this information. CRPE agrees with the recommendation to provide information on facilities which would have fallen under AB 1075 violation category. In addition to the number of facilities, DTSC should identify which facilities have exceeded the number of violations that would now trigger a presumption of permit denial under 1075. The next comment we received is from Jean Williams at 2:07 p.m. Regarding financial assurances and violations for procedures. Dear Chair and members of the Independent Review Board, it is critical that DTSC establish binding criteria for adequate financial assurance at our RCRA facilities. It is the lack of financial assurance at RCRA sites that leaves the taxpayer holding the bag when there is pollution to clean up. And often it is this state's most vulnerable communities that suffer from toxic exposures for years, while cleanup plans are stalled, lost, or just forgotten. Violation scoring procedures need to include air violations. It is air emissions which are contaminating our California citizens daily from releases at these hazardous waste treatment sites. The major exposure pathway to hazardous waste from California's sites is through the air, and any scoring procedure that does not include air is failing to capture these risks. Cordially, Jane Williams, Executive Director, California Community.
Before we move on, I'll say this before. The California Communities Against Toxics has been a legal client of mine. However, all matters that I'm that I've handled for CCAT have been settled or dismissed, and I've informed CCAT that I will no longer be taking on new matters at this time while serving on the panel.
The last comment at this time is from Dolores Martinez at Dolores Mejia. It says, East Side Coalition Against Excise and for DTSC Reform or Removal supports moratorium on permitting toxic technologies until a responsible and comprehensive permitting protocol has been deployed. This measure would allow for these initial permitting recommendations to develop fees for service, Superfund style tax credits, mandatory contingency plans for emergency closure, exit and community cleanup, perhaps a bond to secure funding for biomonitoring, etc., to prevent a toxic holocaust, so much like Eastside LA experienced with Excise Technologies' inclusion with DTSC. Perhaps DTSC should be required to secure a bond to operate as well. Formation of statewide DJ Ethics Review Board to ensure that all related agencies and CUBAs are performing to their intended capacity. That these local, city, county, state, regional CUBAs be required to report on all toxic situations within their scope of responsibility. These CUBAs should incorporate all first responders at all levels. A better plan for incorporating local EJ stakeholder recommendations for this panel to include in their reports. Drafted in the day, so right.
Is there more?
That's almost it.
Okay. Now, we've heard a lot from the department over the last 3 to 4 months, and a lot of the stuff that we have on the website is materials that the department has given us. And just a time check, it's 2:30. We still have a lot more to do, so we can't spend hours and hours on this. And I have had the opportunity to speak to the director about actually all of the materials that are in here. That being said, I don't know, Director, if you or any of your staff have any comments or anything that you want us to consider at this time on this topic of permitting before we deliberate and potentially take action on it. You don't have to. I'm just giving you the opportunity out of certainly for the respect for your position and for the opinions of your staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel. Barbara Lee, Director of the Department of Toxic Substances Control, and I have with me Elise Rothschild, who is my Deputy Director over the Hazardous Waste Management Program, in which the permitting program is embedded. Just up front, I want to say that I appreciate the panel's efforts to look into a number of matters and come up with a series of comprehensive recommendations that you believe will help the department better achieve its mission. That is our common goal, and we look forward to working with you on it. A number of the recommendations we believe are very helpful, and we want to work with you to achieve those. There are a couple of recommendations that involve some very complex processes, and we think you would be well advised to put a placeholder that you are working on recommendations towards the end of those processes to improve those processes, but they need to be carefully thought out so that we don't have unintended consequences as a result of making a quick recommendation that takes us perhaps in a direction that won't be as productive and achieve the ends that you are trying to achieve. I want to underscore that I believe we do have the same goal in what we are trying to achieve, as you have articulated the recommendations you have made, but some of them I think we could, if we worked with the affected communities as well as the business community, between all of us and you, come up with perhaps some language that would better achieve your ends.
So given that we have limited time,
and we'll give you some specifics on that in just a moment.
I was just saying, should we focus on the ones should we, the ones that you think are okay, maybe put those aside, and instead maybe have you focus on the ones that you think have some issues?
Certainly, we can do that. I also want to be very clear that this department is not able to either endorse or object to any proposed legislation that you are suggesting. It is a matter that you could certainly put before the legislature. We would be happy to work with you and the legislature in the manner of providing a technical background for any matters that the legislature would choose to take up, but the department cannot endorse or oppose any legislative concepts. So I want to make sure that that is very clear. With that, I'm going to have Elise point out a couple of the issues that we have identified as being challenging and perhaps requiring some additional work. And actually, while she is pulling that up, I will start with the concept of the appeals board. This is a concept with which I am very familiar. It is a concept, permit appeals boards are available at the air quality management districts and air pollution control districts, and that is where my career was for 25 years. And done properly, it can, I believe, be an effective tool. It is important that it be done properly, and it requires, as I mentioned before, very careful consideration about how the board is constructed, what its powers are, what the process is for matters being brought before it. And so I would encourage you to explore that further with us, and certainly to the extent we have had some conversations providing materials to the Senate President Pro Tem for his bill. As I understand it, that language has not been introduced, but we would be happy to talk with you about that language when it is available in print in the bill. Oh, yes. One other thing I did want to mention to you that Elise has reminded me, and as you you included in your recommendations a copy of a table we provided to you in our presentation. When Elise made the presentation to you, she was asked a question about whether the permits that we were counting in that table were all permits that were from the original backlog list. So first I want to state that in the budget, the commitment that we made was to make 8 permit decisions in the first year after receiving the resources and 9 permits in the second year after receiving the resources. And we did in fact do that. In addition, for the first year, we did make 8 permit decisions, and because we told Exide they would not be receiving a permit and they went into closure, although that doesn't count technically as a permit decision, it is a 9th permit that came off of the list, so to speak. But of the 8 that we actually took action on, 5 were officially from that original backlog list. 3 were not on that backlog list. We have looked at our schedule, and we believe that not only will we be able to make the 9 permit decisions we have committed to make in the present year, but we will be able to pick up 3 additional decisions. So we will make a total of 17 decisions on permits from the backlog list before the end of this fiscal year. We gave you an updated table that reflects this expanded commitment in the summary of our permitting program that we provided to you in writing a few days ago. And you may wish to refer to that updated table, but I want to underscore that the table that you have here is not incorrect. We just wanted to make sure that we had addressed the question that was asked to us.
Understood.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good to see you all again. So I wanted to go through and just address the various things that have been discussed here. Some of them we are okay with, and some of them we'd just like to give you some comments on.
Let's focus on the latter, please.
Okay. So, and it's hard for me, I'm just going to read it because they're not numbered. So DTSC should publish by January 1st, 2017, draft Senate Bill 673 regulations and adopt by January 2018. We are in concurrence with this, and we are going to do our best to get this done. We are looking at putting together a team to identify the specifics of what this will look like, and so we are going to be trying to identify resources to make this happen, so we wanted to let you know that. In regards to DTSC adopting the VSP, I think you talked earlier about where are we at with that. We are in process of moving forward with that. We are in the final stages of going out on the road and getting public comment on that. We were just down in LA 2 days ago doing that, so I think we only have a couple more, if that, and then we're going to take into account the public comment and put out then the final draft on that. And then legislature should fund technical assistance grants to allow public participation. We're very supportive of this idea, and we're happy to work with you to make this happen.
Just to be clear, we aren't taking a support position on any legislation. We are supportive of the concept of making technical assistance grants available to the community and appreciate that the panel understands that we're resource constrained.
And in regards to the legislature should require the financial assurance, we are exploring ways right now to enhance our financial assurance procedures. And we just want to acknowledge that it's a very complex and nationwide problem, and that we are encouraging recommendations from you as the panel to help us get through this.
And based on the conversation that I heard the panel having and some of the comments that were made to the panel, I would point out that we have a number of sites where there have been multiple owners serially over the years. And so while the current owner may have a very good idea of its operations and the effect its operations have had or may have on the site may not have been fully characterized, and that can take an extensive amount of time. So I would encourage the panel in its deliberations about what the appropriate path forward is to get to an end that we agree with you on, that we do need to have better financial assurance to better protect the state, as many have commented on, that the provision for doing that not result in a many years delay in decisions on permits, that we find a way to get the financial assurance, the site characterization investigation done in a timely way, but that it not hold up the permit. And perhaps the requirement to do that could be embedded in the permit, and that the permit couldn't be renewed if that had not been completed. But having it hold up the issuance of an initial permit if the site is already contaminated and needs to be characterized could be very problematic in some cases.
Do you want to speak to this one?
In terms of the CEQA analysis of full RCRA permits, I would echo the comments that Ingrid Brostrom made, that CEQA is not the vehicle probably to do that analysis. I am very committed to increasing exploring ways to expand the evaluation that we do of least hazardous alternatives. I have a number of ideas of how that could happen based on my experience in the world of air pollution. There are some very good statutes and regulatory structures for making that happen. We may not have the statutory authority to fully implement that at this time, and that's something we're exploring. I think it would be It would be very fruitful for us to explore those options with you. I think a decision on a path, and certainly on a path using CEQA, would be premature at this time. But we're very supportive of the intent there and want to work with you on it.
Then in regards to producing the list of existing financial assurances for every full RCRA permit site, just hearing your conversations, I think you mean all permitted sites, not just RCRA, or do you want just RCRA?
Your full permit sites.
Okay.
The 117
So
of them.
that's more than RCRA, okay. And we can do that. And then the next one in regards to 1075, AB 1075, so that just got enacted January 1st. And as far as we understand the reading and interpretation of the bill is that it's from January 1st on. And so we will take a look at the settlements that we've done. And as far as I know, we should be able to get that done in the next few months. But if there's more to it than we're aware of right now, it may take a little longer, so we'll get back to you.
Thank you very much for those comments. Okay, great.
That was it. And then, as I have discussed with you, Mr. Chairman, I know you have, there's a lot of information you want us to provide to you, and we certainly are going to do our best to help to make that happen and to work with your staff as they gather that information. You know, they do have access to everything that we have access to, unless it has been made confidential for some reason, but we will help them in assembling it. The issue of how all that happens, I think we need to make sure that your staff are able to meet the workflow demands that you're placing on them. So I would encourage you to talk about that with them. I know that while it's tempting, Mr. Law has responsibilities to us, and he will certainly work with your staff to, you know, as they're going about doing their job assignments, but I have to be careful not to transfer their work onto his plate.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, so we're ready to deliberate here on the permit questions. I do want to be cognizant of the time, and but I'm happy we at least have got this far. So it's 10 to 3. So what I would propose to do, we've heard a lot of good comment on all of these different topics. And I think what we could do is the ones that we decide already to go in, you could give some direction on how they should be phrased, et cetera. So what I'd like to do is, and let's try to do this efficiently and move on. But why don't we just go through these one by one, and we can see if there's a consensus one way or the other, and then we can figure out if there is. And if it does move forward, in what form it should be set forward. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so how about the first one, the Permit Appeals Board? What do we think about that?
I like the Cal Chamber's suggestion that we lead off with the legislators should consider, and then other than that, I like it.
Okay. Any objection, Arzu?
No, I like that idea. The only thing is, maybe at this point, we could then say legislation could establish a permit appeals board, or should we keep it as should establish?
It could be could.
Probably a better change.
And this might be something consistent with Mr. Sampson's thoughts that we can talk about. You know, we can have an hour or two or more in the future on this question if it's really that central. And it seems to be something that's on everyone's minds. Okay, what I'd like to do, I'd like to just take votes on these, each one, if necessary. Some of them we don't even need to get the votes to, but this would be to include the question of Permanent Appeals Board, reading with the sentence about whether it would reduce backlogs, and then said that the legislature could establish that, and maybe something else, recognizing that it needs to be, further vetted. Is there any motion along those lines?
Can I just make one more suggestion? Do we want to delete the last sentence, or do we want to keep that in? The board could also hear permittees appeal disputes over completeness of permit applications. Do we want to even address that at this point, or could we leave that off at a later time point? I don't know. What is your suggestion?
I don't think it's necessary at this point.
Yeah,
Okay, so to take that off?
How
So
about-
this would be the second sentence first, the first sentence second with the word could, and to get rid of the third sentence and to talk about that this is an issue that the panel will continue to consider. Is there a motion along those lines?
Well, Vice Chair, Mike Vizier would like to make a motion that we consider all of these one by one and then take a vote on each one, but allow the author, the chair, as long as there's not substantive changes, to make future editorial changes to make it read better or more efficiently and change the order. So I'd like to make a motion that we just consider all of these one by one and take a vote on each one, with the caveat that the chair is not stuck to the exact language, that he still has an editorial.
Thank you for that.
way.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second along those lines. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Member Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair, aye. So now we'll move on to the Permit Appeals Board. We've talked about putting the second sentence first, the first sentence second with the word could, and getting rid of the third sentence. Is there a motion along those lines?
Not just a vote on each one, so aye.
Aye. Next one. This was a question of the fee for service. Maybe instead what we should consider is asking that the legislature should inquire about making sure that DTSC is achieving a full cost recovery in connection with its permit decisions. And then the legislature, and perhaps we can dig into this more, can then figure out, what the best way to do that is. But again, toward this notion of making sure the department has the money that it needs, we can, I think that everybody within reason would agree that the department should be entitled to a full cost recovery on its permit decisions. Then there are these questions about how it does that. There are these questions about the relationship between the permit writer and the one who's paying for it. We can maybe get into that at another time, but in general, maybe we can more appropriately just tailor this, that the legislature should be sure that the DTSC has the ability to, in all cases, obtain a full cost recovery for its permitting. Any thoughts on that?
Permitting process, and I think that's much better, great improvement, and I vote aye.
Okay, so we have an aye.
I'm so sorry, but I just need to ask this quick question. The thing that I'm a little bit worried about is if we ask for cost recovery, shouldn't we also offer what those cost recovery options would be?
No.
You think it's okay?
There's a few different ways to approach that, like you could put a down payment and then extra hours. You could do full, per hour.
That's
You could
why
have
we're
a
just
pot
thinking
if they average out, and maybe leave that up to further discussion or discussion with all of the involved stakeholders.
Okay.
So we have a motion to forward on something that the legislature should inquire as to making sure that the department has the authority to ensure it achieves a full cost recovery on its permitting decisions. Is there, that's the issue. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair, aye. The next one is publishing the draft SB 673 regulations by 1/1/17 and adopting them by 1/1/18. Any thoughts or discussion?
No.
Okay, Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair, aye. The next one is that the department should adopt through guidance or publish draft regulations by 1/1/17 on this violation scoring procedure, which it's doing anyway. Any thoughts on that?
The only thing at all is your plan to do guidance or draft regulations?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel. In response to panel member Vizier's question, the department, my desire ultimately is to incorporate this scoring protocol into a regulatory format. However, I will say the question has been raised as to whether we should implement it for a period of time as a policy to make sure that it does in fact work in the way we anticipate that it will work. So the ultimate goal of having it in regulation, we are very supportive of. Having it in regulation within a year is perhaps, that may be something that we may not ultimately get to on this time frame. We have had a number of discussions with different stakeholder groups on the current discussion draft of the scoring protocol. We expect to put out a formal proposal for comment in the next few months, and then we'll look at how that's received and what the time frame is under which we think we can take it forward.
So start with guidance, evaluate it with the eye towards future regulation, or something.
So what would be the,
Well, this says adopt guidance or.
Yeah,
Right,
I'm fine with that actually now, and that's hindsight,
so
yeah.
should we just go DTSC should adopt through guidance or publish draft regulation on its permit violation? You take that date constriction out at this time point?
Which one?
Just 5/1/117, if we can just cross that out, then it'll maybe not have that strict, because we still need to get from IRP
Oh,
their
okay.
violation categories and everything. So if we just cross out the time deadline of 1/1,
I think that they're on that time deadline, so why not put it in there? They're going to do some guidance or publish a draft regulation on this by that timeline, probably guidance, right?
Again, we haven't decided which path we're going to go on that. Ultimately, I do want to see it in regulatory format because that will be the most durable platform for ensuring that this remains in effect and continues to be used in the future. However, this is a very new thing for the department, and it's important that we make sure we get it right before it's locked down in regulation.
Thank you. Okay.
So it's good as written.
As long as there's an understanding that there will be a proposal that we're working on this year, the question is whether or not there will be something finally adopted by 2017.
So thoughts, colleagues?
I have that understanding. Do we need to change it, the wording of
Do we
it?
need to?
yeah.
I don't think so.
Because it says DTSC should adopt the guidance or publish draft regulation, its permit violation scoring procedure, or publish draft regulation.
We'll get rid of the last year. That's a typo.
Oh, okay.
There should be a period after VSP.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Aye. The next one is the technical assistance grants. We've heard comments on this that, when exactly is the right time. Any thoughts on this, colleagues?
I think it's sufficient as written.
I agree.
Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair, aye. Okay, now we have this next one, the corrective action question. It's a complicated question. I think the idea here is to at least get it on the legislature's plate, and then, we can help them try to think about it. They can think about it. Any thoughts on this?
I think that I like the first sentence. I think that in itself should be sufficient. I don't think we need to put the rest of the...
Well, the second sentence might be useful. Then it's not just coming from us, and it'd be pointing them towards a reference that would also assist in the research of the topic.
I agree with that.
Okay, but then after that, can we go ahead and just keep it at those two sentences?
But I like the shorter, brevity's good.
All right, so we're looking at the first two sentences and deleting the next three sentences. And I realize this is a complicated question, but let's start the discussion. So we're just doing the first two sentences. Panel member Dr. Campbell? You ready to vote?
Yes, aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair, aye. The next one is on convening the regulatory agencies to talk about this question of fence line aerial deposition and ask them basically to figure out a strategy within the next 11 months. What are the thoughts on this?
This was one that I was a little confused on, quite honestly. Maybe you can clarify it for me?
Yeah, it's just this question about, people want to make sure that that these facilities are not affecting their neighbors, and there are some potential gaps in the current system that there's not great communication, or there's just starting to improve between the regulatory agencies to make sure that these facilities are protecting off-site. Not all permits, and again, we're not tarring in any way all permittees, but there's a couple instances of serious problems, and we want to make sure that doesn't happen for future generations.
To be honest, I think it should, something similar to this should be from on Cal EPA for the entire state, because they've got some more jurisdiction or broader authority. But if we're only talking about regulated sites, then it'd be appropriate for, or RCRA, full permitted sites, then it'd be appropriate for DTSC, I think. I think this is a goal that everybody agrees is good and we should strive to achieve. It's tough to do, though.
See, I would think that this would be in line with corrective, like the same as financial assurances for corrective action. It would fall under that purview in some ways. I mean, I would imagine that it's not just the area where it's the source of the toxic spill, but that wherever it influences, that is the scope of the area, and that should pertain. That should be under the umbrella of financial
I'll
assurance.
give you a quick example. I know one in San Diego where a RCRA permit was provided that, and they included that the Coupa inspect this part because it was under the Coupa's jurisdiction, not the full permit. And so, but that's what the public wanted. That was vision. So, so of course we would do that anyway. We're required to do it. So, but that's really.
If we have confusion about this, is this something we want to pass on right now and then talk about it next time?
I think this is actually can be improved on, a good recommendation.
What about the next one, the least hazardous processes? We've heard the comments of the chamber. The chamber thinks it's being handled in CEQA. The department is unclear whether CEQA is the best place for it. I would suggest, and this is also part of sort of a larger discussion which involves the generators possibly too, and maybe we can leave this discussion for another day.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. How about the data requests? Is there any problem with those?
Not here.
To approve these two data requests as written, Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
The only question I got is the date reasonable?
Let's say,
Particularly for 1075, which is Brad's, came in effect 2 weeks ago or less.
okay, you want to say 4-1 for both of these? How about 3-1 for the first one and 4-1 for the second one?
Okay.
So as written, except that we're changing the second request on AB 1075 to April 1st. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair, aye. Okay, we've just finished the permit part, and we're behind schedule. We have about 2 more hours, but I think this was a big nut to crack here. I really appreciate everyone's participation, and I think we have fewer recommendations in all the areas, and it should go a little bit quicker. Let's take a 5-minute break just to clear our heads, and then we'll reconvene at 3:10, please. Any objection to that?
No.
Meeting's adjourned for 5 minutes.
figured that.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the January 14th, 2016 meeting of the California Department of Toxic Substances Control Independent Review Panel. We are in the middle of item 7. We are now going to move on to enforcement, colleagues. So, enforcement, this language is basically taken right off some of the department summaries on page 4. It's more of a background as opposed to a statement of any kind of issues with enforcement. We have heard some folks concerned about enforcement. This narrative doesn't present any kind of problem statement, unlike, for example, the permitting where we had that chart and a little bit of a discussion on the backlog issue. So let's talk about whether you want me to address some of these concerns we've heard about enforcement in terms of a follow-up, in terms of penalties, as opposed to just paying money. That's a way that the money can be used in the community, or a way that that community folks can be more involved in knowing where their penalty dollars go, as opposed to it just going into the TSCA, for example. The department's working on that. I think I have not heard an objection to being able to adopt a policy. Now, there is a new law requiring all divisions of Cal EPA to have such a so-called SEP policy, that is AB 1071. This is a Speaker Atkins bill. You must know all about this since you're the that's your appointing authority. But that's a bill also passed in October, just a few months ago, that requires the EPA Secretary to convene a working group on EJ to make sure that each board within that department create a SEP policy that benefits disadvantaged communities. I don't see a timeline on doing that. But my understanding is that our department is already sort of working on that. So this asks, and we can talk about whether this is an appropriate date, but that asks by May 1st that this department finalize that policy. I don't believe that is a regulation, that's just a policy. The next one, which is a little complicated, perhaps Ms. Rothschild can spend some time educating us on this, is the e-manifest regulations. I noticed that we have pretty good manifest technology, but there are some federal requirements that are being passed down on all the states, and in general, I'm hearing from the feds that our manifest system is okay, actually, but I want to make sure that if we have to be doing these e-manifest regulations, subject to the federal law, that we're doing them, because those manifests are quite important. The next one is about whether, based on certain criteria, DTSC, the legislature should consider giving DTSC the authority to allow public review of draft settlements and consent decrees. This would allow public participation and, again, sort of lift the veil on certain enforcement actions. Now, again, there have to be criteria for this. It can't be in every case. Some of that is allowed in the Clean Air Act, which is pretty common. Again, this would be definitely probably a legislative thing, but that's the recommendation, again, on the idea of sort of lifting the veil in an appropriate way. The other, and this is a typo, this should be 1/1/2017. The department has its Improving Enforcement Performance Initiative, and we're asking that a work plan, which they're working on, but that they get that work plan done in the next 11 months. Those are the recommendations. There's some data requests here. The first is, make sure that that this is what it's designed to. Well, hold on. Let me say what it is. The data request. The first one is to get data on the department's compliance for its 117 full California waste facilities on the 60-day inspection report, and if there's violations, the referral requirements for 2014 and 2015 in terms of the inspections, violations, and enforcement outcomes. The idea behind this is to verify with our own eyes and ears that the department is following up its time requirements for its inspections and is doing the inspections like it's supposed to be doing, and that there is follow-through on all of this. Again, the idea is that by requesting this data, it's going to encourage transparency and make sure that the department knows that our panel is paying attention. The next is the RCRA grant work plan. I encourage all folks, I know you have, but this RCRA grant work plan, which is responsible for $33 million a year for the department, is pretty rigorous. On pages 28 to 30 for the current work plan that expires next year, there is an information management work plan, which has a bunch of stuff on EnviroStore and loading data from EnviroStore into the RCRA info, which is a big deal. And this has been something they've been working on for a while. And during this grant cycle, the DTSC is committed to certain things, and that's on pages 28 and 29. So this was a report, or maybe there's even grant work plan reporting that they've given to EPA. We'd like to see that and see how that's going. The next is having to do with AB 1329. AB 1329 is a bill from a year or two ago, which this is a Manuel Perez bill out of Imperial County that suggested that the legislature, that the department, in essence, should be prioritizing enforcement in affected communities that have been identified by Cal EPA as being most impacted. So I wanted to get a report on how that's being implemented. This legislation now is 2 years old, 2.5 years old almost. The next one, the department, my understanding is, and again, I don't want to violate privilege or enforcement that are ongoing, but want some sense on actual like cases. I know we've got some of this data already. I think the term of art is cases, but this question about how many cases are being created and that relationship to the Attorney General. We know the Attorney General does great work, but they're expensive, and want to get a sense as to that relationship within appropriate bounds between the department and the Attorney General, make sure that's functioning properly, and that you get your bang for your buck with lawyers, but lawyers can be expensive, and that's a question that is important when you're considering how many referrals are going to the Attorney General, or at least for us to understand that relationship. The last thing is AB 1249, a relatively complicated piece of legislation. It's a bill from Assemblyman Hill that came out a while back on this question of auto shredder waste, and the department is supposed to be doing some work on this and determining sort of where it goes with its auto shredder waste policy by 2018. So this was just a question of getting a report on shredder waste in the next few months. And again, the thought is that we would take up enforcement sometime in May. We just talked about the stuff for permitting in March and April, and then this would be in May. So that's enforcement, colleagues. Do you have any initial thoughts, or you want to open it up for public comment at this time?
This is, again, an area I'm very conversant in and got some thoughts. With the first one, as long as that's, the date, as long as it's compliance with the statute. The second one, e-manifest is a manifests are a mess, actually. If when you get through 6 copies and do scribble down in, the one that does DTSC, somebody else types what they see and it goes in the database. E-manifests are a personal, that's why I think they're very important to me. But and the state is moving to go there. It'll make the data much better, much cleaner. It'll be a great improvement, but there is a coordination aspect with the federal government's e-manifest system that I don't quite understand, and so I'd maybe get Ms. Rothschild to elaborate on that. But e-manifest is actually, for an enforcement aspect, it's going to be a greatly enhanced and already good tool. The next one, this I do not have a clear vision of. Every settlement, be it, except for, criminal, everything was done as confidential negotiations that I've been involved in couple hundred cases, and so I don't see how you bring the public into confidential negotiations. I don't understand that. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
The typo you caught. The inspection date is 65 instead of 60. The report's still in 65 days.
Mm-hmm.
I'm I'm not sure what 180-day referral requirements is. Is that return to compliance? Is that what you're referring to? In other words,
No, I think it's if there's violations, they have to write, they have to, I think they have a certain period of time to resolve it or send it on for enforcement. Was my understanding.
Yeah, that's correct. But there's each one. I've given people as long because of huge construction and engineering projects. They give me a plan by and then do it. And it might take years. But I think the term might be return to compliance. But again, we could just ask Mr. Rothschild how to better write that. Where it's more inclusive, it captures everything. The data management goals, that the date we might want to ask, and that looks a little early to me. It took us 8 years to do this at the local level, where we could talk to Cal EPA's California Environmental Reporting System. It was a struggle. A lot of, I don't know how many millions of dollars, but more than $1 million anyway at the local level. The next one, I think. We had a quick discussion break, maybe be more specific. We're actually referring to Health and Safety Code 25180.2 because of the AB 1329 was larger, but again, DTSC's input. Cases created. Environmental enforcement in the state, we do criminal, civil, and administrative. The vast majority are administrative. DTSC also works with the local district attorneys, in some cases city attorneys. So you might want to, broaden that one. But we really want to capture all three types of informal enforcement.
Attorney General,
district attorneys,
and city attorneys,
and in some cases city attorneys.
Okay,
there's only a limited number.
Like LA, right?
Yeah, LA and San Diego. Is that it?
Okay.
And
enforcement cases?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'd just say data on enforcement cases. And auto shredder, I think that might be premature. If it's due 2018, I think we've literally been talking about auto shredder race for most of my career.
Okay.
What is the auto shredder? I don't even understand.
When you crush an auto, you've seen the big crushers, you've seen all that on TV. Well, there's switches with mercury, there's sodium azides, and it's explosive in the airbags. There's all sorts of little capsules or little particular components that could have very hazardous stuff in them, and the auto dismantler should remove all those, manage them as hazardous waste, and then the auto shredder literally shreds it, and the residue that's not metal, they call fluff. And then for a while we're using fluff to line landfills, and it turns out because the dismantlers didn't do such a good job, the fluff was probably hazardous waste. And so it's really a complicated
Yeah, it is quite complicated. Okay, well, thanks for those initial comments. All those are well taken. Let's open this up to public comment. Do we have any public comment cards in the audience? Do you have any initial thoughts?
I'm fine.
Mr. Sampson, welcome.
Chair, members, again, Anthony Sampson with the California Chamber of Commerce. I had an opportunity to briefly review the enforcement section. Nothing strikes me as problematical, with the exception of one recommendation that I'd like to just focus on briefly. That specifically is that the legislature should consider whether DTSC should allow public review of draft settlements and consent decrees in certain cases based on criteria to be developed, citing section 113, subsection G of the I think at the outset, before turning to the citation in the recommendation, I think that it's problematic from a policy standpoint to publicize what are otherwise usually confidential settlement negotiations. Here you mentioned, lifting the veil, which almost implies that it's sort of this, secretive process that public policy should not encourage. But I think that is why people can reach settlements, is because it's between the enforcer and the operator, and you have the ability to sit down and work out a solution that if these documents were publicized for public comment and put into a public forum where they can be politicized, I think it would be an extraordinarily troublesome deterrent with respect to reaching settlements, and that in turn would result in an unfortunate increase in litigation, which is the exact thing we try to avoid. And turning to the citation in the recommendation, section 113, subsection G of the Clean Air Act, I should start by saying I have no expert on the Clean Air Act by any means, but in reviewing that section, it appears to expressly exempt consent decrees of settlement pursuant to enforcement actions under the Clean Air Act. And instead, what we're talking about here is publicizing settlements and consent decrees as a result of litigation. So further along in the process, in fact, I was unable to find online in my brief review any publicized draft enforcement settlement in the administrative context. Instead, what we see is publicized settlements in litigation context. One recent case in the United States, the MTU America, where it states that on March 24th, 2015, the United States simultaneously filed a complaint and notice of lodging of the proposed consent decree, asking the court to defer action until the government completed the necessary notice and comment procedures. The government received no public comments and now moves the court to enter the proposed decree. And then later the court said, settlement is highly favored as not only the parties, but the general public as well benefit from the saving of time and money that results from the voluntary settlement of litigation. So as I am aware, I don't know of any other context where you would publicize draft settlements or consent decrees in administrative context as opposed to litigation context. I know this is turning to the next item, but they're related. The board is proposing to put enforcement items online, supportive of that, supportive of all, posting all these documents online. But again, that would have to be final enforcement documents as opposed to mere allegations that could, quite frankly, unjustifiably tarnish the reputation of an operator who, as it may turn out, actually didn't do anything wrong. And so I understand the concern, but again, I think it's a misguided policy, and I would highly encourage this panel to, at the very least, delay taking action on this particular item today until further discussion.
Thank you very much. Anything further from members of the public here in the room? Then we'll go to the webcast. How many do we have on the webcast, please?
We have 3, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
This first comment comes from Dolores Mejia, titled Proposed Meeting Summaries/Minutes, and it was received at 11:40 a.m. We need all minutes for all meetings and hearings transcribed via Dragon software or any other format for compliance with ADA, American Disabilities Act, so that we all have equal access to previous, current, and future info. Please and thank you.
Mr. Erica, can you double check and make sure that all of our practices are as fully ADA compliant as appropriate for agencies, like ours? Make sure we're not missing something when it comes to ADA, please.
This second comment comes from Dolores Mejia, received at 11:30, 12:01, and 2:36. And it's titled Administrative Protocol for Implementing Public Comments into Report. Although I was unable to review this so recently released item before today's webcast, I will do my best to process this information in the context of DTSC Director Barbara Lee's alibis and disclaimers she presented to the panel yesterday, moving forward, of course, as she loves to say. Otherwise, the general feedback I have gotten is that this version of the report does not responsibly reflect the actual status of this agency nor does it adequately include the recommendations for reform that have been submitted jointly by both the People's Senate and CEJC, California Environmental Justice Coalition, on at least 2 occasions, with the last being presented directly to the IRP in Sacramento on December 9th during a 2-hour PowerPoint by point summary of DTSC reform recommendations and EJ stakeholder comments to support these systemic changes we are proposing. Let's submit our questions and remarks tomorrow for consideration during this last meeting of DTSC internal review panel before they submit this first report to the Senate Rules Committee and to the Governor for purpose of designating funds to their budget or for withholding them if so needed, as I understand it. Ms. Vejia includes 2 links to articles. Shall I read the links?
No.
Finally, she says, GER, take a bite out of crime. Do Mejia, East Side against X Side. The next comment from Dolores Mejia.
Is that okay not to read the web links, or do we need to read the web links? Council is saying, no, we don't need to read the web links. Go ahead. But this will all this information will be available online because we're going to be post all this. Yeah.
The next comment from Dolores Mejia is titled Public Comment on DTSC Internal Review Panel.
So is the third comment from her on the same topic?
Yes.
Thank you.
This was received at 2:22 p.m. Eastside Coalition Against Exide Toxic Technologies and for EJ Reform wants to emphasize the desperate need for this panel to secure an external investigation of DTSC for purpose of performing what I believe is termed a root cause analysis to weed out the irresponsible regulators at DTSC and prosecuting those responsible for this environmental crime wave that contaminated communities like Eastside LA and Kettleman City, which are now environmental crime scenes. We also very much need a cost-benefit analysis to conserve funding that is being squandered by DTSC on public participation commercials rather than to expedite serious consideration and implementation of community-based resolutions and recovery for the toxic holocaust that DTSC is responsible for. Gracias y adelante. Dolores Mejia.
Other other comments on enforcement, please?
Mr. Chairman, we do have one more from Dolores Mejia.
This comment from Dolores Mejia is received at 3:31 p.m. titled Eastside Against Exide and DTSC Review of Internal Review Panel Recommendations. Eastside Against Exide and DTSC have previously and persistently for 3 years proposed these obvious recommendations for improving DTSC enforcement of hazardous waste violators or deterring them. GPS of all hazardous waste transport materials, video surveillance of all toxic technology operations, Homeland Security consultation and mandatory clearance before operations to secure hazardous waste and materials or equipment from terrorist threats. Tarp and quarantine all toxic materials, equipment, operations to secure from extreme weather conditions like El Nino storms that will compromise the safety of communities and water supply by further exposing us to the poorly and illegally stored hazardous waste at Exide Toxic Technology in the city of Vernon on the east side of Los Angeles, where numerous food production operations are located that distribute worldwide. Office of Emergency Management or Services is all agencies must respond and report on every toxic situation always. Also, please read the other 2 short emails that were resent to panel at 3:35 and 3:36. I noted this with Countercycle IT. Seriously, Dolores Martinez, East Side Against Exide.
And we read those other 2, didn't we?
They have been read, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, colleagues, we're on to enforcement. Ms. Rothschild, do you have any observations on these topics? Help inform our decision-making? Oh, this must be serious when Mr. Tucker up here too now, okay.
start again with the disclaimer that department will not be endorsing or approving any proposed legislation.
And again, just by, talk about what you need to, but in particular, if there's things that are problematic or that we need to, hear concerns about, definitely want to make sure we get that out. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the panel.
I want to thank you, Mr. Tooker. I've said this before, but you've been a great assistance to our staff and to us through this process, and we really appreciate your professionalism and the courtesy you've shown towards us.
Thank you very much. Just a couple very simple clarifications. Kind of a question, just make sure we understand everything what the panel is looking for on the e-manifest. My understanding is the goal is to ensure that the state is in compliance with whatever the federal EPA comes out with the e-manifest. I understand they are still in progress. So not knowing what they're going to come out with, maybe something to the effect of adopting regulations and or seeking any potential statutory changes as necessary. I don't know what they're going to require, so just keeping all options open type of clarification.
Okay, so the feds still have not decided sort of what the requirements are for the e-manifest. Is that the situation?
They have workshops, and I believe they're in process, but not complete.
Okay. So it would not be appropriate for us to develop regulations yet. Is that correct?
We're not anticipating anything from them until fall of 2018.
All right. So why don't we strike this? We can get a report on it later, perhaps, but this doesn't make sense for right now, does it? Or, if this is your passion, I hate to strike something, but...
Yeah, it probably won't be the first time before this 2-year period's over.
Okay.
I'm confident that DTSC is moving forward and the federal government is. Mexico's way ahead of us on this, so they've had e-manifest for about 5 years.
But maybe it's something that later on we can, when we talk about enforcement, we can ask for an update on it at that time. Okay.
And then clarification in regards to the request for compliance data within the 65 days and the 180 days. That's for the permitted facilities only. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I think to answer Mr. Vizier's question in regards to the 180-day referral, that's referral for some sort of prosecution or determination that it's going administrative.
Okay.
And then for the one that addresses EB 1329, we were looking for some clarification there. I believe you were talking about Health and Safety Code, Section 25180.2, and we just wanted to make sure that that was where you were going with that.
That's correct.
And then in regards to the last one, just some clarifications. It's actually Senate Bill 1249, and it's metal shredder facilities, not just auto. So,
Is that an appropriate timeline to get a report back from you on that?
yeah, we can definitely give you an update of where we're at. We are not going to be done with the project until the beginning of 2018,
Right.
but we can definitely give you a status update.
Okay. Anything further that you wanted to bring to our attention?
No, that was it.
Thank you.
Unless you had any additional questions.
Hearing none, thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, so here we go. Did we want in the narrative part of this to maybe highlight some current needs or barriers relating to enforcement?
No, I think it's premature simply because, we consider what you've got here, I think, is adequate for this, more than adequate for this report. It's a yeoman's job, as they say. Great work, and I think we leave it at this and then look for that for future reports.
Fine. So let's go forward under the procedure that we've already approved as to how to go through these. The first is the DTSC should adopt this SEP policy. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair, aye. The next one is we've taken out the e-manifest regulations, but certainly if you want to report to us on those, we're more than welcome to accept that, Vice Chair. This question of the draft settlements consent decrees. Thoughts?
I need, before I'm comfortable with an aye on this, I would say nay, just simply because I can't envision how it's going to work. And I think it could have big negative consequences for reaching settlements. And so I would say let's strike it at this time and then perhaps study it later.
Dr. Campbell?
Agreed.
Okay, well, that's 2. Okay, so that we're going to strike, and we'll come back later. The third one, the second one then would be DTSC should adopt by 1/1/2017 its Improving Enforcement Performance Initiative. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair, aye. The next one is requesting that the department produce by May 1st data on compliance with the 65 and 180-day referrals for all of the California permit sites, 117 of them, for 2014-2015 on inspections, any violations reported, and enforcement outcomes. This will be data that our staffs will collectively work on. Any further comment on that? Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair says aye. The next one is reporting on the data management goals by May 1st. Vice Chair? I'm sorry, Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair says aye. The next one is a report by May 1st on how EJ and health is being prioritized under Health and Safety Code Section 25180.2, including identification of planned EJ enforcement initiatives. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair says aye. That passes. The next one is data by May 1st on cases created in 2014-2015, including number of referrals to, we'll call this, any law enforcement agency.
A prosecutor, baby.
Right, including the Attorney General, District Attorney, and the City Attorneys.
I wouldn't change cases, I would enforcement cases. But
Okay. Hope you're taking good notes, Mr. Erica. Erika. I apologize. I'll figure that
Live
out.
it with the auditors record.
Record. All right, okay, thank you. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair says aye, that passes. The next one is a report by May 1st on the status of SB 1249. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
And change it metal shredder.
Yeah, metal shredder.
Aye.
And the chair says aye, that passes.
Just really quickly, I want to make a note that we are not giving up on the 2 recommendations that we're tabling for later. Those are just going to be tabled until we get more data.
Until we put them in the work plan at some future date, yeah. I mean, more, we need to know more.
Exactly.
So colleagues, the next one is public outreach, and I want to include the emails in this because it does relate to sort of a public participation and public perception of the department. So we'll also add page 14 here, consistent with sort of the overall programs of the agency. So this has to do with public outreach. There again is just a very basic narrative. And talks especially about the role of the new Assistant Director for EJ and Tribal Affairs, Ms. Mascareñas, and her responsibilities. These are the recommendations. The first one is that by June of this year, that the DTSC should institute a procedure to require public feedback and evaluation of their public participation work, and that can be used to evaluate the program. When I go to a lawyer's legal credit training, at the end of the day, they give me a form. How is this program? What could be better? And then, arguably they use that so that the next time they've got a better program. So I think in allowing and requiring that the department think about that, it may exist already, but I don't think it's quite as formal as the recommendation might suggest. That's the first one. The next one is that the legislature should fund positions to strengthen the role of the Assistant Director for EJ, including more staffing and resources. The legislature can figure out what might be appropriate there. She currently has 2 people for a state of 20, however many millions we have in this state. The next one is this UC Davis Public Participation Work Plan. Mr. Markson discussed that they're working on that. But I think our goal is for them not just to work on it, but to get the work plan finished and start implementing it by next year. The next one is the practice of these monthly EJ accountability calls. Ms. Mascareñas has been leading that with appropriate staff, whereby the People Senate and others get the opportunity to hear about their sites. That appears to be a relatively efficient mechanism to, again, lift the veil, for lack of a better word, on a lot of the very complicated sites that the department deals with. The next is, again, for this issue of transparency, is publishing all CEQA notices in one tab on the website so that they're there. Boom, on the website, CEQA notices. You don't have to go on EnviroStore, you don't have to go to your local newspaper. It's all there on the website, the current CEQA notices. The same thing for full RCRA permits. The RCRA permits are extremely lengthy, but it'd be nice in one place on the website, one tab, within reason, that they're all there. There might be some constraints to that because these are huge megabyte documents, but that's a constraint for the public too. So we should figure out a way to put that online so people can see what's in those permits easily. The same thing is for enforcement actions. Mr. Sampson's comments well taken. These should be public enforcement actions, but those also should be published in one tab, so folks don't have to scramble throughout EnviroStore or other places to see that. I guess, this topic of financial assurances, if we're going to post the full RCRA permits, and again, let's not call it RCRA permits. What's the appropriate word for the 117 permits?
DTSC permits.
Okay, so it's 117. Maybe that's what I'll call them. But the
Hazardous waste facility permits?
okay.
Hazardous waste facility permits.
So if we're going to put those online, maybe also the financial assurances for those. Again, I really want to have more transparency with this financial assurance question. We cannot be stuck with more X sites, and just making sure people know what's out there for those sites can be helpful. Just a time check too, colleagues. It's 10 to 4. The data requests, I'd like a report, and again, sort of stacking this and phasing it. This would now be in June. Get a report on the budget and the staffing and the language skills for public outreach. We want to make sure that the public outreach staff knows that we care about them, we think they're important, and want to make sure that that we have a transparent assessment of whether they have whether the legislature ultimately knows that they have the appropriate amount of funding to do their very important work. It's a tough job. The next is, again, for this issue of transparency, the People's Senate wrote a letter, a very detailed letter, on July 9th, 2015, in connection with the director's confirmation. It's a very detailed letter. It talks about certain priorities that they have, and it also talks about certain site-specific benchmarks for particular facilities. Well, I understand that the director does not feel that she can wave a wand and all of these things will be done. But that being said, it seems appropriate to me to, as a matter of transparency and maintaining relationships with folks throughout the state in a meaningful way, this joint letter from both the People's Senate and the California Environmental Justice Coalition, which we have and we can pass out, that it seems reasonable to require, within a reasonable amount of time, that the director and her staff update on all the things in here. And more fundamentally, because we want to try to get past this, address the concerns about this question of regulatory capture. Those are the words we hear from a lot of folks on the ground in this state, and I think it's appropriate as a way to hopefully clear the air and move past it, that the director address those concerns head on, and that we go from there. So that is the feeling in this. Obviously, the director will decide if this is done, how to respond on all of these things. But it seems appropriate to me to provide an update on the regulatory status of these sites so that people know. This also will be covered in the accountability call, but those are oral and not quite as formal. I know it's more work, Vice Chair, but I think it will help. I say this because I think it will help. And that's why I make the recommendation. But again, it's for discussion. The next, if we can turn to page 14, this does relate to public outreach as well and public confidence in the department. There's a couple recommendations here. I believe that the first one, which was that we asked for a report on what DTSC has done, has been addressed, and I think it's been addressed appropriately. There were some follow-up out of that, though. If you recall from yesterday, I don't have my notes in front of me. I can't find them. I know that the director had mentioned that there's some particular follow-up, some task forces internally that have been created, and I think we should ask for a follow-up on that at a date certain. The other thing is this question about revisiting the cases of no further action involving these two individuals, and to get a report in 5 months, 4 months on those findings to make sure that those folks' attitudes that we heard about again today from Ms. Newman did not infect their work. So those are the recommendations, colleagues, in the public outreach. Do we want to have a quick discussion, and then we can go to public comment? Vice Chair?
The public feedback, I mean, I'm pretty sure that the very first recommendation, it seems to me that one of the comments we've already got from the public today is don't waste your money getting public feedback. Spend it on fixing it. If I understood it correctly, and so there is an existing system apparently, but I'm okay with this recommendation, although I think it exists. I don't.
We can hear more about that in a second.
Okay. Do we have anything quantitative on the second one? That's a pretty vague recommendation.
Yeah, I was hoping to start a discussion. All we know is that it's Anna and two persons to support her work.
Okay, next page with the, and then I'm flipping to the website. I don't know if DTSC is constrained by state overarching website construction parameters. I mean, I know that we were in the county, you had to have this here, and this kind of format, and how to do it. It's tough to get all of it, but I generally like the idea of one tabs, if you can find the tabs. There's a lot of information on that website already, but I generally like that, although there might be some systematic reasons that can't be done. I think the 6/1/16 date's doable. I'm not. The one question I've got is I'm not certain. We've got to be careful here on recommending the DTSC respond to the People's Senate, because what makes the People's Senate different from any other of why not to CMTA or the chemical industry or the Chamber of Commerce or all of their concerns too, and track all of that for all of them? Where do we draw the line?
I think that's worded a little bit different. I think this is just our data request, and I think it should just be request that if any response was made, that we just get access to that response, because it's just data that you're asking to be provided to us. So we have gotten the recommendations from the People's Senate and the California Environmental Justice Coalition, and I think this is just saying if any response was made, to have that available to us so we can kind of review it and see.
Yeah, I probably wasn't as clear as I should have been. Well, actually, what I was asking for is that a new response be generated with updates in 5 months. So we can talk about that, but that's what I was asking. I think that there was a response to this generated already, but it's already 8 months old.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my only concern for the panel and your work. I mean, there's.
Yeah, I guess just responding to that, I hear what you're saying. I mean, and listen, if we have to respond to something, if we think that there's a letter that the chamber or the other regulatory community folks need a response to, I would be happy to pass that on. They haven't asked for that yet. The People's Senate folks are asking for that, and I think the answer to your question in part is that this letter is signed by like 50 different organizations up and down the state. So it does come with, with some weight to it, would be my answer to that. Okay, yeah, but What about the email stuff?
The one thing, maybe we could craft it a little bit differently on the first recommendation that they could support on.
I was thinking, I think that's already been done.
Okay.
Vice Chair, I was thinking instead they reported yesterday, and they reported on next steps, which was to create this task force, you remember, internally. And I was thinking that we get a report on that. I don't believe we need another report on the emails at this time.
Okay. Okay, got it. The next bullet, I'm not sure how achievable that is on that time frame, because I suspect this is highly technical work at a lot of sites, and just the review itself might take, I don't know. I don't know that, the amount of hours that would go into it. It's going to divert staff from other research, but I think in this case, it's still, probably still needs to be done, but I'm not sure the time frame, and I'm not sure the depth of the time, how to approach it.
We can probably hear about that now.
Yeah, if I understand, based on what Director Lee told us yesterday, that this is already something that is in process, but again, I think the consensus that it's going to be a timely issue. So we have to see if that timeline would be sufficient or not. But because these two individuals were in support positions, so they basically touched a lot of...
In technical support, which I think could be, but anyway, that's my only comments or concerns on this section.
All right, we'll take some public comment on this now.
May I make a couple of
course.
observations? Just really quickly, on page 7, DTSC should continue practice of monthly EJ accountability calls or an equivalent mechanism. I thought we could maybe dispatch with that and say DTSC should continue practice of monthly EJ accountability calls and maybe establish further procedures that that provide a bridge between the DTSC and public, and kind of wins back their trust in some ways.
Understood.
So just a little bit of rewarding for that. Other than that, I think I was a little bit, confused as to what we're asking IRP to do in terms of the response to the People's Senate. I thought that we were just asking to see what those responses have been, how those suggestions have been considered in some ways, have been addressed. But if we want them to be addressed again, we may need to reward that. It just was a little bit confusing to me.
Okay, we can talk more about it.
Okay.
Public comment on this item?
Yes, we did, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, colleagues, 4 o'clock, we're doing okay. Let me just, do we know, Council, do we know if we're having a closed session today?
I'm not aware of anything unless you need to discuss the personnel matter.
Can I ask Mr. Vizier if we need to discuss the personnel matter at this time?
Sure.
I have nothing new to discuss at this time.
Okay, so we probably do not have to go into closed session today, so we have a little bit more time here.
It's possible that I could before we get to the end of the day, but.
Fine. So we'll plan to go pretty close to 5, and I think we'll be able to finish mostly here. We also want to make sure we cover other things on our agenda, including figuring out what our next meeting might look like. But we're doing okay. Mr. Sampson, on item 7. Welcome. Thank you for staying with us all day. We really appreciate it.
Anthony Sampson with the California Chamber of Commerce. You may be sick of me at this point, so this will be my last comment of the day. But in terms of the publishing notices on a tab on the DTSC website, CEQA notices, I support that. There's actually, just for the benefit of this panel, there is some pending legislation right now, SB 122 by Senator Hannah Beth Jackson. I'm not sure whether it's going to move forward. It was proposed last year. It's a 2-year bill now. And that would require the Office of Planning and Research to develop a more robust online database to provide all CEQA notices for all projects throughout the state. by a certain time period, and so I know OPR is looking into that right now. So it may be appropriate in the recommendation to have DTSC maybe coordinate with OPR as to sort of how to accomplish that, because I don't think it's actually as easy as it sounds to get CEQA notices, particularly in a lot of more rural jurisdictions where it's become a problem with respect to uploading documents and all of that. And I know OPR is already sort of looking into how to accomplish that. So just something to consider. And again, I just want to reiterate my points on the publishing enforcement action information. I have no objections to that to the extent that that information is final enforcement action information.
Thank you very much. Anything online?
Yes, sir, we do have two, Mr. Chairman.
The first comment we received online is from Janice Duffield at 3:49 p.m. Janice Duffield is the Associate Director for Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. Sorry. This comment might exceed 3 minutes.
Okay.
It's titled Comments on IRP Draft Recommendations, Public Outreach, Site Mitigation, Staff Emails. I submitted these comments to IRP members last night regarding its draft recommendations. I'm resending them now to make sure they have been received and hope they can be addressed during the public comment portion for each of the upcoming respective sections. I have one comment for each of the following 3 sections, but have included them all in this single email. Please read when appropriate. Thank you. Number
Could
one.
you please read just the public outreach one right now?
Public outreach, Health and Safety Code 5.
Pardon me, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. And thank you very much for all the work you've done today. The topics were in which categories?
Public outreach, site mitigation, and staff emails.
So just read the public outreach and the emails one now, please.
Public outreach, Health and Safety Code 57104A and F. The IRP proposes that it request that DTSC respond by 6/1/16 with an update on the DTSC's work and regulatory status for all sites listed in the People's Senate 7/9/15 letter to Senate rules and concerns expressed by People's Senate to the IRP on agency regulatory capture. Comment, I think it might be helpful to add some additional specificity to this language. One wants more than just an update on DTSC's work regarding the sites in the People's Senate letter, but rather a concrete response by Director Lee for each recommendation. Furthermore, the issue of regularly capture is fundamental to and underlies DTSC's many failures to protect public health and warrants a deep exploration. I suggest that the language be expanded slightly. I would suggest something along the following lines. DTSC should provide a detailed, specific response by 6/1/16 to the 7/9/15 joint letter to the Senate Rules Committee by the People's Senate and the California Environmental Justice Coalition and individual organizations, parentheses, and the attachments to it, end parentheses. That report should identify Director Lee's specific response to each recommendation, indicating which she has accepted and carry out, which she will act on and when, and which she declines to act on and why. That report by the Director should also address what steps she has taken to address the issues of regulatory capture and reform the culture of DTSC. Number 3, staff emails, Health and Safety Code 57104D. The IRP recommends that DTSC should immediately assign staff charged with independent review to revisit all cases in the past 5 years of no further action that involve William Bassan or Theo Johnson and report to the IRP by 6/1/16 on the findings. Comment. This review should be extended to examining 10 years of cases involving Bassan and Johnson and should include not just no further action decisions, but also action taken by these staffers that have contributed to NFA declarations, no further action. For example, Bassan participated in reviewing the Dayton Canyon development near SSFL in 2006 and 7, which resulted in a controversial NFA decision despite findings of perchlorate and Cesium 137 on the property. I would suggest something along the lines. DTSC should immediately assign staff charged with independent review to revisit all cases in the past 10 years of no further action in which William Bassan or Theo Johnson played any role, and report to the IRP by 6/1/16 on the findings.
Thank you.
The second comment comes from Dolores Mejia from 4 p.m. It's titled Public Participation Review. All public notices should be in ADA compliance, be shared in print, radio, and TV, internet PSAs to provide equal access to special needs communities. Support for accessing the most efficient notification network can be obtained through venues like the LA County OEM, Office of Emergency Management, with CEO Ken Kondo, who is very interested in providing support. This info has been provided to DTSC and Exide/DTSC Community Advisory Club repeatedly to no avail. All public spaces or publicly funded entities like parks and recs, clinics, libraries, senior centers, child care providers, schools, and of course, group homes for special needs should be always invited and included in all meetings, hearings, and decision-making with regard to DTSC-related issues. If anything, all administrators of these public-funded spaces should be required to participate on behalf of their constituents and for liability purposes. Dolores Mejia, Eastside against Exide.
Thank you. Any further comments?
We do have one more, Mr. Chairman.
This comment comes from Jane Williams at 405, Public Involvement. The EJ coordinator for the DTSC absolutely needs more help to rectify the policies and procedures at DTSC that have gone so terribly wrong in the past. It will not be possible to right the many wrongs without putting more resources into the problems at the agency. It is essential that the department become more transparent in its decision-making process, its information exchange, and share its data better. The EJ coordinator is there to help the agency complete those many tasks and to short staff that critical agency function is to ensure that the DTSC will not meet the many goals which you are establishing for it. Cordially, Jane Williams.
Anything further?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have one more.
This comment comes from Dolores Mejia at 409, titled Public Outreach. DTSC should never require public to participate by requiring them to exit to another room to filter their comments like they did at Exide DTSC Community Advisory Club Working Group meeting last summer, where in fact only one community member was present, and she in fact was very familiar with the work group protocol since it was she who successfully previously worked with SCAQMD to rotate working group meetings throughout Exide impacted communities to include all interested stakeholders in developing the most stringent air quality rule that pertains to battery recycling industry across the nation to prevent excessive emissions of toxins. Dolores Mejia, Eastside against Exide.
Anything further?
No, Mr. Chairman, we do not.
Okay. On these questions of public outreach and also the email situation, anything that Director Lee or your staff wanted to discuss with us? We've already identified that we spent a lot of time on the email question yesterday. We don't need to rehash that today. Just wanted to get your feedback on the particular recommendations.
Certainly. Do you want me to address the email recommendations first and then have staff address public participation, or?
Sure, whatever.
Do you want me to just go through it quickly, and then if you want additional information, you can ask staff?
Sure.
All right. On your first recommendation regarding instituting a procedure to require formal public feedback, To the extent that you mean that we should always provide the public the opportunity to give feedback, I don't have an objection to that. We already do have a process. We do have also forms to solicit feedback. We're working on improving them. We'd be happy to report to you on our progress on that.
So maybe, so to the extent that these things are already instituted, maybe we could just ask for a report.
We would be happy to provide that.
Do we need a session, or do we just need a report?
Do we need a what?
A session, like a presentation.
We'll ask for a report for now, but we can talk more about that once the director's completed with her comments.
As I said earlier, we will not be giving you either support or opposition for any potential legislative action. There are some issues with regard to the implementation of the work plan that UC Davis is working on with us. I believe we've given you an overview of that, but it's a multi-step process. There is a draft of that plan prepared. They're going to make some adjustments to that draft. Then it is going to be the subject of focus group discussions. Following those discussions, we'll be taking feedback. We will be working with UC Davis to finalize that work plan. So it will have in it a series of recommendations when final. Some of those recommendations we may be able to implement by next January. I can't promise that we will be able to implement all of them by next January because I don't yet know what they are. So we will certainly move expeditiously to begin implementation and hope we will be in an implementation mode beginning this summer, but I can't commit to completing the implementation by January. With regard to continuing the monthly EJ accountability calls or an equivalent mechanism, very supportive of providing continuing engagement through our environmental justice program. We have no intention at this point of stopping the calls. I want to note, however, that my observation over many years as a regulator is that the preferred format and the most effective mode of engagement sometimes changes over time, and it's important that this be allowed to evolve to meet the needs. And so to say that we should simply continue calls constrains us to a mechanism that everyone may ultimately agree is not productive.
But it says here, or an equivalent mechanism. Does that provide the kind of flexibility you're discussing?
If that is your intent, yes. But I just wanted to clarify that. Did you have anything to add to that, Anna?
Just for accuracy, the calls were established on a every other month basis, so just perhaps regular calls, and then continuing with a mechanism where I believe Dr. Campbell.
Bi-monthly?
They were originally established as bi-monthly calls, and a commitment to revisit that with the EJ communities around what works best as far as format and schedule.
As far as reorganizing the website to make information more accessible, we're definitely committed to doing that. And I think publishing all of the CEQA notices on one tab is a fairly simple reorganization that we could do. Possibly providing links to the full RCRA permits is something we can do. Some of these permits are quite extensive, and because of limitations on what we can post on a tab, it might not be possible to post all of the permits on the tab. And then regarding publishing the public enforcement action information, if you are referring to summaries of actions taken and maybe penalties paid and that sort of thing, that's one thing. If it's broader than that, it might be a more complicated recommendation to implement. And
do you have something like that now?
We have an enforcement page. It does not currently have all the summaries that we've been providing to you, and in part that's because we're going through a process over these next 2 years to determine what the targets are and what the metrics are going to be that we use to measure our progress against those targets. And so we haven't designed the reporting mechanism online because we don't yet know what we're designing it around. So I can give you a commitment that we certainly will be making summary enforcement information available, and we will look at what we can do in the near term, but that is something that's evolving as part of our enforcement improvement initiative.
Just a question on that, maybe, Vice Chair. When you have an enforcement action, does some sort of order or isn't some sort of document always generated?
Yes.
And once it's final, is it public?
Yes.
So couldn't those be put up online or no?
So again, it comes back to what you meant by all enforcement action information. So
the word
if you want a final document and and that sort of thing, yes, we could do lists of that. It's really what else you're looking for.
I understand. I'm sorry about that. That's really what I meant. It's just to have the document. What is that called?
It would typically be the settlement, the order.
That's what I meant.
Okay. All enforcement orders or settlements / orders?
So what you're talking about are final enforcement.
Put them up online on one tab.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think they're there.
So final.
Do you already have that? Is that already being done? Are they all in one place on the website?
Yes, you can find them on our enforcement page. Finals.
Finals.
I thought so.
Okay.
So we used to publish a little summary for Cal EPA. I don't know, but that's a separate topic.
Well, if you're already doing this, it's going to be very easy to comply.
It is, but going to the heart of the intent, we do want to make enforcement and compliance information more readily available to the public. That's the goal of this 2-year process we're engaged in now, but it would be premature for me to commit to making those results available now because we don't have those results yet.
I understand. Okay.
When we get to the end of the project, we will.
You do press releases for all settlements?
Not all settlements, no.
Most, but not all.
In regards to the data request on the public participation, budget, staffing, and language skills, I think we can provide that information to you. And then in regards to the People's Senate letter, to Senate rules, I did respond to the People's Senate request. I would be happy to furnish you with a copy of that response. There are a number of things we are continuing to work on, and we will continue to work on those. A number of the People's Senate recommendations were specifically as to the status of decisions pending before the department about specific facilities. I can't comment on those decisions until after they're made.
So, but you could provide a letter saying we're in the middle of deciding on this, and then that's what you would say, right? And say there's 20 items, 5 of them are done, 5 of them, you've got some updates, and then 10 of them have no updates. You wouldn't be able to write in a letter, this is where these things stand, even recognizing that for some you couldn't provide a lot of information.
I would, as I said, I would be happy to provide a copy of the response we've already given. I will take a look at the status of where we are and the commitments we made in that response, and I would be happy to update you on the commitments we've made.
Thank you. And then the last question was this, was the email issue.
I need do you have a copy of that in front of you? I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of that one in front of me.
This is last page. This is what you read yesterday? Oh, sorry.
No, I was looking not for what I read yesterday, but for what your recommendation is on the emails.
Let me just do the first, if I can, just to simplify this for you, because you already did address the first recommendation there. But out of your recommendation, out of your report yesterday, there were certain actions that you're taking moving forward.
Yes.
And I took some notes on those. And I think there was primarily one main thing, maybe there was two. You created a task force, is that correct? Is that the
Yes,
again?
it is not fully created yet. We have some of the membership of the task force identified, and we are soliciting membership from staff in the department.
Okay. And was there another action?
There were a series of actions.
Okay. So what I guess what we'd like you to do is to, we have our website, our webcast, so we can go back and listen to what you said. Would you?
I can provide you a written summary.
So what we could do is we could look at the written summary of what you gave yesterday and ask that you give us an update, perhaps by June 1st, on where things stand with that.
Certainly, we can update you on that.
Okay. And then the second question is this issue of revisiting the work of these two individuals.
So we have we have begun looking at some of the cases they have worked on. We have not undertaken to look at every case each individual has worked on. I do understand that the remarks that they made raise questions about their attitudes towards the communities that we serve, the vulnerable communities. And where we see that nexus in terms of the cases they worked on, we are going back to take a look at whether there is anything in the technical work done that would indicate that the decision needs to be looked at more deeply or reconsidered. But I would underscore that to date we have not had anything brought before us that would suggest that the technical work that they did was in question. In fact, in several cases, other agencies have looked at that technical work and validated it. So that indicates to me we don't need to look at every single case that both employees touched. We are looking at cases at projects where they were involved in the project and there could be concerns that if they had a bias, that bias could have interfered with the decision in that case. And so we're prioritizing that work. I don't have the resources to revisit every single case that those two individuals offered expertise or input into over the last 5 years or 10 years. I just don't have the resources to do that.
Thank you very much. Anything further questions of the director or her staff on these topics?
No.
Thank you very much. So colleagues, let's dive in here.
To warn you, I need 5 minutes on closed session.
Oh, you do?
Ideally, I think we can do it here without talking.
Okay,
I need Mr. Tucker involved too, though.
Okay.
I mean, thumbs up, thumbs down for higher nay.
Okay, so we're going to do a closed session at as we approach 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Public outreach. So colleagues, let's talk about these. Any particular changes to the narrative? Okay, hearing none. The recommendations, the first was to report back, let's say, instead of instituting a procedure, they say one already exists. We've heard that folks are not happy with that procedure, but why don't we ask by June 1st for a report on what the procedures are, and then we can figure out whether we would have recommendations in that regard. Any questions on that?
Well, I heard they were working on improving them too, so it include and improvements.
Good. Dr. Campbell?
So we'll put that recommendation in data request, and I say aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
And the chair says yes, that's 3. The legislature should fund positions to strengthen the role of the assistant director. Thoughts?
I like that. I would approve it. I do. The only thing I would imagine is maybe put that along with the third recommendation. I know that the UC Public Participation Work Plan is in between the environmental justice recommendations. Just organize that a little bit better so the flow is more consistent.
Yeah, I know panel member Vizier, Vice Chair, we don't have all the metrics in line, but we're not going to write another report until May. By May, the budget's done, so this, even if we wanted to do something, it's going to be too late. So I figure at least now we can start a discussion about it, and we can maybe tweak this to say the legislature should inquire about the appropriateness of, but I think the idea is to at least start the discussion.
For the, yes, that's right, because we're not giving a specific recommendation that we need.
So something the legislature should investigate and determine whether to, something like that?
No, I like the wording, actually. I like just the way it is. Legislative fund position to strengthen the role of the Assistant Director for Environmental Justice. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I actually like the wording. I think the wording, we shouldn't weaken the wording.
Okay, we have, as is, panel member Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
And the chair says yes, so that's a yes. The next is the DTSC should implement by 1/1/17. The director expressed concerns that it may not possibly be possible to fully implement it, so she, I guess, would want us to amend that by saying would begin to implement or start implementation of, something along those lines. Any further discussion? Panel member Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
The chair says yes. Yeah. The next one is the practice of monthly EJ accountability recalls or an equivalent mechanism, and then we can adopt some of the language of panel member Dr. Campbell, designed to increase the relationship between the department and the EJ communities. I can play with that language.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Yes, as the chair. Then the next three, maybe we can take these all at once, which is that the department should endeavor to publish all the CEQA notices, the full hazardous waste facility permits, and final enforcement actions in one tab on the website. If there have to be links because the document's too big, certainly that's understandable. Any further questions?
No.
Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
The chair says yes. Those are adopted. The next one is a report by 6/1/16 on the blood participation budget, staffing, and language skills. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
And the chair says yes. The next one is this question of responding to this letter from the many folks in the environmental community. You've heard a few things. You've heard that it's already been responded to once, but then you heard a comment from folks like Ms. Duffield that want even more than this. And then you have something here that says that this would be sort of a response with an update on where things stand, and again a written response to this issue about that's been raised about regulatory capture. You've heard from the director that there's some hesitancy to do all that. So do we have any thoughts?
I just want to see the response that was made. So if you could just by February 1. Oh wait, this is. You're sending these data requests also as part of the report to the governor, or this is just for our own notes?
Good question. I think they should be, so the governor's folks know that we're asking for this stuff, but it's directed to the DTSC.
Okay. Maybe we should just have IRP request. So why should we say should request? Can we just say IRP requests?
Yes, okay.
For all of them. And then I would like to actually see the response, the first response. So if we could just have that by 2/1/2016, if we see that it's not sufficient, then we can ask the director to maybe...
we already have that though, don't we?
Do we have that?
We do.
Oh, okay, I haven't seen it then. I'm sorry. Yeah, then I think we need to revisit that and see what may be some of the factors that are missing that need to be addressed, and then we can maybe ask specifically what comments were not addressed and need to be further addressed. Does that seem fair? So I think at this point maybe...
Delay it is what you're saying?
Well, yeah, because quite honestly, I know I've read the letter that was provided, but I did not see the response. So I would like to see that response before we could really judge whether or not we need to go back and have another updated response to those questions. You know what I mean?
Yes, I understand that you're saying let's delay this as let's do it, but let's delay it. Let's not include it as a recommendation.
Yes, exactly. Can we do that? Is that fair?
I think I would prefer to see it done now, but we can take it to a vote and we'll see where it goes. So I think you want to just rephrase exactly what you said and then we'll vote on it?
Sure. I think that presently I would like to see the first response to the letter that was provided to Director Lee regarding the People's Senate and the concerns that were put forth in that. And then after we evaluate whether or not that response was requires an update, then we can go and revisit that again. But at this point, I think I would like to have a better idea of what exactly was the response. That's what I'm trying to say.
So that's where we are on this. We're not doing motions in second. We've already decided to do a different procedure. So that's where we are. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
What did you just say aye to?
That we're going to go ahead and analyze the first response.
So, but we're deleting this from that.
Pretty much, yes.
So that's what, well then, yeah, I agree. Delay it because we need more information.
Exactly.
And I say no. So, but that still passes 2-1. Okay, the next is this question of the emails. We asked to get a copy of what the director provided yesterday, review the to-dos, and then ask for a status update for that by June 1st. Dr. Campbell?
Again, let me try to clarify this.
Yeah.
Is this a recommendation to that DTSC should do certain things, or is there some data?
Let me clarify. The first recommendation under the emails will be deleted.
Okay.
In its place, we will ask for a copy of what the department provided yesterday. There were certain actions that were going to be taken, including the creation of this task force and some other things. We would ask for an update on that by June 1st.
So that's the data requested by DTSC. That's under that heading that we have with the other things, right?
We request that of DTSC, correct?
Right. So the action plan really, I mean, I should say action plan, the recommendation really should be the second one, right?
Let me restate this.
Okay.
They already did the first thing yesterday. However, there were certain things that were indicated as part of the follow-up. What I would like to have is a standalone recommendation, separate from the second one, saying we want to report by June 1st on the things that they have promised to do, this task force and other things. I'd like to talk about that, see if we can get consensus on that, and then separately, let's discuss this issue about revisiting the work. Does that make sense? Is that clear?
Okay, so basically, the first, so we're changing.
Yes.
The first one is just an update of what has already been implemented, and in a few months, we're going to have an update of basically the status of that. The second thing is just basically going forward and looking at how the work of these staff had influenced their decision-making abilities, their work, basically.
Right, but let's just take them one at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the first one is we're going to go back and look at what the department provided yesterday. There were certain tasks force and other topics. I don't have the document in front of me. I don't have my notes either. But we wanted to get a report by June 1st on the status of these efforts, department-wide efforts, to address some of the issues of concern in the emails.
So the date is changed to June 1st.
Correct.
2006, yeah?
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair says yes. So that passes. And the second question is whether they should immediately assign staff charged with independent review to revisit all cases in the past 5 years of no further action. That's not every decision, but all no further action decisions that involve these two gentlemen, and report to the IRP by June 1st on the findings.
I think some of the public comments was that maybe no further action is not the best way to look at that. Some of the decisions may have influenced other factors that may not be noted.
Again, I don't know how many toxicologists would have to go back and look at the org chart, but, you know, once again, you're taking people away from their core responsibilities, and the clock ticks on, they get more behind on other things. I personally think we should limit it as, I agree that it should be done. It needs to be done. I would even maybe say do a sample, depending on how many, do a representative sample.
The idea that we need to focus on assignments that were crucial, kind of their role was crucial in making the final decision. So I agree with that we should not go through all the cases they ever did, but maybe just the ones that we know were crucial. Their assignment was crucial to the final decision.
Well, you got to dig a little bit to even find that, but
Right? How do you determine if they're crucial?
The final decision was based on it.
I'm okay with no further action, but I don't think we should expand it beyond that.
Okay, that's fine.
And you give it 5 years, Ms. Duffield said we should go 10 years.
I think I would do a representative sample. If you find no problems, stop there, but 5 years is certainly good enough. But if there's problems, it comes back, there's problems, then, yep, then dig deeper.
Okay, so that is the motion as is. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye, and one section is, I believe it's 50,000 emails instead of 100,000 in a preamble.
Okay. And I say aye, so that passes. Okay, we've just completed public outreach and staff emails. Moving on now to fiscal management.
Mr. Chairman, we do have comments that were received on public outreach. They are brief, but
Who are they from?
yours is
Ms. Mejia has already submitted 2 comments on this. We'll take them. 20 minutes, colleagues.
And I mean,
Yeah.
and where did, maybe he went to make a phone call.
And I urge Ms. Mejia, we've probably had 15 comments today, and we very much appreciate the comments. But at some point in time, the number of the comments becomes difficult for us to conduct our work. Unfortunately, we'll have to find a way to strike the appropriate balance here. Go ahead.
The first comment received was at 2:48 p.m. Titled "Unread Emails for the Record," and it was sent to Jason Moore from Matthew Hine from Cal Recycle, and it said, Jason, a person named Dolores M. would like her emails to be read in the record. She says she sent the emails to the emails shown on the webcast at 3:36 and 3:35 p.m. Her email is eastsidecoalition@gmail.com. I don't know if this is something you have any control over. Thanks.
And Mr. Chairman, they have been read.
The second comment from Dolores Mejia was at 2:50, and it was titled, "Two comments were not read, so what happened to all the big talk about public participation?" No message inside the title.
Again, the comment has been read.
The third comment is titled, "Public Participation Investigation." We need one. Thank you. From Dolores.
Anything further? Thank you. Move on now to fiscal management and budget. This, again, is, for the most part, a summary on the narrative from what we've been provided by the department. We can check that for accuracy as part of the delegation you've given me to finalize the document. And these are the recommendations. The first is that this is important. The legislature should adopt legislation and funding to address the orphan site funding and transition of federal O&M sites to state oversight. We heard a lot about this yesterday. It's a money question. The legislature has to consider it. Not something that our state, should sweep under the rug. We should come to terms with the problem and see if there's a way to address it, and at least begin the dialogue, and that's what the intention of this recommendation is. The next is the biennial report. Mr. Tooker, is he still here? Yeah. He's familiar with this, and he gave us something on the different reporting requirements. But if indeed the department has a biennial report due this year, it should do it, and it should tie it to sort of fixing the foundation as a way to sort of finish off fixing the foundation and move forward by closing off the majority of things in there if appropriate and determining what new challenges and needs there are. The next is the IRP budget recommendations. This basically is a support for the governor's budget proposal. and that includes some money for our legal fees. The next, in the middle of page 10, is that, again, for the legislature should determine, and this is right here, the legislature also should determine whether to give position authority to DTSC to maintain the 14 limited-term cost recovery staff positions. Under data requests, there's 5 of them. The first is a report soon on what's happening with fiscal and the billing. There are problems with implementation of that. It is incumbent on this panel to keep up to speed on this and not let it fall through the cracks. The next is, again, a report. Now I've timed this stuff for July on the status of the limited term cost recovery positions. Hopefully their status is not going to be they're gone. The next one is an update by the middle of the year on this question of the collections, how much collections are billed and outstanding, and solutions to any barriers that there might be. The next is a similar report. There are these 3 documents the department's given us. I think Ms. Hardy has created those: Sustainable Cost Recovery Systems, Audit Backlog Work Plan, and EnviroStore Enhancements. Let's get a report on how that's working by the middle of the year. And the final one also is that the DTSC can report. If you recall, colleagues, it was the state auditor, after the DTSC, I believe, had identified some issues, that did a big report on cost recovery. My understanding is the department's been interacting regularly with the state auditor since then. I don't think the state auditor's done a follow-up examination, but there has been some updating of what's going on with that. So it was a request that by then the department, by July, the department report on what the state auditor is saying, and we can determine whether we might want to recommend, another audit, basically. So that's the fiscal management recommendations, colleagues. Public comment on this?
I'd like to comment first. Yeah. I'm not sure that summarizing the governor's budget under the recommendations, it detracts from the recommendation. Maybe plug it, just put it in a different place.
Maybe higher up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I would also, I think it's might be a better location for the Assistant Secretary for Environmental, or Deputy, I forget, but, Environmental Justice recommendation might better be more accurately put here.
Okay, so anything that has to do meaningfully with budget, maybe that we've already talked about, can go in the section on budget recommendations.
I think so.
Okay.
But that's within your editorial, license.
The point's well taken.
The final thing is, I would like, not final, but on that section, I would like to see a recommendation that we continue the program review staff until June 30th, 2018, at least, so that they can implement all the recommendations of this panel. In other words, if they go away, a lot of the program review and what we're recommending do that is the program review staff is the go-to people, and their positions go away on June 30th of this year. So I would like to recommend that it be extended to June 30th of 2018.
You mean our staff?
No, the program review staff, that whole...
Ms. Hardy's group?
Yes.
I see. That's the 14 limited cost recovery positions that we're talking about?
Well, there's more than cost recovery in that, isn't there?
The director, no, why don't you wait, but let's address that.
Okay, we just need clarification. That might be my misunderstanding. On the other ones, typically your fiscal year ends on June 30th, and not all the end of year reports are done by July 1st. So that date might not be the best date. It may be more like August or September 1st.
Well point, well taken. Anything, Dr. Campbell?
No, nothing.
Any public comment on this item?
There is not.
Any public comment in the room? Director?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel. So once again, your recommendations to the legislature regarding legislation or budget, we will not be commenting on. As far as the recommendation regarding the biennial report, we developed our Fixing the Foundation initiative. We did a one-year update on that in 2014. The biennial update to that will be due by the end of this year, and we will provide you with a copy of that.
Great.
Again, for your support of the governor's proposed budget, appreciate your support for his proposed budget. Not commenting on any proposed changes to it. You have a number of data requests that Terry Hardy will discuss with you. I just want to talk for a moment about your last point regarding another audit by the state auditor. These are extraordinarily resource-consuming processes. I would like to point out, and Ms. Hardy will be able to give you some additional detail on this, that as we have been implementing the recommendations in the prior audit, we have been providing documentation of that to the state auditor, and they have been reviewing our improved procedures. They have given us a written opinion that our improved procedures put us in very good shape. So I think they were not anticipating that they needed to do another audit of us, and we would be happy to provide you with the documentation that we've provided
I think that's what we're
to
asking
them.
for. When was that letter written, do you know?
Well, in the initial audit, they talked about that our policies and procedures appeared to be sound as long as they were followed. And because they felt confident in that, we felt like it was a show of
So have you had
support.
follow-up communication since the audit with them?
Yes.
Is that in writing?
Yes.
Okay, so we want to see that.
Yes.
Okay. All right, anything further?
Yes. I'll just go back and talk about, when we talk about the limited term positions, one of the other resource issues that we've encountered, you mentioned earlier about costly attorneys. We are using the Attorney General's office with more frequency, and these are
So
our...
are we.
I'm sorry?
I said, so are we.
Yes, as you see their value. For us, those are our biggies. Those are our big ways that we feel that we can recover money, oftentimes. So there are settlement negotiations, litigation, and other things that we're going to them more and more as we get to that point. So that is one consideration that might be included in resources.
Okay, anything
So,
further?
and I think we're fine with the data requests.
What do you think about the timing between the July 1st fiscal year impacts on whether that's the right time? Is July 1st okay, or is August better, or does it matter?
No, I think it's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I would just agree that the, again, about the audit.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then in response to panel member Vizier's question, and again, without taking any position on whether you should or should not ask the legislature to take any action on this, we have 14 limited-term positions working on cost recovery and 5 limited-term positions working on improving the permitting process.
Both of them expire this year?
All of those limited-term positions, 19, will be expiring at the end of June of this year.
And is there anything in the current budget proposal about the permitting folks? There is, right?
Those are different limited-term permitting staff. There are 8 limited-term positions that are being made permanent in the current budget proposal that the governor has proposed. 5 of those are permitting staff. 1 is an attorney. 1 is a CEQA position, and I am blanking on what the other one is. I'm sorry. An accounting position, thank
Is
you.
that Mr. Ghazi back there?
Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good to see you.
That's the supervisor, last one.
Okay. Anything further?
When are the end of year, when could we ask for end of year fiscal? I mean, when, in other words, instead of that 7/1/16 date, when will all the reports end of year
All of the, I'll have to get back to you on those dates. If you want, you could reframe your data request for us to provide those year-end reports to you as soon as we have them available and we're required to prepare them. I just don't happen to know offhand what those dates are.
But let's talk about the first one, the fiscal implementation. Do you have any objection to us requesting the report on how that's going next month?
No.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, it's 5-5. We've done so much, but we're not quite there yet, so let's get through this and then figure out where we are. We have a cab coming momentarily, too. Okay. We had talked about re-putting this so that all the budget stuff is in one place. Any objection to that? Okay, hearing none, we'll do that. The recommendations. The first one is about the legislature should adopt legislation and funding to address the orphan site funding and transition of federal sites. Any discussion? Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair says yes. The next one sounds to me like the director said that they can do that. This is about providing the report and tying it to fixing the foundation. Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Aye. The next one is about generally supporting the governor's budget proposal, except for the other budget recommendations that we're making. Vice Chair? I'm sorry, Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Chair says yes. The next one is about, I'm not sure about the wording. The legislature should determine whether to give position authority to DTSC to maintain the 14 limited term cost recovery positions through July 2018. Do you like that? That the legislature should determine whether to give position authority, or you want the legislature to give that position authority and funding?
If this legislature should.
Okay, should give.
Yes.
Okay. Is it position authority and funding?
Should give position authority
And funding.
and funding.
Okay. Okay, the next panel member, Campbell.
Aye.
Vice Chair.
Aye.
Chair says yes. Data request on fiscal management, a report by February 15th on the status of fiscal implementation. And let's talk about whether we want that actually agendized. But for now, the report is a data request. Vice Chair, I'm sorry, Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
And Chair says aye as well. Then the next ones, we've heard from Ms. Hardy on the next three on page 10, the final ones, that she's okay by July 1st. It doesn't stop us from getting a report later in the year on the full fiscal year. Do you think it's too premature, or do we want to at least put it in there?
I think we just asked for the end of the year report.
Okay, but the end of the year report probably won't come in until, September, October, November.
Usually September. Right? Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, so we'll make this for 9-1, all three recommendations. So we're changing the last three on page 10 to 9-1. Any further discussion? Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
The Chair says aye. The last one is the DTSC report by July 1st. Why don't we make that, again, consistent November 1st on a follow-up correspondence with the state auditor on cost recovery. Follow-up correspondence.
Okay.
Dr. Campbell?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
The Chair says aye. Okay. Well, colleagues, we've gotten through everything except for site mitigation and closed session and the future meeting schedule. And it's almost 5 o'clock. So what do we want to do? We have a cab coming. What time are the flights? Mine's much later.
7 for me.
I'm 9.
Can we go till 5:30?
That would be cutting it really close.
Can we go to 5:15?
I think that will be fine. The cab might be waiting for us, so I just need to make it quick.
Okay.
I need to go outside and let it
Okay.
go.
So why don't we do this, colleagues? Why don't we now, Council, can we now go into closed session and take that item and then finish up items? In other words, can we now go into, can we do items 9 and 10 and then try to finish up 7 and 8 and then adjourn?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, my proposal for closed session is simply read an email, read a question I've got. I would like Mr. Tucker to be here, and if you...
Can he be there? He can be there, right? Yes, okay.
Yeah, if we agree to if you answer my question positively, there won't be a need for discussion. If you don't, then we need to go someplace and discuss.
Okay, so we are going to adjourn for 5 minutes. Pardon me. We are going to now continue item 7, and we are now going to take out of order item 9, closed session. Closed session is not open to the public. It's personnel. IRP will meet in closed session for discussion of possible action on personnel matters consistent with Government Code Section 11126A1. Litigation panel will go into closed session and conflict legal counsel regarding potential litigation consistent with Government Code Section 11126E1 and 2. We're going to go into closed session for 5 minutes and reconvene at 5:05 with the report out, item 10. Then we'll try to see what we can do on items 7 and 8 before 5:15, and then we'll adjourn. Okay. We are back on. After conferring in closed session, I'll report out as we've now appointed Josh Tucker as the new Assistant Director for Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs. No, that's a joke. There's no report out of closed session. No report out of closed session. So that is item 10. That is item 10. Okay, we are now back to item 7. IRP reporting requirements, discussion of possible action concerning the format and content of the IRP reports. We've made such great progress today. I'm so proud of us, colleagues. The last is site mitigation. Now, if you recall, this is page 12. Site mitigation is not one of the topics that's expressly indicated in the statute. However, under 57014D, we have the ability and shall comment on improving general programs And certainly site mitigation is, 1/3 of the department's budget, and it would seem to be, in my view, inappropriate for sort of a standalone category. I know it could fit in other areas, but it really is its own thing. It's its own reporting. It's its own department. It's got its own, 2 directors, and ultimately it'll have its own, deputy. So it seems that it's appropriate. So here, again, I took some general stuff from what the department provided us in terms of narratives, also mentioning the school sites, which is important. So these are the IRP recommendations. The first, again, is this question of the fence line aerial deposition monitoring. We had talked about how we're hearing concerns in the permitting context, to make sure that the folks at the fence line are protected. And it's the same concern for corrective action. We've heard about folks concerned about wind-blown dust at Ag Park. We've heard about folks at Jordan Downs who are concerned about track out and other things. And so we wanted to make sure, again, that the DTSC is working with other regulatory agencies and can potentially publish a strategy in the next 11 months on how it's making sure that folks are protected during corrective action. The next, again, is towards transparency. Maybe it could even be a public outreach type of thing that on its website, and again, we can develop criteria, but for appropriate site-specific cleanups. By way of example, Ag Park, Jordan Downs, just an easy-to-read way for the community to know what DTSC is supposed to be cleaning up and what levels are being found, so that folks don't have to dig through EnviroStore, and this can be done in an easy way to enhance transparency. The next, which appears to be one of the things that everybody agrees on, is that DTSC should provide raw data for corrective action once verified to the public upon request. The next is SB 820. This is the California Land Reuse and Revitalization Act, which has been a tool for brownfields that in general, I think the consensus has been working pretty well. That bill sunsets, that legislation sunsets, and there is some new legislation, SB 820, that is Bob Hertzberg's bill that is requesting that be extended. I know we haven't heard a lot about that yet, because we haven't really been focusing so much on site mitigation, and perhaps it can be something that we leave for May, because it's already been introduced, if we're not prepared to fully talk about it yet. I know that this might be the first time we've really mentioned it much. The next is data requests. We've heard from some folks that there's a concern about how radioactive waste above background is being disposed of in this state, so I wanted to get a report and believe that this will be important for our credibility as a panel with certain stakeholders, that we get a report on where that waste is going and what the requirements are for radioactive waste disposal in our state, and so everybody can be clear as to what those are. The next, we've also heard about from some folks about this concept of averaging, that when they're doing site cleanups, if you find certain hotspots, those hotspots can be averaged, and that that's an appropriate way to look at site cleanup, and that there might be some federal guidance on that, is my understanding. Be interested to get some data or a report on that. So those are the site mitigation recommendations, colleagues. Any initial comments, and then we'll go to public comment?
Yes. On the first one, I'm not, and this will be mirrored on all of them, I'm not sure if this can address the concerns such as those expressed at Ag Park and Jordan Downs as a necessary sentence.
Okay.
And that goes to the next two.
Okay.
I agree. I think we should delay 820 to May.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the next two, unfortunately, because we got time. But I used to, I'd go to the Navy on nuclear waste. They got right to AEC. I'd go to the California Department of Public Health. I would go to I'm blanking on the name for another California agency, and they're only in a very narrow category of hazardous waste mixed with radioactive waste. We go to DTSC for guidance. Typically, it was all regulated by other agencies. The vast majority of radioactive waste is regulated by other agencies, and I think actually a presentation on who does what would be more appropriate, and we could publish that than a report. So we could ask questions and better understand
Okay.
Who does what? There's a lot of overlapping, delegation, et cetera.
Yeah, I think when I say the DTSC report, that's what I mean. It doesn't have to be like that's what I mean, it's like a report to us.
Yeah, I would prefer in this case a presentation. 'cause
Right, but just to be clear, when I've been using the word report, I sort of meant presentation. I sort of thought they were the same thing, but I understand what you're saying, to clarify that better, a presentation.
In that case, then if we want to report, we should probably link it up to the word plan or to a specific meeting. Yeah.
Right, okay.
So we can, that's just, I would rather have somebody that I can talk to and tell me about it and ask questions.
And I think we will do that, because like we mentioned, in the work plan, we're going to address each topic at a specific time. That's when those reports will come in to play.
Okay.
And we may probably have presentation.
And the next one I've been thinking about a lot about how to explain that, the concepts of sampling and how you do for different things are in a big document called SW 846, and US EPA and DTSC use the same reference to documents. There could be different, they could choose different methodologies. There's an art to it, there's a science and an art. The example I'm going to use about averaging is I've done it twice after our fires in 2003, 2007, is what I've done. If I sampled under your kitchen sink and under your garage, under your car, your whole house, and that's where I took the samples and then did the statistical analysis without taking other samples, everything, your house is hazardous waste. It's going to cost you $500,000 to $1 million to dispose of it before you start building the new one. So what you do is you take random samples based on whatever sampling plan you think is appropriate for the property, and then you run a statistical analysis of that to determine it's not averaging. It's
and we can discuss that further. I'm so sorry, but we're running out of time. I really need to catch that.
Are you okay with having a report with it?
So let's just go ahead and we're going to have a report. So let's. Is that okay, or you don't want to?
Okay. I'm okay with getting a report, but that's a typically an all-day or 2-day session to really understand it.
Okay.
At least 4 hours.
Do you have public comment on this item?
We do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Molly, I will do that.
Is this a lengthy comment?
It is not.
Yes, thank you.
This comment is continued from the comment from Denise Duffield, and it's the second item of 3 items I mentioned earlier. The second item is Site Mitigation Health and Safety Code 57104D. The IRP proposes that it requests that DTSC report by 8/116 on disposal requirements for radioactive waste that it is above background levels. Comment. As illustrated in the December 18 presentation by the Santa Susana Field Laboratory, SSFL, community to the IRP, in 2012, the then DTSC director and the current Cali EPA secretary ordered, in parentheses, see attached email, end parentheses, that materials from SSFL with radiation levels above background cannot be routed for recycle or non-rad disposal. This reflects long-standing legal requirements that low-level radioactive waste must be disposed of in facilities designed and licensed for low-level radioactive waste. After a lobbyist for the Boeing Corporation complained to a senior DTSC staff member, and despite the directive from the top of the department and agency, DTSC staff began to allowing materials from SSFL to be shipped out for recycling and disposal in sites not licensed to receive such waste, including the EJ community of Buttonwillow. Instead of reporting its disposal requirements for radioactive waste above background, DTSC should report to the IRP whether or not it has rescinded the position set forth in 2012 by the DTSC director and Cali EPA secretary, and if so, provide documentation that the director and secretary have reversed their order and provide a justification. DTSC should report on whether it has acted to settle the current lawsuit that resulted in a finding of a likely CEQA violation and issuance of a preliminary injunction barring the practice, and will affirm that it will return to its previous position and bar the shipment of radioactive waste to sites not licensed to receive it. I would suggest the language along the following lines. The panel has received DTSC emails indicating that in 2012, the then DTSC director and the current Cali PA secretary ordered that materials from the former nuclear reactor testing facility with radiation levels above background cannot be routed for recycle or non-rad disposal. In other words, low-level radioactive waste must be disposed of in facilities designed and licensed for low-level radioactive waste. The emails indicate that after a lobbyist for the Boeing Corporation complained to a senior DTSC staff member, and despite the directive from the top of the department and agency, DTSC staff nonetheless began allowing materials from SSFL to be shipped out for recycling and disposal in sites not licensed to receive such waste, including the EJ community of Buttonwell. DTSC should report to the IRP by 8/1/16 whether or not it has rescinded the position set forth in 2012 by the DTSC director and Cali PA secretary, and if so, provide documentation that the director and secretary had reversed their order and provide justification. DTSC should also report whether it has acted to settle the current lawsuit.
Did we just hear this? Is it the same thing?
It looks very similar. I just wanted to read it because it's the full comment. So.
Okay. We'll finish up in a second here.
Should also report whether it has acted to settle the current lawsuit that resulted in a finding of a likely CEQA violation and issuance of a preliminary injunction barring the practice, and will affirm that it will return to its previous position and bar the shipment of radioactive waste to sites not licensed to receive it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so listen, someone has a plane to catch. Do we want to try to get through this? Or do we have time?
It's going to be traffic. I'm going to miss my plane. I'm afraid.
Okay, so what do you want to do? Do you want to not make site mitigation recommendations? Or do you think we can vote on this and discuss it adequately at this time?
Well, let's try to do it as fast as we possibly can.
Okay, so do you have comments, though, Director? Yeah, I don't think we can do this in time. Okay, so if we can't do it, we can't do it. We've certainly done quite a bit. We're going to have to take this up at our next meeting. We can discuss the site mitigation recommendations. Perhaps we can do an addendum or something to our other letter, but we just can't do it today. So be it. We did quite a bit. Okay, so we're going to close out item 7. Is there any further public comment?
There is none.
Okay, we're going to go now to item 8, future meeting schedule. So colleagues, we have a meeting on February 10th. The chair will decide what to put on that agenda, but I think some of the topics could include certainly our work plan, the update on fiscal, this discussion of site mitigation. Also, if the folks from Exide, Ms. Mejia included, want to come up to Sacramento to make a presentation on Exide, we're more than willing to do it. If maybe in the future we can go down and hear about Exide in Los Angeles, but for now we're going to keep our meeting on February 10th up here in Sacramento. We have a bunch of data requests. We can also get a follow-up on all the data requests that are going to be sent out, and an update from staff on that. And we'll get a report from the department on fiscal possibly. Anything else that we want to address at this point for our next meeting?
The only thing I'd say with the Exide, it looks like all the interest and concern, maybe we need about 4 hours for that, maybe, and so maybe not the best for the next meeting.
Okay. I'll consider that. I can limit it to a certain period of time as well. Anything further?
No.
Okay, so those will be the agenda items. Anything further, any further announcements, colleagues? Okay, hearing none, this meeting's adjourned.